Right, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. Oh, wait, real quick. I got to do a test. StreamYard, this is for you. So we have,
another one.
Hey, Morty!
All those, I'm assuming, have echoes. I didn't even realize, but the music itself also echo. And as you saw at the beginning of the show, this also has an echo. So that's for StreamYard. Don't worry about any of that. We are here and we are ready to go. Let's see. What do I want to have open? That. I think we are ready. If you are, if you didn't see, then I'm getting into a debate with J.S. Urban on the SpeakEazy platform, and it's a full-length debate on the legalization of the toots, the streetwalkers, if you will. So I'm gonna pour my drink here real quick. I'm gonna read you guys my opening statement. Tell me what you think, and then we're gonna head over to the party. I'm excited for this. I think that I've got a good position. You know, I'm coming from a place of principle and not emotion. And I have a feeling that JS is going to think that he also is coming from a place of logic. But I'm going to point out, not quite. Oh, that was a little strong of a drink. We don't even get shit-faced before we get in there. All right. So, yeah, so it's a 10-minute opening. What time is it? 10-minute opening. All right, so we got just enough time. So I'm going to read it, and then we're heading right over there. What if I go back? Does this still work? It should still work, right? But, okay. So the opening statement. We'll go on the minute. All right. Tonight, I'll be arguing that the practice of prostitution should be legal. The most important thing I can stress tonight is that legality does not equal morality. This is not a debate about whether prostitutes are good or bad. It's about whether or not the practice should be prohibited by the government. Prostitution is undoubtedly a degenerate behavior by almost any metric worth listening to. But the debate is about how a free society should handle these issues. We should legalize it not because of virtue, but because prohibition is objectively more harmful than legalization with regulation. I am not arguing that anyone should just be able to sell their body in any manner they want, in any way they want, full stop, as my opponent may try to frame it. I'm specifically saying that prohibiting this activity has shown, just like alcohol, just like cannabis, and just like guns, does not work. And because of that, we should create the societal circumstances to make sure it is done in the safest way possible. I believe the strengthening of the moral muscle is a strong factor, but really only another positive byproduct. In America, we shouldn't need the government to give us permission to make moral choices. We are supposed to be entrusted to govern ourselves. Laws, as we can see, do not erase desire. They only determine whether vice is experienced in the daylight with legal recourse or under the shadow of darkness on the black market. I'm not going to use that in the thing, but we can look at places like New Zealand and the Netherlands as examples of how this might play out in America. These are obviously different countries, but given that it is illegal here, it is very difficult to get information about this in the U.S. So New Zealand saw much better health outcomes and less exploitation, and Netherlands is almost famous for its safe work environments when it comes to this stuff. While I can, of course, source these things, I think throwing sources back and forth at each other is boring and unnecessary. There is plenty here. There's plenty within the basic data and the concept of law and degeneracy that I believe we can spend most of this debate actually debating our ideas instead of reading studies. I anticipate that my opponent will use perhaps even these same countries to make the argument that we have seen a rise in sex trafficking when prostitution is legalized. And he'd be right. But this would be akin to the type of stats lefties use to say that the right is more violent than they are. when we dig into right-wing violence, what right-wing violence actually means in the studies, it's so broad that it simply doesn't reflect reality. Hopefully, we can all agree that a jihadist blowing themselves up or a prison riot with skinheads is a completely different thing than what we mean when we say political violence. Similarly, if I live outside a state and meet a working girl, say, hey, I live 10 minutes from here, want to come over? I'll make it worth your time. And she accepts, even with full consent, this is counted as an act of sex trafficking. So if the argument is going to be made, we must dig into the data to be able to parse out the more violent version of what comes to mind when people typically talk about sex trafficking versus the more mild ones, like the example I just gave. I'm sure this will come up during the open debate, and I'm happy to expand. As many of you know, I am not a believer, despite the respect I have for Christians individually and the role of Christianity in our society and culture, and even the ethical framework that it provides. Even though I have no idea whether a God exists, I do know that Christian ethics are certainly coming up right in the middle of my opening statement. I do know that Christian ethics are certainly strong enough to prevent the average Christian man from going to a streetwalker just because the secular government says so. When the state polices every sin, people have no need to think about their own personal morality. They can just appeal to daddy government. Look at the precipitous drop in cigarette smokers over the last 20 years. This was not because of any prohibition. It was because of those truth ads and things like that. And kids just stopped thinking it was cool, so way less people do it. They say nicotine is one of the most addictive substances, and what we're talking about maybe just a little bit more addicting. But if we can do it for cigarettes, there's no reason it can't be done for any other unwanted behavior. Shame and taboo are tools that have gone vastly underused, and I think we can all see the correlation between that and the downfall of our culture. As a Christian, I'm sure JS will want to discuss his objective morality. Totally fine. I have an objective morality too, so it would be a non-starter unless he is claiming not only to have an objective morality, but an absolute morality, aka the only right one, in which case he would need to, at the very least, prove the existence of his God. And again, I'm happy to have that discussion, but I don't think it will get us anywhere in relation to the prompt. The question is prostitution good, or should we celebrate it, or even if we should shame it? The prompt is a legal one. Should it be legal? And I will open and I will show that my position is the correct one. JS likes to use a quote in his opening, so I will too. As Benjamin Franklin famously said, they that can give up essential liberty to attain a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. If we outsource every moral decision to the state, we stop exercising our own moral judgment. The moral muscle atrophies. A society that can no longer argue or persuade privately will become brittle and authoritarian. Don't let the state become your conscience. Say no to daddy government being the arbiter of morality. There we go. That was not 6 minutes, not even 6 minutes. But what did you guys think? Shout out to section 230. Welcome. I'll put the chat up there. A shout out to Guam Tech said liked and shared. Very, very much appreciated. Again, you guys know that stuff helps so very, very much. It doesn't even matter if you think anybody can click on the link. Just by you sharing it, it tells YouTube that more people should see it. Shout out to Maverick B and Frank. Said ban prostitution. I guess you're gonna be on the other side of this one tonight. We got our boy Angry Amputee. Welcome. With legalizing it, making my wife try. I mean, that's between you two. We got Bloody Clarence in the building. Have a good debate. JS can be a bit unorthodox in his arguments. I'm sure you will do fine. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate the vote of confidence. And of course, oh my goodness, starting off with the Morty Fund. Thank you. So very, very much. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for Morty. All right, let me get that in the banner, and then it's time to go. So we got 64. That's $64 we have raised for the Morty Memorial Fund. That is 1 out of 15 super chats for the night, and $2 out of 50. The last thing I want to do after this is push-ups, but hey, You guys pay for it. Every $2 equals another push-up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so very, very much. Obviously, guys, as I'm going to be a part of the debate, I'm not going to be able to be as in the chat as normal, but all super chats will be addressed eventually. And of course, you know, I'll do my best. And of course, when we get to, you know, we go or, you know, it would be the panel. When I call that means I'm looking at you guys. All right. Are we ready? I think we are ready. Let's do it. Bum 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 bum. The Indian Jesus, and we'll put lunch. Because we know he's not gonna like calling me the Indian Jesus. All right. So he said, you know, about 3 minutes this please. And I think he's doing another stream at the moment. Like I think yeah, this stream is open. So let's see.
I mean, we do got Fredo here, so he's security, don't worry.
But first, that's what we always do. Thank you.
JS
Thank you. Thank you.
Mormon adjacent, dinosaur enthusiast, MMA enjoyer.
Okay, so I can use some MMA. Let's see. Let's see.
Thank you.
Who's pumped?
All right, guys, we got 2 minutes. Are we not, men? What up? What up? We got 2 minutes, so I'm gonna send you guys over.
So this is this is like the mainstream. This is how.
Hey, there's one of the debaters right there. Look at that. But yeah, I'm gonna send you guys over to that other stream and make sure to do a sound check with the boys and everything and get this debate started. All right. So I will see you on the other side. So
all right. Hey.
This is Sparta!
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Very good to see ya. We got lower static statistics. Said it's already it's not already legal with OF. Well, that's a different road to go down if we're going to call that, or as I like to say, P-Hub content. If we're going to call that prostitution. So there's a number. Howdy, howdy.
hey,
Did I screw something up?
Yep.
What?
I don't know. I connected to the StreamYard. You know how I connect my stream to the StreamYard?
Yeah.
And then I turned on my OBS and I hit, manage broadcast and start streaming, but you don't go live yet. You get it connected and then you go live on YouTube. And it made me go live automatically.
Okay.
I don't know. I thought I messed something up on your end because I'm like
no. What's gonna happen though is you'll end up having two.
Yeah, I had to restart.
Two going because when I start up, you'll have another one going, unless you want me to remove the one from here now so that you don't have two going.
Do I have? I think I deleted that one, so I shouldn't.
Oh, okay. We'll see then when it starts up. If it goes live, we can just remove it, or you can tell everyone to go to that one. However you want to do it.
So I love StreamYard. It's super basic, but it's so simple.
Yep. I was using OBS all the time to stream, but I figured I can just stream my whole OBS virtual camera to here and just do everything through the StreamYard. It made it easier for me.
So when I link the streams, I don't even need to open my OBS.
Yeah, you wouldn't even need to open OBS if you didn't want to. Yeah, unless you're using OBS virtual camera in here. But other than that, yeah, you wouldn't even need it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, like right now I have OBS open, but it's only for this, like for my background and everything. But everything else is StreamYard, yeah.
All right.
All right. So let me actually I want to do this. Oh, names.
I spent some time on my. I'm not an opening statement kind of guy, so I spent some time on it. I think it's pretty good.
All right.
Nice.
That's my favorite part.
Me too. Actually, that's my favorite part is writing the opening statements.
Why do you say that?
Well, because I tend to, I do like what I call the 8 Mile, right? I'll present all the other side's arguments and then criticize each one as I'm doing my opening statement, and I feel like it kind of leaves the other side with like, well, fuck, what do I say now?
We'll
But
see if I can.
everyone has their own style for sure.
Let's see if
I just like writing, and it forces me to write.
That too.
Yeah, I haven't actually written out. I mean, I guess that's not true. I've rambled like a mofo on X sometimes. Like ever since they got rid of that, they went from 180 to like 240, and they were just like, "Go for it." I've filled up entire things, and I didn't even mean to.
Yeah, because you start writing something out, and then it ends up being way longer than you thought it was gonna be.
Especially if I've been drinking a little bit. Just like, and another thing.
All right, let me make sure I got the timers all ready. All right, and you guys good with the format? 10-minute opening, 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal, hour open floor, 5-minute closing, then the 30-minute Q&A. And then for the open panel, it's up to you if you want to stay. But people like when the debaters stay so they can come up and
show up for a couple hours.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But it's totally up to you. You don't have to, right?
I could probably only stay for an hour.
Right. Alrighty, so I'm gonna start this up. You know, the intro takes like 3 minutes with the disclaimer and intro, and then we'll get right into it.
Sounds good.
Alrighty, good luck to both of you.
All right, here we fucking go. We said about 3 minutes. We're gonna let everybody. That's another thing. Sometimes I'll go live a couple minutes early, and like just leave the thumbnail up.
The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and
I'll
entertainment
do it like
purposes only.
this with the
It should not be
banner.
considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or
There we go.
references to specific
But
content
sometimes
are
I
solely for
like
the
I don't know
purpose of
I don't know if
discussion
that
and
helps.
understanding. It does not imply endorsement.
Like he's got a lot
promotion,
going on here,
or
so he's got to
support
say
of said
that.
content.
But
The views expressed in these videos and
I just want to be like, "Hey, I'm here. Let's go."
individuals involved and do not represent any official stance.
Which
or
guys?
opinion.
Which do you
The
guys
content you are
prefer?
about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the
Were
storyline.
you here for my? Were you
It
here
is
when
important to
I
note
read the
that use
statement?
of such language does not endorse
I
or
definitely
promote
don't have 10
offensive
minutes.
behavior.
I gotta go
Viewer discretion is
slow.
advised. Please enjoy
That's
the
the
show
biggest thing I
responsibly.
need from you guys.
Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section
Clutch.
107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowances made
Slow
for fair
down.
use
This
for purposes
isn't the
such
mini
as
blood
criticism,
sport
comment,
5-minute
news
debate.
reporting,
This
teaching,
isn't the Andrew
scholarship,
Wilson thing.
education, and research.
Slow
The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29,
down.
allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a
Count
mashup,
on you guys.
and to post the new work online.
Shout
on
out
its
to
site
Guam
on
Tech,
YouTube.
our current
Deal
sponsor
information for specific
of the stream. Don't
research,
forget,
guidance,
Morty is
education,
well and
parody,
good,
satire,
but that
criticism,
won't be the
review,
case
and
forever.
news reporting.
So please do consider donating to the Memorial Fund, and then of course the regular stream goal is how it always is. Go DJ Isolated.
Mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission.
Is this more music that I'm not allowed to play? I'm just gonna mute that, just to be safe. I feel like we're fine, but
For the reason, cut through like no retreat. No fear, no.
again, I don't know copyright and all that stuff. The last thing I need is for us to get claimed, and all the views happen. And I'm like, hey guys,
More words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know.
all right, what are you guys expecting? Yeah, there's a decent amount of what I expect him to say in my opening statement. Try to cut him off with everything that he's gonna say before he can say it.
Storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. I designate like lightning through the night.
Right.
In the war of minds, we bring the light.
Is I need a, that last debate that I did where, the mini debate and I conceded. I need to get back in there. You know what I mean? I'm ready. I'm ready. Oh yeah. I don't know. It depends. We'll see. We'll see. But if there is, I definitely will. All right. I think we're all right. Here we go. Here we go.
All right. Welcome, everybody, to another episode of Swords of Reason right here on the SpeakEazy show. This is where logic meets passion, okay? If you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for opening statements, followed by a 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. Then we open the floor for a full hour of unfiltered debate before wrapping it up with a 5-minute closing statement from each side. After that, we'll spend 30 minutes answering your questions from the chat. I'll be putting a live Q&A in the chat for you to put questions there. But there's only 30 minutes at the end for this, and super chats will take priority for the questions and comments. Once the formal debate is done, we'll open the doors to the community for a chaos and chill panel where anyone can hop up, challenge, or question the debaters, question just the prompt in general, whatever. And that part is optional for both debaters, so they don't have to stay for this. Today's debate prompt is we should legalize prostitution. And now let's meet today's debaters. For the affirmative, we have TheIndianJesus, who has a channel right here on YouTube where he focuses on politics, truth, and morality, and says he is here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. And for the negative, we have JS Urban Adventures, who also has a channel here on YouTube where he focuses on religion, politics, hot topic discussions, UFC fight coverage, and spares a fair amount of time in the belly of the beasts attending these protests and riots to give you a first-hand look at reality. Debaters, you know the rules. Let's keep it sharp, smart, entertaining. You, TheIndianJesus, are on the affirmative, so you'll go first for the opening statements. I want to say thank you both for being here. And whenever you're ready for your opening statement, I will start the clock up with your voice.
All right. I don't think I'm going to make it to the 10 minutes, but we'll see. So tonight, I will be arguing that the practice of prostitution should be legal. The most important thing I can stress tonight is that legality does not equal morality. This is not a debate about whether prostitutes are good or bad. It's about whether or not the practice should be prohibited by the government. Prostitution is undoubtedly a degenerate behavior by almost any metric worth listening to. But the debate is about how a free society should handle these issues. We should legalize it not because of virtue, but because prohibition is objectively more harmful than legalization with regulation. I am not arguing that anyone should just be able to sell their body in any time and manner, willy-nilly, full stop, as my opponent may or may not try to frame it. I am specifically saying that prohibiting this activity has shown, just like alcohol, just like cannabis, and just like guns, it does not work. And because of that, we should create the societal circumstances to make sure that it's done in the safest way possible. I believe the strengthening of the moral muscle is a strong factor, but really only another positive byproduct. In America, we shouldn't need the government to give us permission to make moral choices. We're not supposed to be entrusted to, we are supposed to be entrusted to govern ourselves. Laws, as we can see, do not erase desire. They only determine whether vice is experienced in the daylight with legal recourse or under the shadow of darkness on the black market. We can look at places like New Zealand, the Netherlands as examples of how this might play out in America. There's obviously different countries with different cultures and all that stuff, but given that it's illegal here, it's very difficult to get information like this in the US. Simply put, New Zealand saw much better health outcomes and less exploitation, and the Netherlands is almost famous for the safe work environments in this context. While I can, of course, source these things, I think throwing sources back and forth with each other is boring and unnecessary. I think there's plenty within the basic data and the concept of law and degeneracy and ethics and all that stuff that I believe that we can spend most of the debate actually debating our ideas instead of reading studies, but we do what we got to do. I anticipate that my opponent will use perhaps even these same countries to make the argument that we've seen a rise in sex trafficking when prostitution is legalized. And he'd be right. But this would be akin to the type of stats lefties use when they say that the right is more violent than the left. When we dig into what right-wing violence actually means in these studies, it's so broad, it simply doesn't reflect reality. Hopefully, we can all agree that a jihadist blowing themselves up or like a prison riot with skinheads is a completely different thing than what we mean when we typically say political violence. Similarly, if I live just outside a state and meet a working girl and I'm like, hey, I live 10 minutes from here, you want to come over? I'll make it worth your time. And she accepts, even with full consent. This is counted as an act of sex trafficking. So if the argument is going to be made, we must dig into the data to be able to parse out the more violent version of what comes to mind, with girls being thrown into the back of the van and bags over the head and all that stuff. That is not the only version of what this means. And another side that's the whole Loverboy method with Andrew Tate, love him or hate him. I didn't think that was considered sex trafficking, but it is. As many of you know, I am not a religious believer. Despite the respect I have for Christians individually, the role of Christianity in our society and culture, and even the ethical framework that it provides. Even though I have no idea whether a God exists, I do know that Christian ethics are certainly strong enough to prevent the average Christian man from going to a streetwalker just because the secular government says so. When the state polices every sin, people have no need to think about their own personal morality. They can just appeal to daddy government. Look at the precipitous drop in cigarette smokers over the last 20 years. That was not because of any kind of prohibition. It was because of cultural aspects like the truth ads. And whether any one of these things were effective is not the point. The point is that we saw a dramatic decrease in the number of people that smoke cigarettes because it just stopped being cool. It started being shameful. Girls didn't want to date guys that were smoking, and because of that, society changed. And of course, people still smoke, but a lot less. If we can. They say nicotine is one of the most addictive substances. And I mean, what we're talking about, maybe just a bit more addictive. But if we can do it for cigarettes, there's no reason it can't be done for any other unwanted behavior. Shame and taboo are tools that have gone vastly underused. And I think we can all see the correlation between that and the downfall of our culture. As a Christian, I'm sure JS will want to discuss his objective morality. Totally cool. I have an objective morality too, so that would be a non-starter unless he is claiming not only to have an objective morality, but an absolute morality, aka the only right one, in which case he would need to, at the very least, prove the existence of his God. And again, I'm happy to have that discussion, but I don't think it will get us anywhere in relation to the prompt. Again, the question isn't, is prostitution good, or should we celebrate it, or even should we shame it? The prompt is a legal one. Should it be legal? And I will show that my position is the correct one. JS likes to use a quote in his opening, and so in kind, I will too. As Benjamin Franklin famously said, "They that can give up essential liberty to attain a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety." If we outsource every moral decision to the state, we stop exercising our own moral judgment. The moral muscle atrophies. A society that can no longer argue or persuade privately will become brittle and authoritarian. Don't let the state become your consciousness. Say no to daddy government being the arbiter of morality. And I can save my time.
All righty.
Pretty well.
Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we'll hand it over to JS Urban Adventures for his opening statement. Again, I want to thank you both for being here. And a reminder for the chat, if you guys send in a super chat question during openings or closings, I don't highlight during the opening and closing just to avoid distractions. So if you're wondering, that's why. JS, whenever you're ready, I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, my opponent will be attempting to argue for the legalization of prostitution. My job will be to negate this proposal. I intend to do so by demonstrating the utilitarian benefits that come from keeping prostitution illegal, from reducing harm to women and men involved in prostitution and bettering society overall. My opponent may appeal to freedoms being violated or a non-aggression principle in law enforcement. And my question for him will then be, is aggression ever justified by law enforcement? And if so, when? What level of harm must be done before a society is able to charge or arrest the person caught causing the harm? I would argue the amount of harm from prostitution to society justifies laws restricting the act and enforcement of said laws. And in my opening, I will proceed to lay out some of those harms. I will begin with the obvious harm to the women who are often unwillingly coerced, culturally or financially incentivized, or even trafficked, yes, into the sex work industry, specifically prostitution. I'll start with the negative mental harms caused to women in prostitution. The Chicago Alliance Against Sexual Exploitation states that 68% of prostitutes suffer depression, 55% report anxiety, and 33% report symptoms of PTSD. Then, of course, we know of the harms caused by STIs among female sex workers. The World Health Organization says women in prostitution are 30 times more likely to be living with HIV. 10.8% have syphilis, and increases in other STIs and viral hepatitis infections have been consistently documented. The majority of women involved in prostitution are marginalized women from poor, minority, or LGBTQ communities, and many are underage, a problem that is not quelled by legalization. The U.S. Department of Justice assessment of U.S. government activities to combat trafficking in persons shows that 70% of female trafficking victims are trafficked into legal commercial sex industries, including stripping, pornography, and legal brothels. Feminists who fight for partial decriminalization of prostitution, like Dr. Melissa Farley, claim 84% of women involved in prostitution are under third-party control or pimped. And they believe Johns should be criminalized rather than legalizing them using brothels. Author and co-founder of Justice for Women, Julie Bindel, is quoted saying, "Under legalized regimes such as Germany, the Netherlands, and Nevada, there are more murders and attempted murders by Johns and by pimps than there are in countries which have legalized demand." She agrees that through legalizing pimps through brothels and Johns to have their demand supplied, more women would be harmed. Even the most staunch feminists would not argue for full legalization. Most lean toward a Nordic or equality model of decriminalizing the women but prosecuting the men. Which brings me to my second point, the detriment legalizing prostitution would have on men. My opponent is arguing for legalizing prostitution, which means Johns and pimps are legal, tax-paying consumers of young, mentally and financially unstable women. What sort of effect do you think this will have on young men? Allowing this behavior to go not only unpunished, but inevitably to be normalized and even encouraged through advertising and marketing campaigns would lead young men down a dark, harm-filled path. Prostitution desensitizes men to sex and leads them toward more antisocial and deviant behavior. Instead of finding a wife, they hide in their house playing video games and rely on their weekly visit to the bunny ranch, where they will pay $400 to $2,000 to spend some time bussing in a hooker instead of building interpersonal relationships. Men meet women and go on dates to establish a connection with her and demonstrate their ability to provide for said women in hopes of finding a wife to raise their children. Prostitution is the exact opposite. This policy would also lead to a rise in adultery among men who were even lucky enough to find a wife. The normalization of prostitution would lead to men being more likely to choose to step out on their wives at a brothel or a roadside truck stop if there were no chance he would be arrested. It would be much easier to cheat with a whore than with the family friend that comes to dinner parties. This would lead to less families remaining intact and separated families having worse outcomes for children and society in general. It's hard to find studies on the harms of prostitution on men because most studies have been conducted by feminists who want to decriminalize hookers but arrest men. But I can speak on the men from my own personal experience, not to brag or to flex, but rather to establish ethos. I have known many sex workers and customers closely. I have sat outside a massage room in a trap house playing security for these girls. I've dated women who became sex workers. I've stayed in hotel rooms with friends who were working girls. But one thing I've never done is pay one. The men who pay for sex are betas. They're weak and shady, and often are likely to do very harmful things to a young prostitute. These simps should not be encouraged or even allowed legally to do the action which leads to so much harm to themselves and the women involved. Besides direct harm to the men and women involved in prostitution, harm to families and children, and to young adults being raised into a culture where prostitution was legal, the cost to all of society would outweigh the benefits of legalization. Legalization does not end the illegal prostitution business. It instead creates a dual economy. How much infrastructure would need to be created and altered in order to provide women safe, legal places of work for their new career field? We would need college courses on hoery to ensure job placement. Otherwise, most prostitutes would not be hired at a brothel. They would instead resort to street walking or escorting under the watchful eye of Mac Daddy Pimp. And you know they won't be paying their taxes. And prostitutes will still be getting raped and assaulted. So will those Johns, pimps, and hoes still be aggressed upon and arrested by police anyway? Also, in order to outprofit the illegal market, the legal government-taxed market would need to use advertisement, propaganda, and government authority to normalize and control the legal economy. This leads to less social stigma and shaming and more acceptance and justification. The dual market increases demand in this case being 18-year-old girls or younger. Law enforcement and the judicial system become more divided due to more legal precedent being set and cops needing full retraining. New branches of government and three-letter agencies are formed using tax money from degeneracy, creating a bigger, richer government with more power over easily influenced people. Seems counterintuitive for a libertarian to ever fight for this. Every policy debate should have some arguments made as it relates to policy, logistics, legislature, and regulation, and these are just some of mine. In conclusion, after doing a thorough cost-benefit analysis of the harms caused and aggression necessary to regulate, tax, and control legal prostitution versus keeping it illegal, I find less pragmatic and ethical utility in legalization. The harm to women and costs to care for and protect these women from said harm would far outweigh the benefit and reduction of aggression to them if prostitution remains illegal. The harm to the strength and masculinity in young men would deteriorate their ability to lead and protect, costing all of society greatly and weakening our civilization. And the burden on our legal system and changes to our culture and economy from legal prostitution would demoralize and destabilize our people while empowering and enriching our government, leading to more aggression and harm. All of these costs and lack of benefits clearly depict a less pragmatic and more destructive proposition than my stance for keeping prostitution illegal. Before I finish, I want to paraphrase something I heard from a great man named Andrew Wilson. He recently said, when debating with utilitarians, libertarians, liberals, or atheists, you can't simply beat them with logic and reason. You have to also tell them how to feel. So at the risk of being accused of an appeal to emotion, allow me to leave my opponent and the audience with one serious question to think about during this debate to help us all know how to feel about this issue. After hearing all the likely harms I listed, would you want your daughter to become a prostitute legally at 18 years old? And would you want your son spending his money on hookers rather than finding a decent wife and raising children? If the answer is no, and this thought horrifies you, then you should have no problem with keeping prostitution illegal. You should feel disgusted thinking about this. When we prostitute our daughters and make them whores, the land falls to whoredom and wickedness. Therefore, we must keep all prostitution illegal. And I'm done.
All righty. Thank you for that, JS. Thank you both for your opening statements. And now we're going to move into the uninterrupted 5-minute rebuttal. Real quick, just say thank you to Cap'n for the $10 and Not Voltaire and Elizabeth for becoming members. I don't highlight during openings and closings, just again to avoid distractions. But with that, we're going to move into 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttals. We're going to hand the mic back to the Indian Jesus. And whenever you are ready, I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right, so took a couple notes here. I think let's just go from where you ended and go back. You asked if I would want my daughter to be a prostitute. Of course not. But just because I don't want something to happen doesn't mean that it should be legal. You are talking about these women as if it is that they are property or whatever, and very clearly. If you are allowed to vote, then you should be able to make decisions about what to do with your body. Again, I addressed the cost-benefit analysis that we would actually have to dig into the numbers to see what you're actually talking about. I don't think the cost-benefit analysis actually does go in your favor. I think it goes in mine, as I said, just like all the other things I listed. The funniest thing you said is that you need to have a degree in hoenomics or something like that. Sorry. Ridiculous, but yeah, that's not how most industries work. What kind of degree do you need to be a construction worker? What kind of degree do you need to be a streamer? What kind of degree do you need to be any of these things? So that's just a red herring. And again, yeah, you're just still saying that I want the government to enforce my personal preferences. You're not giving anything specific about prostitution that isn't true of so many very other harmful things that I don't think that any of us would agree should be legalized. You brought up normalizing things. I never brought up the. I never said normalize anything. This is why society is crumbling, because you appeal to daddy government instead of private industry and culture. Just because something is legal doesn't mean that it is celebrated. And as I use the example of cigarettes, those are legal, but it's not. People have been doing less and less, not because the government said so, because culturally we decided that is not good. You mentioned 84% of the women were pimped. I would love a definition on what a pimp is. And then, you brought up the Nordic model of where you go after the Johns and not the women. And that's pretty much what I'm proposing. So I think that might have been a concession right there. What else we got here? 70%. You said 70% of victims were. You were bringing up that 70% of these women go into other things like OF and stripping. So I'd want to know if you think those should also be illegal. Again, all of these things with the STIs or STDs or whatever. If we had a more regulated situation where both men and women had to be tested and protection had to be used, these numbers would go down dramatically. About 68% of these women are depression and anxiety, PTSD, all of that stuff. I would argue that is just women in general. Yeah, again, I think the utility benefits, reducing harm and bettering society actually do fall in my favor, even though it sounds like you're trying to say, oh, Lutch thinks prostitution is good. That is, as stated clearly in my opening, that is not the argument. That is a legal one that I agree with you culturally that we should shame people who do this. But clearly, prohibition does not work. See my tap.
All righty. Thank you for that rebuttal, Indian Jesus. And with that, we're going to hand the mic back over to JS Urban Adventures for his 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. And whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Okay. When you go second on these, you got a lot more stuff to respond to in the rebuttal. So I'll respond to what you said in your opening first, because my opening is pre-written, and then I'll respond to what you said in your rebuttal. So you talk about regulation. You want regulation. Well, and this also goes to your rebuttal. The Nordic model and the equality model is not legalization. That's legalizing the women, the prostitutes, but not legalizing the Johns and the pimps. They arrest the men and they legalize these are feminists who argue that the prostitutes are going to go through more harm if they get a criminal record. They're going to get harassed by police and they're forced into this career field by bad life circumstances. So they don't want to go after the women. They just want to go after the pimps and the Johns. Definition of a pimp is the manager, which kind of ties to what you said about the women aren't property. An employee is essentially, in a way, it's kind of like property of the manager so a brothel just becomes a legal pimp, and the place where she works, that's her job. She can't lose her job. She's going to lose her house. So essentially she kind of becomes property of that place while she's working. And then I explained, you talk about shame and we need to not normalize it. And I never said that you thought it was good. I'm just saying that you argue for legalization. But shame, I talked about how a dual economy and a market, if there's a market for this, it doesn't shame people. It normalizes it and it encourages it. As soon as pot became legal in California, you saw commercials on TV for pot shops. You see billboards for pot shops. Same with cigarettes, same with alcohol. And if we're going to play this game where you keep asking me, what about cigarettes? What about stripping? What about prostitution? I'm a prohibitionist. Yes, all of it should be legal, but that's irrelevant. But we can actually go down that road, because maybe you can find something that I don't think should be illegal that's harmful, and you could show an inconsistency in my internal critique of utilitarianism. And that's fine, because I'll show some inconsistencies in your views too. So I'm ready for that. Let's see. About morality being objective. I do believe morality is objective, but I'm coming at this from, I'm trying to take that out of it, you know? I'm trying to just look at it practically. This is a policy debate. We're talking about legalizing something. So I'm trying to stick to policy and what's better for society. I agree about the stats and studies being kind of irrelevant, because we'll be able to go back and forth all day. I liked your point actually about all women are kind of depressed and PTSD. I can't really argue with that. That was a good one. I actually thought about that when I was writing it, but that's what they say. That's what the stats say. So the Loverboy method, you talked about the Loverboy method. The Loverboy method, I would agree that it's not sex trafficking if it weren't for the idea of sexual tourism. Now, I don't know about Andrew Tate specifically. I don't know what he did or didn't do. I know what he was alleged to do, but if those girls were underage and he was doing sexual tourism, then yeah, that should definitely be illegal.
Sure. But
meeting a girl and traveling around with her shouldn't be illegal. Now, should OnlyFans be illegal? That's another topic. But I do think that is, you know, some degenerate sex work, and probably, yeah, it should be illegal. Oh, and then one other thing, you were talking about Christian men should not need laws to do what's right. Laws aren't written and made for moral people. Moral people and Christian men, we don't have laws to not murder so that non-murderers don't murder. We have laws against murder and theft for the murderers and the thieves. So it's not, we live in a, you know, I say we live in a Christian nation, but probably the majority of the people are secular, and our laws are based for secular people. So the laws are for the people who are going to be inclined to do those crimes. And there's going to be a lot of men who want to have sex with women and just pay a little money for it. So, and I'm not a fan of Benjamin Franklin either. And that's
All
it.
right. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you
All right.
for that.
Let's do this.
Thank you for that rebuttal, JS. And with that, we're going to move into the 1 hour of open floor for the debaters to cross-examine each other. Chat, just a quick reminder for you all. The live Q&A is up. If you guys want to get your questions in there for the debaters, we have a 30-minute Q&A after the debate, but there's only 30 minutes. So if you want to make sure your question takes priority, send it via Super Chat, and it gets to the front of the list. Also, I have put both debaters into the description, so if you don't see it, just hit refresh. You'll see it. Go sub up to both debaters, and they're both streaming right now, so go visit both their streams, send them a super chat, show them some support for coming out and giving you guys a show tonight, all right? With that, whoever would like to start off with the open floor, I will start the timer with your voice, and again, thank you both for being here tonight.
If you don't mind, can you give define what you mean by you said sex tourism? I've heard that before, but I don't know exactly what that is.
Sex tourism would be like in France, the age of consent is 14. If I'm an American and I go to France to have sex with I don't want to, but okay. that would be sexual
okay,
tourism.
Gotcha. Fair enough. So, I mean, I think we could start with your comparison of employees essentially being property. I mean, to an extent, I don't disagree that there is an aspect of that, but I don't think that you would agree that because somebody has a job that they are property of their employer. I think at least not in the same context as when we talk about traditional sex trafficking. I don't think those things are comparable. A pimp is not the same thing as a manager. That's why we have the word manager and we have the word pimp.
Well, I mean, the women go to the pimp and they elect to be there. They could run away if they wanted to.
Indeed, they can.
So
why should that be illegal?
Why should it be illegal?
Yeah,
because the pimp's harmed because of everything I listed in my opening. It's harmful to the men who engage in it. It's harmful to the women who engage in it. It's harmful to society. You talk about daddy government and how I'm appealing to daddy government. Have you ever heard of the ATF?
Yep.
Alcohol, tobacco. Which of those three things is legal and which of them is illegal?
Tobacco is legal, alcohol is legal, and firearms are illegal. Well, not illegal, but I mean, not as legal as they should be under the Constitution. So we have
a 3-letter agency that did Waco, that did Ruby Ridge. We have a 3-letter government agency that's revolves around 3 legal things that we legalized. So once those things are legalized, they're taxed. The government's going to tax prostitution in brothels.
Okay.
So we're paying taxes to the government.
That's how legal activities work. Why is that a bad thing? If those taxes are able to help reduce the harm that you're talking about, what's the issue?
Am I wrong? I've listened to some of your debates and stuff. You lean libertarian and utilitarian, right? Those are
I like to say I am a utilitarian, but I put individual liberty above that.
Okay. So as a libertarian, wouldn't you want less government? Once you legalize prostitution, you're creating another whole arm of enforcement. You're creating create
prohibition is all of the government. Legalizing it with regulations would be pulling back pulling back the government, not adding in the government. So when you're talking about firearms, we already have we already have the Constitution. So any regulations in that case are the government doing more. But in this case, we're already in a position where the government is doing the most. And so I'm asking for the government to do less.
If they're taking in taxes from something, do you think that the government's going to get bigger and expand its power? Or do you think it's going to get smaller when it's taking in an increased revenue, a whole new revenue source?
Yeah, in general, more money is going to be a bigger government.
Okay, so that's my point.
Okay, so then because things bring in a lot of tax money, we should make them illegal?
No, that's just it's odd that as a libertarian, this would lead to more government power. This would lead to more laws.
Again, I disagree. We're at full government intervention where you are not allowed to do the thing. Then we pull that back, and you are allowed to do. There are things that right now the government would say, no, you can't do that, but you would be able to do that. So that you're giving you more power, not less.
Who do you think's going to regulate all these brothels? Who do you think's going to manage the infrastructure and the building of brothels and the zoning of where we're going to put the brothels?
That's still less of an effect than blocking it all. I understand what you're saying. I'm not. Very clearly, the government is going to be the ones that have to regulate. But again, the point that I'm making is that it's not that we're in a position where anybody can do anything, and now we're adding in regulations. We're already past regulations, and everybody's saying not at all. And I'm saying that we should pull that back, and there should be regulations, but it shouldn't be across the board illegal. And again, not because I think it's great or that you should be doing this or that, but because I don't believe the numbers bore out that the harm actually is lesser when it is illegal.
You don't believe the harm is lesser when it's illegal. Wait. Well,
less harm when it's legal.
Less harm when it's legal.
Yeah, because again, you're talking about all the STDs. You talk about women or men getting robbed. You talk about Johns beating up women. All of these things right now. Those are happening on the black market. And so technically, yes, if you're a prostitute and you get robbed or beat up, you could go to the police, but we know that people don't do that in the same way that we know that with drugs, we often see people will let their friends die on an overdose because they don't want to call the cops and get in trouble for doing the drugs. And so they added in a Good Samaritan law. And so now it is pulling the government back. So in normal circumstances,
that's not legalizing doing the drug. That's legalizing taking them to the hospital to save them.
No, it's making the situation where because somebody died in your vicinity, the illegal thing that you did no longer is illegal.
Yeah.
You no longer get in trouble for doing that.
If somebody's doing drugs in my house and dies, I wasn't doing the drugs. They could have been in my bathroom doing the drugs without me knowing.
Yeah, but that's not how the law works. If there's drugs found in your house, it's your house.
But I would agree with that Good Samaritan law that you could take them or get them help if they need. I would agree with that. That'd be fine.
So then why wouldn't we be able to apply that to as a first step to prostitution?
What that if
you're a prostitute and you get like beaten up by a John, then
if I grape a prostitute, I can take her to the place to get.
No, the other way around. She could take you to court. She would be able to call the cops on you or take you to court, even though she was engaged in illegal activity. It now becomes not illegal because of the Good Samaritan law. And so that is a form of legalization and regulation. That's why I specifically stated I'm not just talking about do whatever you want. We're talking about rolling back prohibition. In the same way with alcohol, it was prohibited, and now there are laws around it. You can do it; it's legal. But that doesn't mean that you could just be driving drunk. That doesn't mean you could be drinking in public, at a school, so on and so forth.
Yeah, we did that so that we could get out of the Great Depression, and so that the government could make a bunch of money off of alcohol. And now there's billboards and there's hobos who buy 40s first thing in the morning when they wake up.
So you in favor of?
Yeah, I'm a prohibitionist.
Really?
Yes, but anyway, we could save that for another time. But okay,
I think that's pretty relevant because that's what I'm trying to demonstrate is that we have a lot of things in society that are harmful, but because of freedoms that they are legal, and it's not up to the government to decide. Well, that's bad for you, so you can't do it.
Okay.
Remember the soda tax in New York? What was that, De Blasio or whatever? That's un-American. If I want to drown myself in sugar, who the fuck are you to tell me I can't do it?
So let's say I was for alcohol being legal. Would that be inconsistent of me?
No.
Okay. So what does it matter? Like with policy, we go case by case and issue by issue. So I may say maybe cigarettes and alcohol should be legal, but prostitution shouldn't be legal. That wouldn't be inconsistent.
No, but then I would be able to dig into, okay, well, why is that the case? And potentially show an inconsistency. But fine, if you think you just want to ban everything that's bad, that you think is bad, I guess that's a position. But I don't know how many people are going to agree that whatever JS says should be the law. I think that's a slippery slope.
So it just comes down to my preference. What I like or don't like.
Are you appealing to something else?
No, I'm curious. I'm critiquing your worldview. So would you make cannibalism? Let's say it's very utilitarian. I could end world hunger tomorrow if we all just started eating our dead. Instead of wasting them, instead of burying them in a cemetery somewhere, Why don't we all just start eating people? We can say we'll
because of
we'll
the
stop world
cultural
hunger.
value, because of the cultural value we put in the human body. And so again, going back to the notion, if we didn't have any cultural values, then there wouldn't be anything wrong with it. But
The cultural value we put into the human body. What about the young girl who is turning her body into a vending machine for sex?
is she of age?
We don't culturally
age?
value her body.
Wait, are we talking about someone of age, or are we talking? You said young girl, so.
Well, you said we put a cultural value in dead bodies, so we don't eat them. But we don't put cultural value in live bodies of young girls enough to not allow men to have sex with them for money and not allow them to sell their own body.
So again, are you talking about, you say young girls? Do you mean of age, 18, but they're young?
18.
Okay,
18,
so yeah,
yes.
if this again is just because you don't like it and you say it's bad, I don't agree that the numbers bore out that the harm is worse if it is
right. And just because you don't like cannibalism, you say, and we culturally value the body. I don't know what.
So again, I'm appealing to the fact that we want our values to reflect our laws, not the other way around. We don't want the laws to dictate our culture. We want the culture to dictate the laws.
Yeah, and this is the problem with the utilitarian perspective, because we're not actually looking at utility. We're looking at what we like and what we don't like. And so I'm big, bad, mean, authoritarian guy because I want to make immoral things illegal. And you're the freedom guy because you want to keep them legal, even if they're harmful. Even if I can demonstrate all these harms to you, legalizing it, that's what I was talking about in my opening. Legalizing doesn't get rid of all the reason I brought up the college course in hoery is because there's only going to be limited numbers of brothels. All the prostitutes aren't going to be able to get hired at brothels unless we build a brothel on every corner. So
okay,
these girls are going to want to get job placement. They're going to want to make sure that they're the best and they're ready to get hired. Otherwise, what happens to them?
So, I mean, I can, so again, I'm just going to compare this to a different situation where we already have this. Like if we talk about like hair and makeup, when we go into hair and makeup, that, yeah, you could just do it, right? But I think what I'm trying to steel man you, what you're saying is that you have some type of accreditation, then you're more likely to get better clients. And so is that what you're getting at?
I'm just saying girls are going to want to get hired at the brothels. There's going to be a limited number of jobs in the brothels. If they don't get jobs in the brothels, what are they going to do?
Get a different job?
No, they're going to work the street. Okay,
but if that's not part of the regulation, then we're already in agreement that that shouldn't be allowed. In the same way that even though you can drink alcohol, that you can't get because you can get behind a car physically doesn't mean that's allowed. So again, we have and this regulations. And
this is my point, that legalizing it doesn't stop the harm that comes from prostitution. It creates a dual economy where now you have legal ones that you have to regulate and the government profits off of.
Fair, but you can't get rid of prostitution. That's not really an option on the table. I mean, if it was, then I would be with you. We should get rid of prostitution from human existence. I would be down with that. But that's not a realistic.
You're right. Right. We can't get rid of murder, but we still make it illegal, even though people are going to murder.
Well, yeah, but that's because there's no, once somebody's dead, they're dead. How is that comparable to somebody having sex consensually?
Okay. Theft.
Yeah. Once you steal something, it's gone. What do you mean?
So that goes to my original question.
So what's gone? What's gone with when a woman engages in prostitution or a man?
Well, the first time, her purity, which is her strongest value, her strongest bargaining chip in a relationship is.
And if she knows that and decides I want to give that away, why are you allowed to tell her no?
There's also been shown about.
Hold on. Wait. Can I? Sorry, just if I could.
Go ahead. Ask me the question again.
Yeah. Sorry, so if you're saying that, then if it's taking away her purity and so on and so forth. If she's aware of that and consents to doing that, who are you to tell her that she can't do it?
No, I'm nobody. She can do that if she wants. That's why I can. Yeah, you're right. Sure. So she can give away her purity if she wants. That's fine.
Again, I agree with you. It's a bad thing, but we're talking about the law, and so I don't think that just because it is harmful, unless it does go to the a degree of direct bodily harm, things like that, which we already have laws for. So if you're talking about getting beaten up or all these things, we already have laws for that.
Right. And you agree that it's bad and that, but instead of making it illegal, we should shame it. And what I'm saying is when you legalize it, it doesn't lead to shame. It leads to normalization and profit incentive.
Well, not if we get together and all of us who believe what we believe actually speak out against what we speak out against. That's why I brought up the cigarettes, because that is exactly what happened with cigarettes. Cigarettes are harmful. Cigarettes are legal. Cigarettes went out of favor because we shamed it and it became a taboo behavior. Why would we expect? I mean, maybe it will, but I don't understand why you would say that prostitution is principally different, a principally different issue.
Principally different from what?
From the cigarettes. I'm saying cigarettes. We agree cigarettes bad, and today we have less cigarette smokers, but we didn't need prohibition for that to happen. So
we have less cigarettes. No, we don't have less cigarette smokers due to stigma and shame. We have less cigarette smokers because we have vapes and we have freaking what are they called? The pouches. More people have moved to those.
That was way after I mean, I would have to look it up, but the decrease that we saw with the truth ads were way before vapes were a thing.
It's the same thing. The other night I heard you on Grid One's channel, and I thought this was pretty good. You were talking about fat shaming and how we fat shamed obesity. Like, I don't know, we fat shamed obesity.
I actually thank you for bringing that up, because I actually didn't get to finish my point, because I was trying to say I was saying that fat shaming does work, and and
then she brought up the body positivity movement.
Right, and so I'm saying that yes, the fact that is we've hit the peak of that. We're moving beyond that, and so we're in the process of that now. So we may be at the peak right now, but the fact that body shaming goes against the body positivity is what is helping people.
So similar to my vape and my pouch and my Zen pouch argument, why do you think the body positivity movement ended?
Because it's unscientific and it doesn't make sense.
Could it have anything to do with GLP-1s and Ozempic and Lizzo getting skinny all of a sudden, and everybody's got a faster way to get skinny now, so we don't have to keep pushing body positivity. Now we can push GLP-1s and people can just stick a needle in their stomach and get skinny instead of working out, and the government can profit.
I mean, rich people can. The average person can't afford that.
How much is it?
I mean, I don't know, but why do we still see fat people walking around? We only see celebrities using Ozempic.
Well, there's going to be fat people, right? Just like there's going to be people,
prostitutes,
whatever,
smokers. Yeah, there's always going to be these things. And what I'm arguing is that what I'm proposing, legalization with strict regulations, will force, and maybe I'll even give you this. Maybe temporarily there would be a spike in use, but I think that we can see that the values of our nation that are getting stronger between Christians and Christian ethics and secular people who are seeing that the left is garbage, like myself, we are becoming a stronger and stronger and stronger coalition. And so in the same way that the trans thing has, died down, has started to die down, that is not because anybody banned being trans, but people were finally willing to say, no, I'm not using whatever freakazoid pronouns you want. You can't get in the bathroom with my daughter, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the same thing. Well, I guess, or whatever. I'll take that example, but that's kind of different. It's a social contagion from mental illness,
right? And so I would argue that the regular use of prostitution is exactly the same thing, and maybe a more difficult problem to address.
If degeneracy is a mental illness. The social contagion in the prostitution case would just be the spread of degeneracy. People like sex; they want to have sex, and especially when young men are unsexed and they're less social, they're more antisocial, they're on the internet all the time. They're going to be more likely to just spend some money.
Okay, so let me give you a hypothetical here. So I mean, I would assume that you think corn is bad.
Yeah.
So do you think that if, let's say we have an 18-year-old boy, virgin, incel, whatever, is it better for him to spend all day, because again, we're talking about the laws that we already have. Corn is legal. So would you rather that 18-year-old boy spend all day gooning in his room to I call it P-Hub content, or once a week he goes out and sees a toot, and the rest of his week he's actually a productive member of society? Which one would be better?
Those are my only two options.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying which would be better out of the two. I'm not saying that's the only thing that the boy can do.
Because there's a better option.
Absolutely. I'm just saying between those two options, which one is worse?
Between those two, probably the gooning in his room.
Exactly. So then what you're establishing, that I agree with, that it is at least potential that if we have these people with these issues, then maybe solution is a strong word, but a way to help them is to be able to get them actual human interaction, and then they can be more productive members of society. And then, of course, like we said before, we don't have to worry as much about the STDs and stuff, and the violence, and now everybody's happy.
Yeah, but you gave me two horrible options. Basically, it's like, would you rather get drowned or burned to death? Like,
drowned.
both of those are bad.
Yeah,
we could.
I'd rather drown.
You know, we could make pornography and prostitution illegal, and then that would lead to more social shame and stigmatization. You know what is really shameful is having a criminal record, going to jail. That'll really shame somebody is once you get a mug shot and you spend a month in jail, and then you come out and you have a criminal record and you can't get a good job. That's very socially stigmatizing. That will deter people from doing things that they might otherwise want to do.
I understand that your argument is that we should make it illegal. But yeah, obviously going to jail is a bad thing. But I think the question is this worthy of going to jail? So again, if we bring it back to another behavior that we don't like, I don't think you would agree with, if you want to prohibit the use of alcohol, I don't know how willing you would be to give somebody a prison record for just possessing alcohol.
Maybe it's not a felony. Maybe it's this would all be the policy stuff.
But they have a record. They have a record and they can't get a job.
Maybe it's a misdemeanor the first time.
Do you think that's a reasonable punishment for somebody owning a bottle of alcohol?
No, if you
what are we talking about?
No, I'm saying if you're drunk in public, that's not a felony. That's a misdemeanor. You might spend a night in the drunk tank.
Sure.
So you would do similar things.
You specifically said they have a record and it prevents them to get a job. So whichever scenario that you're saying, this person is no longer able to get a job because they owned a bottle of alcohol.
Yes, I'm saying
that's what you're proposing.
Yes, breaking the law.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And getting punished for breaking the law,
but that
stigmatizes it. It deters people from wanting to do it. So maybe it's not like the first time a prostitute gets caught, she's going to go to prison for 10 years and have a felony on her record. No, it would start as a misdemeanor. Maybe she spends a night in jail. Maybe she has a fine. And then if she keeps getting caught doing it over and over again, eventually you ramp it up like we do with other crimes already. We would come to an agreement on what a fair punishment is for this. And then that would be the stigmatization. That would be the deterrence. Because, at the Bunny Ranch, they don't STD test the men. So what is the harm reduction?
Well, then they should. I mean, I'm not saying they're
going to have rapid acting STD tests.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they have those. No,
I don't know. I didn't look into that.
I'm not that active, so I don't really know. But what I'm getting at is all of these things have ways that they can be addressed by regulation. We don't just have to say it's bad, therefore nobody can ever do it ever. And if you do it, now your life is ruined. I don't think that is a good way to address these things.
At what point do we regulate it so much that it's basically illegal?
How do you mean?
Like, what sort of regulations are you talking? You're talking about it needs to be done in a brothel. They need to have STD tests. They need to have security there so that they don't get raped or beaten. Stuff like that. Okay, yeah. And then now, when the women let's say she loses her job at the brothel and she goes and starts working on the street. Is that going to be illegal?
I would say, I don't know. I mean, there would be, again, going back to my opening statement, wouldn't just be like you could do it anywhere. We would have to say, if it is thus that you don't need a brothel, then maybe you need some type of, I don't know, like licensor or something, or I don't know. So potentially they could do this work outside of a brothel. Yes.
Let's say 5% of prostitutions end up working in brothels and end up having their license and getting their STD tests and having the security and a front desk where the guy checks in and all that stuff. 95% of them are still doing it illegally. In Vegas, in Nevada.
So then we arrest those people.
Okay, so if 95% of it's illegal, isn't it basically, I mean, that's pretty much illegal. You're talking, this is the same thing I had with the drug debate. It's basically, it's illegal, but we have carve-outs for ways that you could do it legally. Just like Oxycontin, it's illegal for me to walk around with Oxycontin and sell Oxycontin. Mm-hmm. But there's a carve-out where if I get my prescription from the hospital, that would be legal.
Yeah, that's
Oxycontin is still illegal. So prostitution would still be illegal, but we'd have, just like we have in Nevada, if you're in a city with less than 700,000 people, you could set up a brothel.
Well, right, but this is
the majority of prostitution in Nevada is still illegal prostitution.
Well, that's as of right now. That's because it's illegal, and we don't have the resources to. You can't build a brothel and be like and advertise and all that stuff. If you were able to do that, then unless you have a reason to think that most of those wouldn't go into the brothels, and yes, again, you're going to have streetwalkers no matter what. So
you're not even arguing for legalization. You're arguing for decriminalization and regulation. The equality model or the Nordic model is not legalization.
Well, okay, so tell me which part of what I'm saying does not qualify as legalization.
Are you a fan of the equality model? Like streetwalkers, hookers on the street, should they be criminalized?
No.
Should that be illegal? No.
Not necessarily. Again, not necessarily. I mean, I would need more specifics, but essentially, no. I think if you want to do that, there should be laws on how that has to be done. Maybe certain places where it can be done. You know, a red light district or something like that. Regulations. But if you're there, then go for it.
Okay. Yeah. See, this is basically just decriminalization and regulation. Legalization, if you legalized it, it could be like alcohol is legal. I can walk down to the 7-Eleven and get alcohol. And then there's regulations for when I can't do it. But the majority of the time, I can get alcohol anytime I want, wherever, at any bar, at any gas station.
So are guns legal?
So, guns are legal.
So you could just go into a store anywhere in the U.S. and buy a gun.
Okay, so where's the...
No, you can't.
No, you can't. Okay,
and so I agree that should not be the case, but then you can't say that, well, it's legal and it's not. So we're talking about, I mean, I really think that we actually kind of are not too far apart on this in terms of the point that you're
no, I wouldn't allow brothels.
No. I know. I'm not saying your position. I'm sorry. I'm not too far. I don't think there is too far for us to be like, oh, okay, I disagree, but you know, that does make a lot of sense. I think we're arguing for a very. I think what you're saying is again. I know that you want to abolish it all, but the things that I'm proposing, it seems like you're like, okay, well, that's not really what I thought. I thought you were kind of just saying that everybody could do it anyway, and I know that you didn't say that.
No, I kind of figured this was what it was going to be, is because a lot of times people say legalize this, and then when I start asking them, well, what about this? What about this? What about this? It's so regulated that it might as well just be illegal.
But it's not.
But it's not illegal.
I mean, it may as well be. Sure, I agree with you, but just because something may as well be illegal doesn't make that illegal. That's not.
So where's the line that we draw where it goes from legalization to decriminalization to, because if the pimps and the Johns are still, getting prosecuted, that's not legal prostitution.
It is if they're doing it outside of the regulations that were given. Again, let's say in New York City, Donnie wins and he has a red light district, and you can go and you could be a pimp and you could be a prostitute, you could be a John in this one city block. That is legal in that municipality. And so I'm not even saying that it needs to be, we need a federal law that it is absolutely legal everywhere. I'm just saying it should not be illegal, in the sense that if a town wants to say we don't want to have any prostitution here, then okay. I mean, a town could make it illegal just like anything else. But I kind of thought we were talking more on the federal scale.
Well, when we're talking about legalization, we're talking about government regulation and government taxation. Like the government basically comes in and controls this market now, or they can outsource to corporations and things like that, but everybody has to go through the government to get the proper approval to sell the alcohol, to sell the cigarettes, to sell the pot. They go through the government now. That's legalization. Big daddy government becomes daddy of the hookers now, the pimp.
Right, but that's all that all the only reason that isn't the case is because the pimps are the daddies. And so if we're going from pimps to the government, then the recourse is there. And so both pimps and government is bad. I agree. But if we're saying who's going to control this and make sure that this is going well, I'm going to trust the government slightly more than the pimps. Maybe an individual pimp, I'd be like, hey, I don't know about all pimps, but this guy knows what he's doing. The government, fuck the government. But in general, I'm not going to say that the reputations of our politicians matter so little that they would be willing to make laws that are so egregious that it doesn't fit the legal principles that I'm putting forth.
But legalizing it doesn't get rid of the pimps. It just makes more pimps and legal pimps. And
right.
Still illegal.
But I think again, going back to the comparison to the pimp versus the employer, that when you talk about someone being property, I think when you're talking about the black market and you have a pimp and the bottom bitch or whatever, then let's not be sexist. All right, don't forget about Ghislaine Maxwell. She was the Mac Daddy of all pimps. But I shouldn't have made that joke. I don't remember where I was going. God damn it. What was the last thing you said?
I'm talking about the dual economy. I'm talking about how legalizing it is not going to get rid of the harms. It's not going to get rid of the so you say you want to reduce harms. You want to reduce harms and you want to increase social stigma and shame. And I'm saying legalizing it is going to decrease social stigma and shame, and it's going to increase harm, because now there's going to be more women likely to go into prostitution. There's going to be more men likely to engage in prostitution. And there's going to be more men who want to become pimps or brothel owners.
But if that is in a if that is in a context where we regulate any other thing, then okay, personally, you're saying that you want all things that JS says is bad or illegal. I get that, but is that is that what you're putting forth, that everybody should think that anything that JS thinks is bad should be prohibited? And I mean, I'm not even necessarily disagreeing. I'm not even necessarily disagreeing with your point, but that is kind of a that's kind of a you don't really have any justification for that. I think my argument is the exact opposite, that even if there's a slight increase, that society and Christian values would win out, and we would be able to stamp that out in the same way we did with cigarettes.
If Christian values won out, we would make it illegal. The sword of God appoints the authorities to wield the sword of wrath against the wrongdoer. We believe in justice. We believe in law and order. So we would have laws against this. We have 2 books in the Bible that are dedicated to laws. So we would make laws against this.
Sure, but you get what I'm saying.
God gave a lot of laws.
Okay, but do you get what I'm saying, or I could restate it? I wasn't making that point.
Yeah, you restate what you said.
But just the point that
you said a Christian society would win out, and it would go ahead.
Right. So if not necessarily a Christian society, but a society where Christianity is at the core. And so, like, again, as an agnostic atheist, I have no problems with Christianity being the core of how we figure things out. I just don't want to be forced to say, I believe X, Y, Z.
Then you do. Then you do have a problem you do have a problem with how a Christian founded nation would deal with things, because we would deal with things
That's not what
by
I said. I said
punishing
the
wrongdoers.
ethics. The ethics. The
The
ethics.
the ethics of Christianity says we make laws and we punish wrongdoers.
Okay, and punishment could be shame.
And wrong is what's immoral, not the most utility or harmful. It's what's wrong. So if our nation is founded in Christian values, then we're going to have laws against things, and we're gonna lock people up or put people on probation or charge them fines, like we do.
So Christians
have a
need
problem
a
with that
law
because
to not engage in
of the
degeneracy.
freedom.
Is that the argument you're making? Christians need a law to not engage in degeneracy?
We've been given laws to not engage in degeneracy, and
But
we've been told to follow those laws and to wield those laws.
Would you go to a prostitute tonight if you got a revelation from God that was like, hey, prostitution's actually good? Would you go to a prostitute tonight?
Okay. First, so all the Christians don't get mad at me, because I'll bite these bullets, but that's not in God's nature to tell me to do that. But hypothetically,
how do you know that?
We've been shown God's nature through the scripture and through ecclesiastical authority and through revelation, all these things. We know God's nature, that he's not going to tell us to do that. But
Who's we? Who's we?
Christians.
So Christians all believe the same thing.
Listen,
about
I'm gonna answer your question, and I'm gonna say yes.
Okay.
If I knew for a fact that God was standing in front of me, it's not Satan, it's not some demon. God is standing in front of me, and he tells me, tonight, I want you to go have sex with a hooker. This would be Hosea and Gomer. He did tell a guy to do this. So I would do it. Yeah. If he told me to marry a prostitute, I would do it.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair. So that's a direct command. So if I can switch the question a little bit, if God said that prostitution was amoral, it wasn't good or bad, would you then go?
If all throughout the Bible and all throughout church history, prostitution was an acceptable, right thing to do, a moral thing to do, then yeah, I would say that we should not make it illegal. But that's not the case.
Wait, that wasn't the question. So again, if God says it is amoral, would you go to see a prostitute tonight?
Amoral meaning neither moral nor
correct.
immoral?
Correct.
No.
Why not?
Because I don't like it.
Okay. And so the law should be just based on what you like. I feel like we keep coming back to this. You're just talking about your preferences.
We've taken morality. Right. I'm trying to internally critique the utilitarian worldview. So yes, I'm just talking about my preference. There's no morals on the table. There's no Christian ethics on the table. We're just talking about what's good and bad for society and people in general, what's harmful.
Okay, so how about this? Let's say hypothetically, if it was the case that I was correct, that legalizing this would lower the harm because of all the things that we brought up, there was less violence, there was less STDs and all that, would you then agree that it should be legalized on the basis of harm, not your specific position, like where you were standing in this debate? If you were sure that legalizing it would lower the harm, would you change your position?
No, because it's just not my preference. The same way that you wouldn't legalize cannibalism.
No, again, that is not a specific.
The same way that you probably wouldn't legalize incest.
Right. But these are not because I specifically have a preference against it. It's that the culture.
Well, there's no harm. What's the harm? Where there's actually going to be a lot of benefit. We're going to end world hunger. Like, what's the harm from incest?
I mean, depending on the circumstances, it might not be any. But again, that is why the culture matters. It's not just about my preferences. I think that's the argument that you're making. Your preferences happen to be Christian ethics. And so you're just saying whatever I like should be legal and whatever I don't like should be illegal. You're not giving a justification beyond, I think it's yucky.
Yeah. And
so that's why I'm saying if it was the case that we knew that legalizing it would lower the harm, you still wouldn't change your mind.
I have shown harms.
Mm-hmm.
So we've talked about the harms. Like, how about, for example, the bunny ranch? I have a thing right here in front of me A&E did a whole series on it from the Reno Gazette Journal. It talks about how women at the Bunny Ranch report being abused, bullied. They don't sex test the men, or they don't STD check the men who go there.
Yeah, they should.
They should STD check
Absolutely.
the men.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. And when a woman,
so to real quick, because you'd asked about this before, and the rapid test, I would say that no, you would have to. I don't know how long STD tests take, but let's say it takes 3 days. That you would have to have, a paper within the last 2 weeks that you got tested, or something like that. So you don't have to go in and do a rapid test. You just already have the papers that you need.
I think it must be pretty rapid because they do them weekly.
Okay, there you go. So then
they do weekly STI tests and monthly HIV tests. So the HIV test probably takes a little longer. But say the woman gets off work and she goes and sleeps and has sex with her boyfriend, not in the brothel. She just has sex with her boyfriend, but her boyfriend was running out on her during the daytime and he picked up an STD. Now she has an STD. She goes to work and gets checked and she loses her job. She's got to keep making money. She's got to keep paying her bills. So what's she going to do?
Find another job. I mean, sometimes shit happens. Like, you're not owed a job, right?
She's going to do what she knows. She's going to go work the street.
What does it have to do with the legalization? Just because somebody's going to do something bad doesn't mean that in the situation where you've had bad life circumstances and you make bad decisions, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Because my point is that we're still going to arrest prostitutes. We're still going to arrest Johns. We're still going to arrest pimps.
If they break, if they break the regulation.
So the only thing you're doing by legalizing these brothels is when a little girl's growing up, she sees commercials on TV for the brothel. She sees billboards when she goes outside for the brothel. There's a brothel built down the street from her. And she says, when I grow up, I want to be a hooker.
So then maybe we as individuals, part of this community, should be stronger at calling out when people are going to put up a billboard and say, we don't want that in our town. We don't want this kind of stuff. We don't want a brothel here. That is, again, atrophying the moral muscle of our communities. Just say, well, let the government figure it out. And if the government says yes, well, okay, there we go. Now we've got billboards everywhere. That is exactly the problem. That is exactly the problem.
When
we need a stronger moral conscience, and we can't have that conscience without the ability to do wrong. Someone who cannot act immorally cannot be a moral agent.
Where do you get that from? Where do you get that morality from? Where does our society get that morality from?
What
we like and what we don't like. If prostitution's illegal, because as a society, a secular society, we think it's wrong and people should be punished for doing it. Then we make it legal. Now we've just said, okay, it's not wrong anymore, secular people. We just legalized it. Why would people be like, oh, well, don't be putting up billboards and stuff. We don't like it. Because then you should have kept it illegal. And assuming this is in a democracy, this means people are voting for this.
Yeah.
So overall, people vote to legalize it. Why do you think that they're going to start shaming it after that?
I'm not proposing that the same people who are voting for it are going to be shaming it, but
so the minority is going to shame the majority.
Sure, but the minority, those things change, and like I've already conceded to you, yeah, I think if we legalized it, that there would be a small bump, but on the long term, then it would just not be something that is as novel. And we've already gotten to the point of harm where you talked about where we compared the gooner and the guy who goes to see a prostitute. So that is less harm. Then I don't see why we wouldn't want to go in that direction. But again, if you're just going to say, well, no, it's bad, I think it's bad, so it should be illegal. Like, okay, I guess I can't argue with that, but I don't know if that's a legal argument.
Yeah, I gave you a bunch of examples of harms that it causes.
Right, and I gave you a bunch of counter examples as to why that's not the case. So if you want to dig into the data, we can't do that. But if you're saying that all of these, like this percent gets this and that percent gets that, then you would also have to prove that that would not go down if we had these brothels. And you can't prove that. You're just saying.
You don't even need to go into the data. It's common sense.
It's not common sense. I completely think the opposite, and I just gave you a logical thing as to why. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's why I'm asking you to prove me wrong. You can't just say that I'm wrong because it's obvious. That's not an argument.
Well, I've given you lots of examples.
Right, and I've knocked down all of that. I've addressed everything that you
You
said.
did.
What have I?
No,
What have I
you
not
have,
addressed?
you haven't knocked down. I just said that bunny ranches, when there's legalized prostitution, murders in
That's
places
not
where
what you
they've
brought up.
legalized.
You brought up testing when you brought up the bunny.
I
ranch.
brought up the bunny ranch. I brought up this Reno Gazette article that I have right in front of me. I brought up
so
Julie Bindell, who's a well-known researcher in this area, talking about how homicides go up from Johns and pimps in areas where they've decriminalized it. Decriminalized supply, meaning they just decriminalized the woman. The hooker is now legal, but they go after the Johns and the
right. But she's still out on the streets.
Yeah, and she's a legal prostitute. And you said
Right.
you were for that.
I said under certain circumstances. I said under certain circumstances, but we were particularly talking about the brothals. I was saying that I don't know specifically about the streetwalkers. I'm specifically talking, I'm majority specific.
The Netherlands, Amsterdam, the Netherlands, they have the red light district that you brought up. So you said it would just be legal to be a streetwalker in the red light district. Okay. Homicides from Johns and pimps against prostitutes, where prostitution, the supply, the woman is legal to do her job. Homicides go up. There's more murders.
Okay, so arrest murderers, and then there will be less murderers.
Or we could arrest the things before we get to the point where we have to even worry about the murders. We stop that thing from happening in the first place.
So something bad might happen. So we should arrest this person so that something bad doesn't happen. Sounds like Minority Report to me.
No, you stop the precursor to the crime that leads to the crimes. That is also should be a crime.
Can you say that one more time, please?
You stop the lead up to the crime. Like it's like with drugs. If you want to reduce drug dealers and drug overdose, you make drugs illegal. You don't legalize drugs,
right?
And then go after the drug dealers.
Fair, but then you don't get arrested if you're driving on your way to the dealer. Even if you're on the way to your dealer, you have not done a crime yet. What you are proposing is arresting someone before they do the crime, so that the crime doesn't happen.
No, I'm saying the act of prostitution should be a crime in itself, and that crime leads to more greater crimes.
Well,
so
what are the gun laws like in Amsterdam?
I don't think they have any gun rights. I don't know.
So maybe if these women were allowed to carry firearms, then that might be a bigger factor than the fact that they are prostitutes. Can you prove that that's not the case?
Well, I could point to America. We have more gun deaths with guns legal. So I don't see why legalizing guns is going to reduce murders.
Then they won't get murdered because they have a gun. And you can
So
pull a
with
gun and
John,
say, "Run away! Don't murder me."
A little 18-year-old girl, scrawny little girl, pulls out.
Yeah.
her
Why do you
gun
think they call it the Great Equalizer? You think 18-year-old women can't carry guns? What are we talking about?
Okay, so you think the guy with the gun is going to lose to the girl with the gun?
I mean, I would argue that neither of them would be likely to try as much, knowing that there are guns in the equation. That's why the Second Amendment is a good thing. We want that level of threat there so that people won't while out.
I agree.
That's exactly the point. So why?
Yeah, I agree. Guns should be legal.
Again,
But
can you prove that the murder rate is not more connected to the gun laws than it is the prostitution laws?
Yes, in Nevada, where prostitution is decriminalized in certain counties, and they have the right to carry guns, there's more murders of prostitutes.
Then where?
Than in places where they have.
Might that be because they have more prostitutes because it's legal?
They have more prostitutes in Vegas, and it's not legal in Vegas. Which goes to my other
jumping
point.
around it, but can you give me your bottom line here? I promise I'm not trying to play stupid.
I'm saying when they legalize supply, when they legalize the women being hookers, and they have brothels, murders go up of prostitutes.
But again,
now you could say that's because there's more prostitutes.
Even I'm just throwing that out there. Again, that's a correlation. Unless you can prove a causation, then just because two things happen doesn't mean that they're caused by each other. Like it could also be the fact that, you know, you were talking about, oh no, that was a different thing, but it could be related to the fact that people who don't live in the area are in Vegas a lot more often than people seeing prostitutes in other areas. Correlation does not equal causation.
Okay.
So you can't give me the murder thing. I mean, if you can prove it, then I'm willing to. I mean, I just conceded on a debate where I got $100 on Saturday because I was like, damn, you got me. But
I know. I don't know why you can. I don't know why you could see it. You should have just stuck it out.
I was
But anyway,
too tired, man. I was too tired. I had it. As soon as that, but you know, whatever.
Okay. So we have brothels in Nevada, but there's still a bunch of illegal prostitutes working the strip in Vegas because they like you're saying, we regulate it where, for example, in Nevada, they can only have brothels in towns with less than 700,000 people. So all the brothels are like out in the desert. You got to drive really far to get them. They're in the middle of nowhere. But the majority of the prostitutes,
yeah, sorry.
Well, it's illegal on the strip, and that's where the majority of the prostitutes go. They escort and hook on the strip because there's more money there. And that was my point, to say, just because you regulate it and you say it's going to be legal as long as you're in this brothel and we have all these regulations and we do all these tests, prostitution increases, but they go where they do it illegally. So you still have the dual economy. You still have to arrest people who are doing prostitution.
I don't think that, again, I think you're appealing to a correlation. I don't think that what you're saying is caused by the fact that it's legalized. I think there are other factors, like I was bringing up, that people who have no ties to the community, there's way more people who are going to engage in prostitution in Vegas or Reno that have no ties to the community than in you know, bumfuck whatever. So I'm asking you to prove a causal factor.
I'm not saying that legalizing it caused it. All I'm saying is that by somewhat legalizing and decriminalizing it and regulating it in Nevada, the numbers of prostitutes increases, and most of them are doing it illegally. So they're still getting arrested anyway. So when is it okay?
I'm fine with that. If you're breaking the law, then I'm fine with you being arrested.
Okay. So what about the non-aggression principle?
What about it?
When is it okay for law enforcement to aggress on somebody and arrest them? When they're breaking the law, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So where's the problem with keeping prostitution illegal? If it's not like what is it? Is it bodily autonomy? It's about my freedoms. You don't want to give Big Daddy government too much power, but you willing to give them
there you go. Dilly.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense because you're still okay with arresting illegal prostitutes. You just don't want to arrest the legal ones.
And that's like saying, oh, so you want to let people drink alcohol, but you just want to arrest the ones that are driving drunk. Yeah, that's why we have the regulations, so that when people are going to do it, and again, of course, people are going to break the law. People are going to break whatever regulations. But when we think about speed limits, we have speed limits, right? And most people drive over the speed limit. But do you think that on average, a car is going to be driving faster in a 25-mile-an-hour zone or a 55-mile-an-hour zone? Even if they're both speeding, which is likely to be faster?
Which is likely to be more over the speed limit?
Which car is likely to be traveling at a faster speed? A car in a 25-mile-an-hour zone or a car in a 55-mile-an-hour zone?
The car in the 55-mile-per-hour
Okay, but
zone.
people can still speed, right? So why do we have a speed limit?
Because
why do we have stop signs? People run through stop signs, right?
Yeah, we have laws.
Right.
Would you say we should just?
So what I'm saying is that these regulations, even if these regulations are not 100% perfect, that there are no accidents, there's no people running red lights, there's no people speeding, then the fact that they exist, there's a cultural element that you don't want to be going 55 in a 25.
Yeah, I'm fine with regulation. I'm fine with keeping it all illegal. And then maybe you could regulate.
You're fine with it all.
No, making it illegal is regulation.
It's regulating. It means taking away, is taking away government prohibition. I don't know how you're saying that the government letting you do something more is more prohibitive than the government saying you can't do it. How can you explain that to me?
You're letting certain people do it.
Mm-hmm.
which drives up the demand for said thing.
Okay.
Okay. So then more people want to get into that business, but then there's still illegal people doing it, and you're still arresting them. Why wouldn't you just keep it all illegal to add more shame and more stigmatization to it so that less people are likely to do it? So now you're arresting less people.
Because then there becomes a counterculture around it. Now it's not just some shady thing. Now it's like, oh, we're part of the club. Where we going to do that? I mean, not super proud of it, but I was a drug addict in my 20s. There was a community aspect of it, and so when we were all hitting up the plug and all these types of things that were isolating from normal culture, that became our identity, and we started to appreciate those things, and that is not good. Whereas if these drugs were legal, let's just even talk about cannabis. Because I mean, I still smoke, but I don't do all that other stuff. But if at the time cannabis was legal in New Jersey, I highly doubt I would have gotten into the harder drugs. And even if I did, there is no way that it would have been as deep as I got. Because there's more to it than just the drug. And I think the same thing applies to prostitution. Because
it's cooler to do it when it's illegal.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be less cool to do it. I don't think that's how it works with OnlyFans. I don't think that's how it works with pornography. I don't think that's how it works with pot. I think more people probably smoke pot now than when it was illegal.
Yeah, but
now they say less young people are getting into it at earlier ages. So I've seen conflicting studies on that.
So that's why I brought up I know you didn't go down this road, but it illustrates the point about the sex trafficking thing. That yes, you see an increase of numbers of sex trafficking. What do they call them? Inflows or something, which isn't an individual person. It's like a whole thing, but that is only one factor. So you see more people being trafficked, still under the definition of hey, you want to come back to my place? I live 10 minutes away, and it happens to be over state lines. That's technically sex trafficking. Yes, you will see more of those instances, but you see lower instances of people getting hurt. You see lower instances of all the diseases. You see lower instances of people being so deep in the life that they are just that degenerate. Versus, as I brought up before, the situation where you have the Gooner kid versus once a week he goes to the brothel, and you agreed that the second is preferable.
Yeah, but you also talked about some places we're going to do this. It's not going to be a federal thing. So you're talking about a city could decide to do this, or a state could decide to do this. You would have to do it federally, because in America you can just cross state lines whenever you want. So what you just said, yeah, if you legalize it in one state, then people are just going to go into that state to do it. So you'd have to do it. It would have to be a federal thing in America.
That's only a problem when it is on the black market. If people are going in, that's what I was going to say about the cannabis. Like, okay, yes, more people are doing it, but they're not getting laced stuff. They're not getting they're not getting robbed because they're waiting on the plug. Well, I mean,
China.
Yeah, you're right. A lot of people still use the black market.
They found crazy chemicals in the carts because China's producing those cartridges.
Right, but those are not legal here. Those are illegal. The Curaleaf carts, those are
cartridges that they sell in the pot shops aren't legal?
No, the ones from China that have the vitamin E that blow up. Trust me, bro. I know what I'm talking about on this one. It is not just the carts. It is the fact that the Chinese made things that are illegal. They were illegally sold to American distributors that had vitamin E in it. And so when you hit the button and it heats up the vitamin E, then it explodes. That has nothing to do with a standard 510 cart.
Anyway, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about in Maine and in Oklahoma, where the Chinese
can you acknowledge what I'm saying, though, about the fact that even though there are more people engaging in cannabis, the activity of engaging in cannabis itself, if only because you don't have to use the black market, is safer. You can walk into a dispensary where you know that at least the government, I mean, as much as you trust the government, at least the government has regulated this.
No, because when I want the best food, I go to the local butcher. I don't go to the grocery store.
Oh man, you never hit up the plug.
I don't get
never hit up the plug.
I don't get the think this guy knows me very well, but
Then what are you talking about?
when
bro?
I
You've
want the
never
food,
been in a shady area waiting in your car for an hour and a half. And a dude said, "I'll be there in 10 minutes," and then a bunch of people are walking
No,
by
my
and you
point
get
is-
held up. That's never happened to you.
when I want the cleanest,
never
best
happened to you?
product, I go to the local
Am I
guy.
here? Can you guys hear me? I thought I
Yeah,
just
I
asked a
hear you.
question. So has that
Yeah,
ever
yeah.
happened to you?
Well, I was answering your last question. I guess you didn't understand what I was saying. When I want the cleanest, best product, I go to the farmer who I know, or I go to the butcher who I know to get the meat. I don't want the
Is that meat
GMO
legal or
pack-
illegal?
Yeah, because the government doesn't put
Is
nothing
that
in
meat
the food. They
legal
don't
or
put no
illegal?
chemicals.
Is that meat
Huh?
legal or illegal?
If he's, I don't know, maybe he's not following all the FDA restrictions or something, but he happens to have a cow, I'll go to the butcher. But it doesn't make a, what's the
So
difference?
the point is that we're talking about black market versus not black market. So all you're talking about is a farmer's market versus Walmart. That's not the same thing. That's not what we're talking
Okay.
about. We're talking about the black market where it is illegal versus the
Okay.
clean market where you
And
are
in the
allowed
black
to do
market,
it,
in
but
this
there are
case, we're
restrictions.
talking about the supply is young girls,
Mhm.
and their STI rates aren't going down. They just lose their job at the
Young
brothel when
adult
they get an
girls
STI.
who have the
Their abuse
who
rates
have the
don't go
agency
down.
to make any decision that they want, like any other adult, right?
And the majority of the girls who are trafficked into legal
Well,
sex work.
again, then we need to dig into what exactly do you mean by trafficked? Do they mean, hey, come on over? I'll you don't have a car? I'll pick you up. That's sex trafficking, bro. That's what I'm talking about. So maybe the number of instances of people getting a ride over state lines to start an OF is going up, but that doesn't mean that more people are being harmed. And I've made the argument that all of the numbers with the STDs would likely, I'm not even saying I know for sure, would likely go down because of these regulations.
Okay. Are we done?
Yeah, I was gonna let you answer if
okay.
you wanted there.
Yeah.
Uh,
Give you the last word.
All right, all right.
I'm good.
So that
Appreciate you,
will conclude the open floor portion. We are going to get into the closing statements now. Just a couple reminders for the chat. If you want to find both the debaters, they are in the description of this live. So make sure you go over there, sub up to both of them. They're both streaming live right now. Go show them some support, okay? Also, after the closing statements, we're going to get into the 30-minute Q&A. If you want to make sure it's only 30 minutes, so if you want to make sure your question gets answered first, send it through super chat. And I see we don't have too many, but we do have questions in the Q&A. So yeah, like
Brokey's in the chat tonight. God damn, we all struggling.
So go ahead and get your questions in before the well, sooner the better anyways. But with that, the way I do it, I like where one person has the first word and the other person has the last word. So, Indian Jesus, you had the first word tonight, so you're gonna go first with closing statements, and that'll give JS the last word. So let me get your timer up here, and whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice. And again, thank you for being here.
So yeah, I'm just going to go through my opening statement again. I was arguing that the practice should be illegal. Again, legality does not equal morality. I think mostly what was made were either moral arguments or harm arguments that I had been able to address. It's not about prostitutes being good or bad or what people should or should not be doing. It is about the governmental system and the legal process. Again, I agree. It's degenerate. So it's bad. That doesn't mean that bad should be illegal. We should legalize it not because of virtue, but because prohibition is objectively more harmful than legalization with regulation. I am not arguing that anyone should be able to sell their body in any manner they please, full stop. As my opponent tried to frame it, I am specifically saying that prohibiting this activity has shown, just like alcohol, cannabis, and guns, that it does not work. Yeah, and I really need to hammer home this moral muscle thing. I think that I'm a little bit confused why not just you, JS, but Christians in general aren't a little bit more open to this notion that by relegating things to the government, we are atrophying as a society, as a community, our ability to do things on our own. I think this is just another step in that. And okay, maybe I was wrong about Christianity and that it would dictate that it would be illegal, but based on the ethical values, whether it is legal or not, I would expect that if you're a pious Christian man, that you're not being a John, and if you're a pious Christian woman, that you are not prostituting yourself. Again, we both talked about other countries that do this, and they have mixed results in the sense that some things get worse, but other things get better. Again, my argument is that the calculus is that despite some things getting worse, there is more benefits. What else we got here? Again, yes, we can talk about how dangerous this and that is, but we have to dig into what these things actually mean. When we talk about murders in the Netherlands, then we have to understand the holistic idea of what it is that we're talking about. We can't just say because there is prostitution and more murders that prostitution is the cause. And again, there are mixed studies, but there are plenty of studies that say that it is a good trade. Yeah, again, the guy that lives 10 minutes over the state line, that is considered sex trafficking. So all of these numbers are highly inflated by things that I don't think anybody would think are wrong or harmful. And yeah, I mean, I think between the cigarettes argument and the car argument, where we've seen that without prohibition, cigarettes smoking has gone way down, and we saw that before vapes got popular. And then even though people break the law, even though people don't necessarily follow the speed limit, the fact that there is a speed limit, aka a regulation, does affect how people behave. You're not going to often see someone driving 55 miles an hour in a 25-mile-an-hour zone, and that's not because they just decided to. It's because they're influenced. Even if they're going 30, 35, then they're going 35, not 55. Yeah, and again, I mean, maybe we don't like Benjamin Franklin, but they that can give up essential liberty to obtain a little bit of temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. Say no to daddy government being the arbiter of morality. I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Come through, and I concede my time, JS. Thank you for the debate, sir.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we'll hand the mic over to JS Urban Adventures for your closing statement. Whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
All right. So, I don't think you defeated my cost-benefit analysis. Is my voice coming through? Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Something changed. Okay. Anyway, I don't think you defeated the cost-benefit analysis. I showed you from a utilitarian perspective all of the harm and all of the aggression that would still happen if we legalized prostitution. It doesn't quell any of these issues. Trafficking, a lot of those women who are trafficked are young girls, and then they get brought in and they get groomed into sex work. And from a Christian perspective, yes, we do believe in government. We do believe in hierarchies. We believe in patriarchies. We believe in authority. That's what God is. He's an authority. He's a lawgiver. He gives us laws based on morality, and we do legislate morality. And we use God's commands to make those laws, and we punish the wrongdoer. Speed limits are not regulations. It's illegal to go over the speed limit. So I think a lot of people have some sort of confusion between what decriminalization is and regulation and legalization. I would argue that it's better to just keep it illegal. And then if there was I can't see any circumstance where we should legalize at all prostitution, but we were talking about we kind of got onto the drugs thing, and I guess it kind of ties into this because it's, I'm trying to prohibit something. We have a carve out for when it's legal to have drugs, you get a prescription, but it's still illegal to have those drugs. Those drugs are still illegal. Speed limits are still illegal, even though people break them. Murder, theft, all these things, we keep them illegal and people still do them. Maybe you would say they cause harm to others. Well, I demonstrated you harms that are caused to men, to women, to the prostitutes, even to the Johns. We didn't even talk about rolling a John. I was talking to a lady of the streets recently, and she was telling me about rolling a John where they robbed the John. But anyway, I'm almost done. I'll keep my my closing short.
What does that
This
mean?
doesn't make sense for a libertarian. It leads to more government overreach. It leads to more profit for the government and bigger government. It doesn't make sense to a utilitarian because there's no utility in somebody getting their rocks off in a hooker. You didn't demonstrate any benefits. You said you defeated my cost benefit analysis. You didn't tell me any benefits. The only benefit was people want to be able to do stuff that we want to be able to do. Why can't we do it? That's not a benefit. What is the benefit to prostitution? Girls get money from selling their body, and what? Guys get a nut? That's the only benefit I see to this. Unless you're going to argue that taxation, the government can make more money, which again, that doesn't seem, that doesn't lead to more liberty. That leads to less liberty. Do I have any other notes or anything? Brothels don't improve these things. They increase the amount of prostitution. They increase the amount of murders. They increase the amount of harm to the women. I don't know. I'm not great at closings, but thank you guys. Thank you, IndianJesus. I don't like your name. Lutch.
That's what I put. Yeah, that's why I put Lutch there for very much.
Yeah. Thank you for hosting, Easy. This was fun, but I'll see in my time get into the open panel.
All righty. Thank you for that opening statement as well. Or closing statement, sorry.
Get it together, bro.
With that, we are going to get into the 30-minute Q&A. But before we get into the 30-minute Q&A, I always like to ask both debaters a question that kind of challenges each of their sides. Give them one last, the last throw at the argument. So we'll start with the pro legalization side. What would legalizing, that's how I should ask it. Sorry. How could legalizing prostitution improve the safety? Because I heard this mentioned, like the safety conditions and like the health conditions for the sex workers. How would legalizing it do that?
So I mean, we can compare it to like the backyard brawls versus the UFC. So there because of the fact that there's no regulation there, you can get really fucked up. Whereas in the UFC, you got to wear gloves. There's certain rules. I mean, some of them are dumb, but I think this would be the same thing. It's not saying that if you're in the UFC, you're not going to get hurt. You're signing up for that. And so if you're going to be a prostitute, you're not going to say, oh, I'm not going to lose my soul. You're signing up for that. But I think if we have these things, we can have less murders, less STDs, less violence, less robbery, less theft. I think those are all benefits. JS, I don't know what you were listening to, but unless you disagree, any of those are benefits. That would be my answer.
All right, JS, you have something for that?
Well, no, because first off, that's not what we see with the legalized brothels. We don't see a reduction in those things. And then as far as the UFC, you're more likely to get killed in one punch by a world-class athlete who gets paid a lot of money to be in.
How many deaths have been in the UFC?
I don't think any, but you're more likely to get killed by John Jones punching you in the face than you are in a backyard brawl. How many deaths have there been in backyard brawls?
I don't know the exact number, but there definitely has been. What was that guy? I mean, backyard brawl was way long ago, but there has been deaths, and
there's never been a death on street beefs.
Okay, so that's like saying there's never been someone who died in Pride. So even though people died in the UFC, which they didn't, then you see what I mean? I'm saying that what I'm proposing is not that we magically fix the problem, then it's over. I'm saying that this is something that cannot be fixed.
Nobody thinks that.
Well, I mean, you seem to think that prohibition is the answer, but I'm saying that instead of trying to prohibit something that clearly cannot be prohibited, we should lean into it and do as much harm reduction as we can.
We've kept prostitution legal, as far as or illegal in America. I don't know when it became illegal, but for quite a while, and it seems to work pretty well.
All righty. And the next question for the pro-legalization side would be, do you think legalizing prostitution could reduce human trafficking by bringing this industry under regulation? Because this seems to be a high problem within prostitution.
So as for me, do I think legalizing it would decrease trafficking?
No, that one's for TheIndianJesus as well. Like, so let him answer first, and then if you have anything to say.
Sorry, I was in the chat. What'd you say?
No worries, no worries. Do you think legalizing prostitution could reduce human trafficking, and how? So,
No,
because this seems to be like one of like the biggest problems with within that industry. Or
so I'd say
whatever you
no.
call
It would not. It would increase sex trafficking, but as I stated, it would increase instances of sex trafficking that we would all agree is not a big deal. Like the guy is like, "Oh, I live 10 minutes over the border." I don't think there would be an increase of Maxwell-esque, grabbing up girls off the streets and stuff like that. I don't think that would, but because of the definition of what human trafficking is, yes, there would be more human trafficking, but because there'd be less murder, theft, violence, and all those other things, then the calculus works out for legalization.
Right.
Yeah,
and you have anything for that? Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is Maxwell level stuff. They're bringing girls over the border in crazy numbers, young girls, and then they put them into legal sex work in America. And in America, we have states' rights. If you cross over the border, if we have prostitution legal in one state and you cross over the border into that state, that is sex trafficking. And I would have a problem with that. But if we did it federally, I definitely don't want them crossing from Mexico and Canada and however the heck they get here. I don't want that. So I would have a problem with that. I know you're trying to minimize it, but
no, I'm not trying to minimize it. I specifically, that's why I started saying no. I do not think it would make it worse. I don't think. No, I'm not saying it wouldn't make it worse.
We wouldn't
so yes, it would make it worse. But yeah, it's so again. I mean, like the lover boy thing. So the fact that oh, I made you fall in love with me, and now I'm getting you to move. And you decide on your own from my influence that you want to be a cam girl. That is sex trafficking. But if that's the type of thing that's going to increase, and murders and thefts and STDs and all these things are going down, then yes, I think that is better. I think it is better for a girl to be technically, if this is what we are calling trafficked, being brought into a different state on her own will, versus her being beaten up or murdered or stolen from or getting an STD or any of these other things.
What happens when she goes to another country with a lover boy and he takes her passport away and then he won't let her leave?
I mean, that's bad. I mean,
okay, so that would be bad.
Bad things happen. I'm not proposing a solution to prostitution. That's never been what I've said. Prostitution is going to be bad. Degeneracy is going to be bad. Sex trafficking is going to exist. We can't get rid of those things.
But it's not bad enough. It's not bad enough to make it illegal.
No, it is bad. It's bad enough that the murder, the murder, the theft, all those things that are high enough that it is a trade-off for the lower level of sex trafficking that we are talking about.
All righty. So then for the anti-legalization side. So first off, because it was mentioned a few times, like just based off like the utilitarian stance, like you've shown how the negative effects, it's a reason to not legalize it. So what would be the biggest negative effect when it comes to legalizing prostitution that you think we definitely have to stay away from?
Just the demoralization of society. Like it's a combination of all of them, but mainly it's to the young men and the young women, to our daughters and our sons in society growing up in this world where they see legal brothels on the corner. They're encouraged, the boys are encouraged to engage in this, and the women are encouraged to get involved in it and become prostitutes. It's just demoralizing to society. It destroys our future generations.
Right, and I mean,
And
again,
the-
if you think that anything that could potentially be bad should be illegal, okay, that's a position, but I don't think that's very American. I don't think a lot of people would really agree with that. So I mean, that like, yes, you are 1000% consistent that I think this is bad, so it should be illegal. I agree that you have not contradicted yourself. I am saying that I don't think that is a legal argument.
I think the vast majority of Americans don't want prostitution to be legalized. So
Okay.
I don't know why it's un-American to have laws.
Didn't say it was un-American to have laws, but nice little bait and switch you did there.
Alrighty, and then one more for the anti-legalization side. If prostitution were legalized, do you think the government would be able to prevent these things like human trafficking, or do you think that's what's going to increase it and make it worse?
No, I think everything and this would have to be federal, like I said, in America. You can try these experiments in small, homogenous, low population nations like the Netherlands or Portugal and stuff like that, where there's countries, they're their own country, and you can't just come and go as you please. In America, this wouldn't work on a state-by-state basis. It would have to be a federal thing. And once the federal government gets involved with regulation and legalizing stuff, they make more money off of tax income. They get bigger, and they abuse that power. So I'm for less government.
This is less government.
It's not.
Prohibition and letting some is less government. That is my entire argument.
Yeah, and I'm saying that it's the opposite. You're actually increasing government by increasing tax revenue, increasing things that they need to control and regulate, different branches, which is why we saw the ATF come up with alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. Once alcohol is legal, they make a 3-letter agency to regulate alcohol, and they profit off of alcohol, and then they regulate it. So they regulate degeneracy, and they profit off of degeneracy.
Mm-hmm. And we all decided that was better than
which gives the government more
running
power.
wild. So we can have degeneracy regulated or degeneracy running wild. Those are the options, because no degeneracy is not an option for humans.
It's much easier to just have a law to say, don't do this, and then arrest the criminal when they break the law. Instead of saying, let's legalize it, let's regulate it, let's profit off of it, let's set up all sorts of organizations and NGOs that fund these things, and that leads to bigger government. A law against something isn't going to grow the government. A law where the government controls something leads to bigger government.
Okay, disagree.
All righty. And now what we're going to do is we're going to move into the 30-minute Q&A portion here. Super chats will take priority. I don't see too many there though, so your Q&A questions should we should get to them, unless some people start sending in some super chats. They'll bump themselves up the list. Also, I had a poll in during the debate. It's should we legalize prostitution? We had 141 votes. 76% said no, 14% said yes, and 10% said, I thought this was about flat Earth. So I'm glad. I'm glad.
We got to do the straw poll, though. We got to see how many people change their mind. But my brilliant argumentation.
Well, that's what I'm. Yeah. So the next poll I'm putting in for the chat is who gave you the best arguments tonight? So I put that poll in right now. If you don't see
who
it,
do you agree with more?
Yeah, exactly. Who gave you the best arguments tonight? So go ahead and put it in there. Put your vote in. But let's get this started up here.
Don't vote for yourself. We're just going to cancel each other out.
So at the starting here, we had a new member, Elizabeth, and not Voltaire. Okay,
thank you very
much.
So
Captain
very
Planet
much.
sent in $10 just to say nothing, just show some support. Thank you, Captain Planet.
I think that makes you the new
Red Russ
sponsor
comes
of
in
the
with
stream.
$5. Says, when flesh becomes a common commodity, can selling it ever truly be called freedom? Or is it simply the sanctification of slavery? Food for thought. Do you guys want to answer that one?
Wait, when flesh
Yeah,
becomes
there's a
common
I think it's probably more to him. No, you go ahead
Okay,
first.
so when flesh becomes a common commodity, can selling it ever truly be called freedom, or is it simply a sanctification of slavery? Food for thought. I mean, you could definitely think about it that way, but that's not a legal argument either. And so you could say that technically, if you're allowed to do this, but you're a slave to your choices. Okay, I mean, you might make that argument. That's not how we make laws, though.
Yeah, and I would say I agree with what he's saying there. That shoot, what was I about to say? Oh man. Oh, I was talking about that most of the women who get into it, a lot of the women who get into it is because they're poor, they're desperate, they need money. And so when you start doing this, you see how fast that money comes. A lot of these women, they regret it. They tell me that when they first went into it, they knew it was wrong. They felt like it was wrong, but they needed the money, and it's fast, easy money.
Okay, but have you never heard?
But then they normalize it in their head.
Sure.
So they just become a slave to their justification and the money.
So, but I mean, have you not heard this same exact thing with people who are in like super high corporate world where it sucks the soul out of them, and they quit and they go and do something else, and they're like, oh my God, I'm so much happier because that was a soul sucking job. That's how it works. I mean, I don't know if you work outside of this, but like work ain't supposed to be fun. That's why they pay you for it. I mean, it's just labor.
Yeah, we're comparing
But
roofing
it's yucky.
to selling your body.
Mm-hmm.
Like literally somebody penetrating into a woman's body. There's also something
Fall off
deeper
a
to
roof
that.
and hurt yourself, or put a nail gun through your foot. I understand the emotional difference between the two things, but I don't think you presented a legal or principled stance on why they are different things. In both cases, you're putting your body in harm's way for the exchange of money, and that is capitalism. So, I mean, unless we're getting into being commies, which I definitely don't want to do, then I mean, it's capitalism, baby, free market, free market.
Everybody always thinks any sort of authority is communism.
I mean, if you're stamping on the trampling on the free market, you know.
Alrighty. Next one we got here. $2 comes in from Guam Tech, says, from the TheIndianJesus crew. Thank you, Guam Tech, for the $2 super chat. Appreciate that big time. We got $5 comes in from Kokomo. The government should provide prosties for free to single people. 1 voucher per month.
No, that's going too far. That would be the type of thing that JS was accusing of celebrating and normalizing. I will say that, oh, sure, if just by making
that
something
would be communism.
Sure. That's yeah. I'm consistent. No communism, but yeah, that's the kind of thing where I think, okay, now we're celebrating something being available is kind of in. I think of it in the same way as guns are not good or bad. They are tools, and people can use them appropriately or inappropriately. I don't think prostitution is necessarily bad. People can overdo it, or some people, maybe they don't have the types of problems that somebody who has, a more moral mindset would have. I mean, it's sad, but it's true.
Is the penis or the vagina the tool in this one? I'm trying to figure out.
The woman is the tool. Oh.
The woman is the supply, and the man is the demand.
Shit. We got $5 comes in from Guam Tech, says, women selling themselves shouldn't be illegal. It should be unthinkable. Ron Paul, probably.
Exactly.
Yeah. But it is very thinkable. A lot of people would do it if it was legal. So I just want to eat people. Why can't we just legalize cannibalism? Why are you restricting my freedoms?
Because I don't like it. It's icky to me. I don't like it. So
and I don't like
to do it.
Exactly. That was my point, is that
yeah, I know. That's the joke, bro.
No, that's my point from doing an internal critique of your worldview, of the utilitarian worldview. You don't like cannibalism because it's icky.
No, what did I say? Why are you going to straw man me like that? You know
just
that
said it.
What did I say? What did I say?
You just said it.
So that's the only thing. That's the only reason I don't like cannibalism. That's what I said tonight.
You said something about bodies. We value bodies, but we don't.
Do you disagree with that? Do you disagree that we value the human body?
Yeah, but we don't value
You
the bodies
disagree?
of young women. But we don't. No,
Okay, but they have
value the
agency.
human
A
body.
dead person doesn't have agency. A alive 18-year-old. You keep saying they're young girls. Yes, they are young girls, but legally, in the context that we're talking about, they are adults. So they are allowed to choose whatever the fuck they want to do, even if it hurts them.
While
That's
they're
how
alive,
America works.
While they're alive, could they sell themselves to the local human butcher?
Sure, why not?
Okay, cool. Well, you're consistent. Yeah, legalizing cannibalism now.
All righty. And then we got a gifted membership from Frankie. Thank you very much, Frankie. I appreciate that big time. And then that's it for super chat questions. So let's go over here to the Q&A. Oh, wait a minute. We got another one. Bumped himself up. Indian Jesus. It seems to come down to people do it already, so may as well legalize it. Does that mean if enough people committed SA or murder, we should just legalize it so we can better regulate it?
No, because of the same reason that we wouldn't legal cannibalism. There is already other factors. The harm is not the only factor that comes in. We have social norms. We have cultural things that, I mean, maybe you disagree, but I think those cultural rituals, traditions, communal points are important in a society. So yes, if we want to strip the American nation down to just the laws themselves, then yeah, if enough people are doing it, then why not? But that doesn't, and I mean, I'm being facetious there, but like obviously there was someone being getting direct harm, and of course SA and murder are not consented to, and I mean, the argument could be made that if you want to end yourself, then you should be able to do it. I'm not personally taking a position there, but the argument is there based on the same principles that I'm saying today. So it's not the same thing. It's not just people already do it, so may as well legalize it. It's people already do it, so may as well legalize it, because that will make it better. That will make the world better. Will making SA or murder legal because people do it make the world better? No. And so again, JS is arguing that neither makes it better, but you guys can decide.
Well, and again, we don't make laws for moral people. We make laws for the criminals and the immoral people who are going to break the laws. So, yeah.
Alrighty. And so for now, that's it for super chats. Let me see here.
Syntax. And I ain't talking
this
about
very top question's blocked out for me. I don't know why it's doing that. It's weird. So okay, here in New Zealand, prostitution is legal under the guise of reducing harm. I just checked for escorts, and the majority of them are young Southeast Asian girls that have obviously been trafficked over.
Yeah, it increases trafficking.
But again, are we talking about Southeastern Asian girls who decided, oh, wow, this is an opportunity for me. I can go to New Zealand and make money? Or were they snatched up in a van? That is specifically why I brought up the definition of sex trafficking. So fine, yes, perhaps they were sex trafficked. Perhaps they were snatched off the street. I don't know. But that is why we need to be able to, before we are making declarative statements on what is and is not happening, we need to understand that. So I don't know.
All right.
No, I have none. Go ahead.
Okay.
No.
$2 comes in from Guam Tech. Would legal robot pro hose be scapegoat for JS?
Would legal... Wait, so instead of...
Like robot prostitutes.
Yeah. If he was saying instead of legalizing prostitution for women, if we had robot prostitutes, would that be better? I think that would be better. I don't think that would be. I wouldn't want that. I'm against robot sex, so no, it wouldn't scapegoat me. But utility wise, I think that would be better than women. But
Why?
But
Why do you say that? I'm not even
have sex with robots.
I'm not necessarily disagreeing. I'm just curious as to why you say that.
Because a robot can't get an STD. A robot is built. It's not trafficked. A robot can't be raped or abused or beaten. Where it's gonna the John can't get. Well, hopefully the robot's not programmed to rob the John.
He gets stuck in the machine. I
guess that would be a danger, but
interesting. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. Just curious.
Yeah, so if we could come with a compromise and find some middle ground here, let's not legalize prostitution. Let's get robot prostitutes.
Done. Dilly. Let's go.
So you'd be good for that.
I don't engage in that in pro-ho behavior.
Yeah, and I'm actually joking. I don't think we should have robot prostitutes.
No, I know. Yeah, yeah. I actually like. I would have like just a little like quick follow up like for Indian Jesus on this question. Like, what if they started making like children robots though? Like they made the robots to look like children.
What if they did? They already started doing that.
Oh, that's haram.
Yeah, like would you like be like what you would say this should be illegal, right? Indian Jesus, like making kid robot.
They're not robots, but they're making dolls. They're making dolls.
Yeah, any type of depiction of a not of age person is a no-go for me. And I get the argument.
I was just wondering because like JS brought the whole thing like robots can't like they're not a sentient being, so like they don't have like there's no consent, there's no actual abuse, blah blah blah, right? So like but then you bring up the like depiction of a child and like should like does that cross that line now?
For me, I mean, maybe you ask Nambla, but for me, hell no.
If a big part of our like freedoms and morality and all that stuff comes from our agency, do you think animals have agency?
Yep.
Okay, never mind.
Well, I mean, some do, some don't. I mean,
I know where you were going with that.
Oh, you weren't about. Oh,
I think he was.
I'm the weird one. And I'm the weird one. You're out here talking about. Oh my god. Twice actually.
Shit.
Twice.
Oh, sorry. Do you have something to say there?
Yeah. So you guys, the previous version of the like Andrew Wilson versus 5, that was Andrew Wilson and then Rachel did a couple things. It was supposed to be Andrew Wilson versus 5 atheists, but then he came in with a bunch of political prompts, and I was like, bro, I already agree with you, and we only had 5 minutes, so I just try to figure out something to do, and not a great format, but.
Yeah, it seems like you seemed lost, but that makes sense
because I was like,
expecting...
and we didn't know the prompts beforehand, so it's like immediately it's like his last one was degeneracy should not be promoted. Like, wait, so you just think that because I'm an atheist that I think things that I think are bad should be promoted? Like, what? How does that make sense? That is what I should have said for every single prompt. Why would you think that I would disagree with this just because I'm an atheist? I don't think Andrew understands the difference between an atheist and a leftist. Thank you for the question.
Okay.
Are you crazy?
All right. And okay, that's it for super chats right now. We'll go back to the Q&A here. Another one from Toe Knuckles. Funny name. Despite that, you would never say traffic girls would be a price to pay for a net positive. I think that's to you, Indian Jesus, probably.
Yes, we would. So if we're saying that the number, again, if we use, I'm not saying this is what happens. I'm saying if it is the case that the instances of, hey, I live 10 minutes away, but it's across the state border. If that is going to go up, that is worth it to lower murder, RPA, diseases, all these things. That is worth it. There is a calculus that has to be done. If there was an option where all good things with prostitution could happen, I would be for that. Unless I missed it, I don't think JS presented that. And if he did, I would have been like, yeah, you got me. But I don't think that exists. So yes, I do think it is a trade-off. No matter what, you're going to have trafficking. No matter what, you're going to have murder. You're going to have rape. You're going to have all these things. But with the legalization, you lower all of the more harmful things. And just because it's called sex trafficking, it doesn't mean it is. I mean, think about yourself. Would you rather be sex trafficked where you consent to go to a guy's house 10 minutes away? Or would you rather be paid or murdered or robbed or beat up or get syphilis or any of those things? I think most of you would rather consent to going on a date with somebody.
Yeah, you keep making these false dichotomies that like.
It's not a false dichotomy because I'm not presenting it as the only thing. I'm saying comparing two things. I'm not saying there's only those two things. A false dichotomy is saying that there is a dichotomy. I never claimed those things are two different options. You say, if I say, do you like blue or red better, that's not a false dichotomy because there's other colors. I'm just asking about blue and red.
Would your daughter get married and have children, or get trafficked and raped and get a STI and get abused?
The first one.
Okay. Yeah. So maybe we should.
Neither of those are false dichotomies. A false dichotomy is saying there's only option A and option B. I never claimed that if you're in a situation, you definitely will get trafficked or you definitely will get murdered.
You did with the gooner versus the prostitute. I said these are the only two options. You said yes.
Yeah, for a hypothetical. I'm not saying the only two options that exist. I'm asking which do you like better. Again, if I say do you like blue or red better, then green is not an answer just because it's your favorite color. I'm not asking about that. I'm asking your preferences when it comes to two things. That is not what a false dichotomy means. If I said there's only two colors, you have to pick only two colors in existence. There's red or blue. That would be a false dichotomy because there's other colors. But I didn't frame it that way. I'm asking your preference. Which one is better?
Okay. Real quick, we got member for 12 months, Wicked Wally. Don't worry, JS. We'll get you that Android 18. We all know you've always wanted.
Looks like that's the way we're going in society. So sad.
Shit. Thank you, Wicked Wally. For the next one here, we got in the Q&A. Rev Russ says, if legal, does it redefine sexual autonomy as a right to sell access to one's body, or does it redefine human dignity as something that can be commodified? Where's the line between freedom and exploitation?
That's a good question. I don't know off the top of my head, but we definitely could have standards based on what type of harm we're talking about and the situation of the individual situation. We will be able to determine. It's like asking where do you call it abuse in a relationship? Well, I mean it depends on the other details of the relationship. And so again, the fact that A and B are happening doesn't mean that those are the only relevant factors. So I don't know. It would depend on the woman, it depend on the dude, it depend on the place, it depend on the time, it depend on all of these things.
All righty. Next one we got here is from Toe Knuckles again. Thank you. This one's for TheIndianJesus. If you can say cannibalism is bad because of culture, couldn't we just say straying from Christian ethics is bad because of culture?
Sure, you can say that, but I mean, you would have a hard time saying, therefore, we need to make it illegal, because there's a lot of things that are legal justifiably that stray from Christian values. And as a secular government, then that is not a legal justification to make a law. Christianity says, therefore, it should be legal. That's not how it works. So, I mean, I guess technically, yes, but.
All right. Did you have anything to say to that? What he said just now?
No, that's kind of what I was trying to demonstrate, is that if it just comes down to culture, norms, and preferences, we have to go to something higher to ground our morality and our system of laws. And if we're going to Christian culture for that, and Christians say prostitution bad, illegal, you get punished if you do it, then that's what we should do.
All right. Next one, we got a super chat came in again, $2 from Are You Crazy? Thank you. JS, is sex a violent act?
He's just bringing up a hot take that I've made before. Sex is inherently a violent act.
Oh shit! Here we go.
It also could be loving.
We need to say that for verbal combat. That's one to.
I mean, that's a good debate topic for a future debate.
I've recommended it on verbal combat. I don't know if I could do a 2-hour debate about that topic.
Just because you're hammerjacking every girl you're with doesn't mean we all aren't sensual. All right, I'm a sensual man. Okay,
there's still you're stabbing her up. There's ripping and tearing involved. It's violent.
I mean, what if she's riding? No, I think that's crazy. I think that's crazy. It obviously can be, but
you can lovingly commit violence.
Sure, but that doesn't mean that every time you have sex, it's violent.
All right. Hot takes. Let's go. Next one, we got a question here from Kyle Rollheiser. Says, which one was arguing for legalizing prostitution? If you a degen, raise your hand. I think they meant to say raise your hand.
It's rising. It is raising and rising. I mean, as I said in my opening, I've never engaged in that. I don't think it is a good thing, but I don't think that the laws of the country should be based on my personal preferences.
All right. Next one we have here says, it's from Guam Tech, says, to JS, would prostitutes who can afford private security be more safe and empowered?
Well, most of them have private security in the form of a pimp who they pay a percentage of their profits. So the pimp is their security. He sits outside and he waits for them. And most illegal prostitutes have security.
So so fair enough. But then if I can adjust Guamtech's question, if we're talking about security from a reputable security company, because I'm pretty sure that's what it means. So we're not talking about the pimp standing outside. We're talking about you've got do they need to be licensed? I'm sure you got to have some license.
The problem is what happens is the girl doesn't want to pay a percentage of her money to the pimp or to the security agency, whoever's performing the security. They don't want to pay out.
You still have pimps like that? I mean,
yeah.
OF is, I mean, why would you have a pimp maybe if you got grandfathered in because you're stuck because they got you on drugs or whatever, but
that's kind of different. But also they do have digital pimps on OF. There's managers who manage a lot of different OF. Most of the girls on OF are managed.
Okay, but then that goes back to stretching the definition.
That Nala Ray chick.
That's stretching the definition of pimp to more like a manager. So if you have a manager, then you're owned and you're their property. I mean, I don't disagree that there's an aspect of they have control over you, but I think it's a different thing to be somebody's property than to work for someone.
But what happens is they don't want to pay a cut of their money to that guy, so they go out and they do it on their own. They go out and do it on their own.
There you go. I mean, exactly.
And what happens when they go out and do it on their own? They end up dead under a bridge somewhere. Yeah.
Choices. Life is about choices. If we only allow the good choices to be made, then people are not going to know how to make good choices. No choices will be made.
All right, and we got another super chat from Cap'n Planet for $5. Thank you. Says, did legalization of alcohol and weed raise or lower the users?
It raised it, but it did make it safer for each individual user to use these things. It is safer to get alcohol that it goes through, whatever thing, so that it's in a box that says 5% or whatever. It is safer to do that. It is safer to get a weed through a dispensary that has checks than just some dude down the street. I don't know about you guys, definitely early in my days, but I have bought a bag of oregano. So yes, the users go up, but you're smuggling in a premise that doing alcohol and smoking weed are inherently a bad thing, and I reject that claim. You would have to show me why those are bad things in order to say that because of the fact the number goes up, that it is bad. Yes, the numbers went up, but people are being saved. So why is that bad?
Yeah, when we did prohibition, the amount of daily drinkers dropped, and then when we ended prohibition, it went right back up to where it was before. We legalized weed. I've seen things that say that younger people smoke less weed. and I've seen things that say the
Yeah,
opposite.
but that's just because they're boring. They don't party. They don't go out. I'll give you that.
But,
And
there probably is something like mom and dad and grandma and grandpa are smoking pot now. That's lame. I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
But
so you're saying you're saying that legalizing things has made it uncool, so the youth don't want to do it. Is that what you're saying?
For that one example.
Because I believe that was my entire argument.
For that one example for weed.
Fair enough.
But and the quality thing, I'm still gonna go back to. I'll go to the local butcher or the local farmer rather than getting the packaged stuff from the grocery store. They put crap in it. We know the government does that with our food. Why would we not expect them to do it with the weed and the alcohol? They put sugar in the alcohol. They add a bunch of extra additives and colorings and dyes to it.
Yeah, what do you think they would do if there was no regulations, bro?
What do you think they're gonna do to the prostitutes?
Why can't you answer a question?
What if there was no regulation? What would they do?
Whatever they want, right?
Oh, I was answering this question, but what was your question?
My question is, you're saying they add all of these things in to the alcohol. And I'm saying, do you think it would be better or worse in terms of adding foreign things if we have, what is it, the FDA, the ATF, or whatever bodies regulate that? Do we think that if there was no regulation and you could just sell whatever the fuck you want, that people wouldn't be putting turpentine and shit? You ever heard of moonshine?
Yeah, moonshine's awesome.
Yeah, the one that you buy from the store that says moonshine on the bottle. Have you ever had real moonshine?
Yeah,
that's just
real
nasty.
Moonshine is awesome. What do you mean? Real moonshine tastes like water. It goes down like water. I'm from the South.
Flex, bro. Yeah, I just take that moonshine.
I'm from the South.
I tell you what.
I like it.
Abe.
All right, so we got. Oh shit, we got a raid too. Thank you, Abe, for the raid. I appreciate that big time. There we go. It was Shazzy's question that was blocked at the top. I just ended the poll and it made me be able to see it. How can someone called Jesus want 304s?
I don't. It has nothing to do with what my preference is. It has to do with the legal principle of how America works. Just because I don't engage in something, just because I don't like something, doesn't mean that is not a justification for it to be illegal. And if we see that there's going to be a reduction in harm because of the thing that I don't like done in a way that I'm not going to engage in, if I'm not going to engage in it anyway, why would I want it being done from other people in a worse way versus a better way?
Yeah.
And you guys keep going back to, well, there's going to be more of it. But
he's a false Jesus, Shazzy. He's not a real Jesus.
The Indian Jesus, baby. But again, like, is it? We have to compare the situations, and with all of those things, murders, the robberies, all those things that I listed, if those are all going down and trafficking goes up by a little bit, and there is most of those instances are not actually what we think of when we're talking about sex trafficking, it's just going over the border, then yes, that is better. I don't understand how it's not. How is that not better?
I'm all right. All righty, and I think that's it for the questions. Let me just make sure. Yeah, that's it for the Q&A there, that with only 30 seconds left, so perfect timing. And the poll, I ended it. It has 73 votes for who gave the best arguments tonight.
23, I'll take that.
JS Urban Adventures got 48%. Chat always wins, got 29%, and IndianJesus got 23%.
Again, up. Straw poll. I won.
Yeah,
I went from 17 to 23. You went from 80 to 79. Let's go.
Based on the swing, I guess. Yeah, but not as many people.
Hey, I agree. The chat does always win. That's what we're here for. We're here for, so dilly.
They do. That is true. With that, though, that is going to wrap up the audience Q&A portion for tonight's debate. First off, huge thanks to everyone who sent in questions and showed support through super chats. Oh, actually, let me make sure. I actually do think something else came in, and I just want to make sure. Oh, yes, we got a $5 or $6 PayPal that says, "Sure, make it legal because people with bad intentions always follow the law."
You're telling me.
Did you want to respond to that?
Well, that goes back to the first one. Like, it sounds like you're saying, well, people are going to do it anyway, so let's just legalize it. Yeah, that's how you keep people safe.
Yeah. And he's only going to legalize it for the legal ones. There's still going to be illegal ones.
Yeah.
Still going to have a majority of prostitutes are still going to be illegal. He just wants to legalize a little bit of them.
No, I would just change the landscape. So all the ones that are doing it what we would then consider illegal would just change their behavior and do it in such a way that is legal. And then,
but it's essentially keeping it illegal and regulating some small carve outs where you could do it.
I would argue the opposite. I would argue the opposite, that it is legalizing it and saying certain instances where you can't do it.
But if those certain instances are the vast majority of what's going to be done, because the majority of prostitutes are still going to do it illegally.
Okay, so then drinking alcohol is illegal. The overwhelming majority of places that you can drink alcohol, it is illegal.
The vast majority of
people
who drink alcohol do it legally.
That's okay.
But prostitution would not work out the same way, which is what we see in Nevada,
How do you know that?
Legal
But they don't have. But they don't. They're not. Again, that's what I'm saying. That's not. I'm not saying let's just do Vegas. That's a straw man of what I'm saying. I'm saying they are giving you
I'm giving you a real life example that we can look at. We have legalized counties in Vegas, but the majority of people still do it illegally in Vegas. Or we have legalized counties in Nevada, but the majority of prostitutes in Nevada are still doing it illegally on the Strip. So that's a clear-cut example that we can look at of where we're trying this experiment, and it doesn't have good outcomes. So,
yeah, so I shouldn't do it like that. It's almost like I'm proposing something completely different than what you're dogging.
You've got to propose that we legalize the streetwalkers and I want to go to open panel and I got to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, I do too. I need some more.
No worries. Yeah. So okay, that right there will wrap up the audience Q&A portion. Again, huge thanks to everybody showing support through super chats and even just asking questions. All of the engagement, all the support keeps this show going and make these debates possible. Okay, and big respect to both debaters stepping into the arena tonight. Okay, like I always say, whether you agreed or disagreed, it takes more than you know to come up here, hold your ground, test the ideas, and do it all in front of an audience. So make sure you go find both debaters in the description and sub up to them both, show them both support, and they're both streaming right now too. So go hit the like and sub over there on their streams. So what we're about to do, we're gonna roll the debate outro. This runs about 3 minutes. That'll give the debaters, chat, myself,
I gotta
quick
pee.
Breather, go use the washroom, get
We'll
a drink, all of that. Then we're gonna open up for the chaos and chill panel. During the outro, I'll drop the link to join the panel in the chat. Anyone's welcome to come up, share your take, ask questions, challenge what you've heard. But heads up for everyone. If you're joining the panel, it's not for drama, trolling, spurging over everyone. If you come up doing that shit, you'll get muted and then probably booted real quick, okay? So let's just keep it real. So stick around. Once these swords go down, the chaos is going to begin. All right. So again, thank you for watching the Swords of Reason on the SpeakEazy show, where logic meets passion. And if you enjoyed what you watched tonight, make sure you hit the like and subscribe here as well. With that, we're going to roll the outro, and we'll see you all in just a few minutes.
I gotta be so bad. Again, I don't know if this music is copyrighted or whatever, and I don't want this playing. So I'll let you play. All right, I'm gonna pee. Give you a little more Muzak.
step into the circle where the echoes collide. Truth through the static, no place to hide.
I just pulled my dick out and didn't turn my camera off.
We dance with conviction.
Yup, ain't trying to get this taken down on some bullshit.
We clash our swords of reason.
All right, you guys keep watching. I'm just gonna grab some more water, and I'll be right back.
Our swords of reason. No silence left for indecision.
Ooh, all right, the link is dropped. I better see some of you guys up there, bro. You can't leave me up there alone. You can't leave me up there alone. Oh Lord, you can't leave me up there alone. What are you guys saying here? Shout out to man, doctors be weird. Welcome. Said I randomly found JS the other day, and they all thought I was a troll. I'm just I just ask a lot of questions and make a lot of inappropriate jokes just for joke's sake. Well, hey, you are in the right place. Joke night.
In the storm of thought collision.
If you ain't about that jet life, then you ain't about that jet life. I was in Fiji with my white stepdad in the 1990s. I was asked if my dad was looking for a boy that night. Yikes. Well, I realized this is all the music the entire time. This has the same echo. None of you guys realize that this has the same echo. But, you know. This guy needed to convert to 20-pound baby from the look of his stress. Who better? I definitely see like the issues, but I don't see. Oh, there we go. I don't see how it's like to take over.
And we're back.
Is that music copyrighted?
What's Greg?
What's that?
Is that music copyrighted?
No. That's mine. I made that with an AI song.
Or okay, so next time we won't have to mute it. What's up, Terry-Yak?
You. So great debate, fellas. Like I said, I was kind of split. I voted with the chat always wins. I'm not gonna lie, I pussied out. I voted with the chat. But yeah, JS, very impressed with the opening. Loved the energy, especially with the whole STD thing. I liked what you're doing there, putting like the gonorrhea imagery in their heads and all this kind of stuff, and then ending it with the like your daughter, bro. That was like a very nice silver bullet there, eloquent finish. But the problem for you, I think, was that like TheIndianJesus was able to kind of like take what you were trying to get at and then just kind of judo flip you, essentially. You know what I mean? So basically, the way they do this is they give you that long answer, and you're like, "What the fuck's he even talking about the stage?" And then he ends it with a question, and then all of a sudden you're sucked in, and you're answering his questions. So like that, just be one thing to point back to that. And one thing that like I didn't say in chat, but I was screaming for you to say it. is when IG was saying, yeah, she has her own agency. That's why it's not like necrophilia. It's her body, her choice. Okay. Your next question should have been, okay, should she be able to sell herself into slavery then? Should she have the freedom to be able to sell her body into slavery?
I mean,
And if
he's
you are,
arguing.
then you are. And if
He's
he is,
arguing
then
for
he's
that.
then a libertarian whose logic is then saying that he should legalize slavery as well. He has to make the same argument. So as a libertarian, he'd be forced into the dynamic of he is to now say that they should legalize slavery, which is like the antithesis to libertarianism.
I mean, to be clear,
Yeah.
I don't consider myself a capital L libertarian. I'm more post-liberal MAGA, really. But yes, I was coming from the libertarian perspective, and I would have said yes. You could be you are able to sell yourself into slavery.
Yeah, you're a Bernie bro, but you're slowly coming back into the fall. I know. I
haven't been a Bernie bro in 10 years, bro. All right.
Yeah, no. That's what I'm saying. You were. We all had that past. We all have a past. Okay, even the fellas too. Okay, we all have a past. But then you're slowly coming in. You know what I'm saying? Slowly coming in.
What does even the fellas mean?
Everybody's got a past. You know what I'm saying? There's always something shady or something like that. Do you know what I mean?
I'm just fucking shit. Yeah.
But like that would actually be an argument why I would keep it illegal, because like when you look at the dynamic of like the with prostitutes, all this kind of shit, like as the police or like CIA more so, like being able to have like a batch of beautiful women that like you could literally hold any charge against them over their heads, and then being able to use that as, for example, like
mistake in this
confidential informants or like spies, all this kind of shit as well, because no one ever respects the woman's autonomy, all this kind of shit. So that would be an argument for keeping it illegal, but it's still being like it's still undergoing because people always break the law, kind of thing.
Yeah, these libertarian debates are tough for me. I mean, I like doing more like theological debates and stuff, but I like these ones because I do have strong beliefs on this stuff, and so it's helping me learn how to combat the ideas. And I know I'm good at writing openings, and then I usually kind of start to lose gas as it goes on.
I'm the opposite.
Yeah, see, that's
blood.
But I was trying to do like the Andrew technique where you show, you do the internal critique and you say, okay, here's why I believe this as a utilitarian. Why do you believe it as a utilitarian? And then when you poke holes and you find inconsistencies in mine, I can find those same inconsistencies in yours. And so it seems like it's not a consistent worldview. It seems like we need something more than that. And then once you start going into Christian ethics and stuff, I think you were making my point for me.
Well, where I thought that, I mean, people are saying you're like Crucible adjacent. Is that accurate, or I don't know.
I'm not like connected. I've been watching them since it started, but I'm not Orthodox, but okay. Yeah, but I expect Christian, and I agree with 99% of what all those guys say.
I'm an atheist. I agree with most of what he says, but yeah. So I thought you were going to come in with the objective morality. God says it's wrong. That we have Christian ethics. Well, what can you, as a secularist, revert to? And I, again, going back to when I was debating Andrew on the modern day debate thing, I was trying to get there. He had the advantage of like, oh, we're just sticking to the prompt. But the notion that, they're always talking about my preferences. Well, until you prove that your religion is true and correct, that those are just your preferences. And hey, they're good.
He doesn't need to.
No, I know, but
you can do it from a secularist point of view.
Wait. I'm saying I thought we were going to go down that road, and that's what I would have said if we had gone down.
Yeah, but then that would have turned into a whole God ain't real though debate. That would have been, and
yeah,
I don't want to get into that.
I don't think you want to get into that.
Even if we were secular and we could show that Christian ethics has better outcomes for societies, and Christian ethics would support having law and order and having law enforcement and having laws and crimes and punishing people for doing wrong, then what's the problem? If that seems to work for a burgeoning society and for societies that do more for the world and are better for the world, is having those laws more so than anarchy and just everybody just do what they want to do,
But the one way that, like I said, like he was able to use that to flip that against you is like as soon as you start mentioning God, he then can turn it into a God debate, and like that's a way of how he's able to judo flip you away from it. But what even as a secularist you can point towards, for example, demoralization as an objective phenomenon. So the whole like that's how you get around the whole like objective morality, and you did point that out as well, especially in your closing. You mentioned like the demoralization of the society. So it's like that's an objective thing you can point towards, where it's like you look at all these women, they ain't doing too well when they get into the later years. Like,
but if you're talking to an atheist who believes in subjective morality,
I don't.
That's why you pointed. One sec. That's why you point to demoralization. That's an objective phenomenon that even the military uses to get the enemy to submit quicker.
How is, if you believe that it's moral to engage, which he doesn't, but let's say somebody does believe it's moral to engage in prostitution, and I say you're demoralizing society, they say, no, it's going to be great for society. These young men are incels. They need to have some sex. Like,
yeah, but like that's when you bring up like the whole DSM-5, like any prostitutes or sex workers late term, like when they get into the older ages, it does not look pretty.
Yeah. Well,
it ends very dark. You know what I mean, so it's like that's the whole thing that you point towards, where it's like this kind of behavior where they lose meaning, they lose the will to live. That points towards demoralization. Same thing we can post like PTSD, like certain soldiers, they see certain shit or they do certain shit and they ain't the same person, and they lose meaning, and then et cetera kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? So that's how you kind of tie it towards that. And that and the reason why you do it that way is that like you avoid having to mention the God thing, so he can't then try to flip you and try and turn to a theological discussion when you're trying to talk about prostitution.
Yeah, were you on the panel the other night when we were talking to Dark Cat about this all night?
No, I don't think it was.
Well, I was doing debate prep and she came on, and she's one of these ladies, and she's either lying or she's a crazy outlier, because she was talking about how she doesn't have any addiction problems, she doesn't have any mental health issues because of it. She loves it. She thinks it's great. She makes a lot of money, but overall, I've known a lot of these girls, and I've been involved in this type
Thank
of
you so very much for stopping by, brother. I really do appreciate it. You have a
most of them
fantastic night.
Are not having a good time with life. They're mentally screwed up. They're on drugs, and it's not good.
Yeah, like the you point to that as an outlier, being like there are psychopaths, like there's always going to be exceptions, etc. But when you look at the generalization and where you look at the majority, it's clear the impact this has. But yeah, sorry, go ahead, IG.
No, I mean, I'm just saying, to be clear, I do think that it is a bad thing. But going back to the whole thing is that I shouldn't be the arbiter of I solely shouldn't be the arbiter of morality. And so I'm putting out this idea that if I believe I'm correct, and so other people will hop on it on a legal thing. But JS is also correct about the moral aspect. And maybe it's a little bit pie in the sky, maybe a little bit naive, but I think those two things together.
Just to make this distinction clear, when you're talking about like the morality and I feel this way or I feel that way, like what I'm pointing towards is the demoralization, which is an objective thing where it's like these bitches literally lose the will to live. Like they lose, like, and when you can like check into DSM of how they check this, they have like standard things in terms of that, and like in terms of like the numbers as well. You can check the military numbers in terms of how many people will defect. Like, and they do like weird shit, like blasting like music into
that is a good question
near the camp and all this kind of shit. But like that's like an objective thing that I can point towards, that like regardless of God or whatever your religion is or whatever, you can actually chart and measure how this is negatively impacting their will to live. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, I again, but like that goes above, that transcends subjectiveness, that transcends feelings. It's like this is an objective phenomenon that we're seeing.
Sure, but I don't think that because you choose to do something that can be harmful. I mean, people, you could die jumping out of a plane, but I don't think we should make skydiving illegal. And there's all these other instances of the principle that's being laid out for whether it's harm or degeneracy or this or that. All of these other things that fall in line, and maybe JS specifically as a prohibitionist is like, yeah, just fucking ban it all. Fair enough, but I don't think most people think like that. And
but like that's why I was saying, like the counter then would be they had to bring up the slavery thing and such. Judge someone be able to sell themselves into slavery, and then you're basically libertarian arguing that you should legalize slavery, and then from there you're able to say that's the conflict in terms of your worldview. So your position's basically flawed.
But I'm more of a utilitarian than I am a libertarian. So it's mostly about the utility, but we have to check the individual liberty first. So the first thing is, okay, what is the most utilitarian or what is the best utilitarian solution? And then we go to, okay, can we do that without infringing on individual rights? If not, we need to go to the next best question.
Oh, I forgot to bring that up. Which part of the Constitution talks about being able to pay for blowjobs?
Did I claim that?
I was going to say that at some point.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that there's absolutely nothing about blowjobs in the Constitution, and thus.
So when you say human rights, what do you mean? Where do those come from?
Did I say human rights?
You did. You just said if it violates our rights.
Oh,
what do you mean? Our rights in general.
Yeah, you don't have a right to sell pussy.
Why not? What do you mean? Why not?
Because with the same argument that you'd be putting forward, it's like, oh, then you have a right to sell yourself into slavery. So then we have to.
Yeah, I already agreed with that. I think you
slavery.
do. I think you do have a right to. I don't think it.
So you said if you signed off before you die, you could sell yourself into cannibalism.
Yeah, and so practically that wouldn't work out because nobody is going to be the slaver. Because of the culture. Nobody wants to be a slaver. That wasn't always the case now, was it?
It's an argument of incongruity. Just saying it's like, oh, that would never happen. It's like slavery was a thing in the past. Slavery still is a thing. And even with the sex slave, all this kind of shit, once you factor that in. But like in terms of like this whole aspect, like people will get poor enough to the point where it's like a father, let's say, would sell himself into slavery just so his family can afford to eat.
Yeah. They are essentially selling themselves into sex slavery. Like... Yeah, they're free to leave, but are they really free to leave if they're going to lose their house, they're going to lose their income?
Okay, but that's the case for any job, though, dude. Are you really free to leave your job if you can't afford? Like, what? That's my point.
But
you have personal feelings about this particular exchange, but it is at the end of the day, when you break it all down, it is just two consenting adults making a trade that they consented.
When I do a risky job,
wait, can you again? I sorry, it's a pet peeve when people kind of just blow by. So can you acknowledge? Do you agree? Do you disagree?
Yeah, you say yes, but also the same way in slavery as well.
What's the same thing in slavery?
Like this whole aspect of like you don't like the fact that it's two consenting adults. The same way in the slavery, when you're selling yourself into slavery, it's two consenting adults like signing a contract, the slavery contract.
That's why I'm okay with it.
The same thing.
I also wasn't blowing by anything. I was addressing what you said before you asked your question. So you were talking about jobs and selling yourself into a job. You're doing a dangerous job. You're comparing that to selling yourself into prostitution. Mm-hmm. You're not going to get mental illness and STDs and stuff. You could hurt your back, you could hurt your foot, but there's a sense of pride when a man does a dangerous job and he walks away and he
I'm going to star this so I can go back to others.
There's it's fulfilling to men to do that. It's not fulfilling to women to sell their body for sex.
It's fulfilling to get money. Is it fulfilling to spend 12 hours on an oil rig? Or is it
you profit the whole world, but you lose your soul. A man who builds a building is making money, but he's also has a sense of accomplishment. He has a sense that he did something that was helpful to society and he helped create something.
Okay, so that just makes it a better activity than engaging in prostitution. That doesn't mean that because there are things better than this, it should be illegal.
Right, but I would say the one is, the hard job might be detrimental on your body, but the benefits would outweigh that. The life of accomplishment and doing something worthwhile and valuable versus the woman who sells her body. Yes, she's making money, but she's losing part of her soul. There's been pair bonding. There's been studies done into this too, where like women make like an emotional connection when they have sex with men. And if you're selling yourself into prostitution, they become hollow shells because they have to totally detach from that part of their nature.
Okay, but then we go back to if there are other things that detach you from reality and nature, then it should be illegal. So, if you wouldn't mind, there's two closely related questions, kind of on this from my chat. So, it's a two-part question. So, is it the sex that's bad, or is it the money that's bad? And then the part two is, would you agree that sodomy should be illegal? So, the first part is sex or money. Second part is, should sodomy be illegal?
If I was king,
I got you.
okay.
I got
So
you.
is it the sex that's that? Sex out of wedlock, bad. So yes, the sex with random strangers who are paying you for that sex is bad. Money is not bad, but the love of money is bad. So if your love of money leads you to harm yourself and others by doing an activity that is harmful, then yes, that's bad. But the money itself is not what's bad. It's the love of the money. And then what I'd make if I was king.
So what if you? Sorry, go ahead.
If I was king, oh man, because this sucks because like oral is sodomy. So
Oral is sodomy?
What?
it is. I would make
man.
yeah,
Christians.
I would make sodomy illegal.
Haram.
Fair enough. But so wait, I have that.
Haram!
There you go. So going back to the first part, so if you're saying it's not the sex that's bad, it's not the money that's bad, it's the love for money. In the same way, we're going back to the oral rig. The guy is not there because he has a love for money. He has a need for money. And there are many safer, less harmful ways that he could make that money. And so again, I come back to the same question as how is prostitution different? Is consenting to potential harm for the exchange of money.
Demoralization, comrade.
So, okay, but then we have to go back. And anything that is demoralizing to society should be illegal. I'm trying to look for a standard.
Yeah.
What is the standard? This should be illegal because X.
Mm-hmm.
And then if we apply that to everything, then you say this should be illegal because X. Then anything that is X should be illegal. So every time you bring up a potential X, I bring up something that fits X, but you don't want to make that illegal.
Yeah, so like we're talking about like demoralization, like it's actually clinically proven by studies that it's like I can read off some of the things here, but it's like the statistics clearly show that it's like PTSD is like higher than combat veterans, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like suicidal ideation, 90% are feeling trapped, but they can't escape. Kind
That's
of thing.
exactly.
Like, this is
what
all
I
like
said.
negative, like health impacts, like mental health impacts. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I don't disagree with
Whereas it's rewarding. Yeah, this is what I said already. It's rewarding for the man to do the tough, hard job and have a sense of accomplishment and also be making money while he's doing it.
I mean, I'm just saying, if y'all never met a girl who just loves sucking dick, I feel bad for you. Like they love that shit. And so it's like again, if we're talking about something that is but how do you JS, how do you feel about tattoos?
I mean, Jeffrey Dahmer loved murdering and eating people. But anyway, how do I feel about tattoos?
Yeah, how do you feel about tattoos?
Because
Because you know,
I
you don't
have-
get that accused of different.
I have some.
Okay, So
I don't think they're as serious as like some Christians make them out to be.
Fair enough. But I'm just again trying to say, like, we have other we have other areas where there is harm that you can consent to, and nobody is saying that because it's harmful and because there's it could potentially demoralize things that we should make it illegal. That to me seems un-American.
Just having laws against certain things
Against
is
things just
why is
because you don't
that
like it.
un-American?
Because this country is founded on the libertarian freedom, and if you are consenting to something, whether it has the harm or not, then who is the government to tell you you can't do what you want just because we don't like it?
But
You're not
see,
hurting
this is the whole
anybody.
thing with the libertarian freedom thing, and then we go back to the America fought a war to free the slaves, and then you being saying that like your logic would necessarily entail that you think that slavery should be legal, which would then be
I never said slavery. So this is why this is a non sequitur, because the slavery inherently is not slavery inherently means that you're not consenting. So I'm answering the question
No,
in the
it doesn't.
context, but you can't choose to be a slave. Then you're just a worker. you might have a shitty job, but if you choose to do it, then you're just a worker.
It's interesting bringing that up and the whole like debt slavery or wage slavery, all this kind of shit. But in terms of this aspect, like there was plenty of like slaves that like sold themselves into slavery.
And also the slave could run away. There would be consequences to it. Just like I could quit my job, but there would be consequences to it.
Right.
So I'm essentially a slave to my landlord. I'm a slave to my job. I'm a slave.
So then it's no big deal to be a slave.
I'm a wage slave.
We're wage slaves. We're slaves to our landlords. We're all slaves. So what's the big deal?
I agree.
How does that break anything that I've said? If we're admitting that anything that you owe anyone else is slavery, well then I mean. I got mortgage.
Well, this is more a question for Teriak, because
the mere fact that slavery is illegal means that like when you get this company job, when we're all like like late teens getting into the workforce, we're all eager to sign that contract. This company just puts into the end of the contract, oh, and by the way, you're also accepting that you're a slave, and then you sign that shit, and you sign the contract. Because who reads the terms and conditions? That's what I'm saying. Like, this is why we have laws to protect against these shit.
They're there. Yeah. Like, the fact that none of us read it doesn't mean that the terms and conditions...
To go back...
That's a bad choice that we're all making.
I got you. But, like, my thing, the reason why I'm going down this route is because you brought up the fact, it's like, oh, because it'd be un-American, because American is found on these libertarian principles. But something that's, like, literally the opposite of libertarian is this idea of, like, slavery. So it's like, like, that'd be one thing that's, like, prohibited. In terms of a libertarian's point of view,
so let me give it a parallel, and you tell me if you accept this. That like communism is bad. We should have a capitalistic system. But if people decide to buy a huge plot of land and have a commune on that land, they should be allowed to do with that land what they want. And if they want to be communists within that community, they should be allowed to do that. Do you agree?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah.
So yeah. I think I'm. It's not a one-to-one, but I'm showing how just because there is a contradiction between the smaller group and the bigger group doesn't mean that they're in conflict.
There would still be over.
So let me tie this back real quick. So it's like the reason that, like, if they brought that land, they can all be communist. More power to them. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And even ironically, I think that capitalism will actually eventually bring us into communism, like actual like abundancy communism, all this kind of shit. But that's a completely different discussion.
But they can't grow a poppy field and start producing heroin.
But exactly. They can't, for example, turn that like plot of land into Jeffrey Epstein. They have to abide by the laws. And when you were asking for legal precedent earlier, currently the law is the slavery is illegal. And this whole concept of my body, my choice, my agency is the same principle where you're selling your pussy or you're selling your body. So you're like basically selling yourself into slavery. So the whole legal principle is technically in JS's favor here.
Because of specifically because it's slavery?
Hold up real quick. I see we got someone in the back. If you could just throw your cam on quick, give me a peace sign, and then you can turn it off to come up. Oh, sorry. I see. Yeah, just okay. Yeah. All right, no problem.
Yeah, so like legal precedent would be the reason we're bringing this.
May I introduce myself? You're talking about slavery. I just see the topic and find it very interesting.
The topic is prostitution.
Prostitution is dirty, I think.
Me too. But dirty things shouldn't necessarily be illegal.
Well, why else would you govern them? How else would you bring these people to court?
Well, you wouldn't bring them to court because it would be legalized, and so you would prevent the degeneracy by other laws that we have, like you can't RPay, you can't murder, you can't do these things, you can't steal. Like those laws already exist.
Where I come from, we respect our women, but we do not have prostitution because prostitution is you get these diseases.
That's what. Yeah, I've never been to a prostitute. I don't plan on doing it ever. But again, my preference is not the arbiter of what the U.S. law should be. I mean, unless you disagree, do I get to decide all of the laws in America just based on what I like?
I mean, your preference for personal freedom is.
Okay, but
I
is
mean-
that just because it's my personal preference solely, or do I have a personal preference and most other people also have a personal preference for freedom?
I agree you have a responsibility to your own beliefs, but I think that as a whole you have to come together a little bit more of your Westernness, I believe.
We have to what?
Your Western beliefs, I don't think you stick together as much as you should brotherhood.
Western beliefs, we don't stick together.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I
What are you
agree.
like? What are you like?
We-
An Irish Muslim?
we all look to the government
Scottish?
too much, and we don't stick together. We're just, well, whatever the government says, I'll go with that. There's no reason to there's no reason to ever care about anything that is not the law. The government, daddy government, will tell me what to do.
But where I come from, I believe even if woman shows ankle, that is prostitution almost as bad as.
Ankles, baby. Oh,
I mean, I would argue that OnlyFans and stripping and all that is prostitution.
Is it
Pornography.
okay if I address member of your
I don't know about showing an ankle, but
Yes, I have great granddad who was Scottish. I am.
that would be the extreme reductio ad absurdum of what I'm
I
saying.
have
Is
put ginger in my beard, though, as you see, my friend. But what I see on these channels is I get called sand and hard R word a lot by you Western people, and I think it's not very fair because I am only trying to bring my Quran to you.
The Scottish accent's coming out, bro.
I know he's definitely
work on that
Scottish.
accent.
He's
Oh, go ahead,
This
sorry,
is
Number.
Scottish,
You're
they wear
talking.
the dresses
I'm
and
trying to
run
block.
around
I'm
with
trying to block
socks, Braveheart.
Block this guy in
That's
case he's saying some weird shit. So let's get a. Does that work? Nope.
anyway. Hey, it's 9:10. I gotta head out, or 9:07. So
Tell
I
everyone
respect
in the
you, my
chat
friend.
where they can find you, JS.
JS Urban Adventures. Go check it out, guys. I got all kinds of stuff up there. I stream on Friday and Saturday night, pretty much all night long, doing panels and stuff. Monday night, I do the dreaded conservative show, news and current events and stuff like that. And I drop videos occasionally. I go to protests. I'm gonna be going to DebateCon, so hopefully we'll get a couple like
May
vlog
Allah
style
fill your
videos.
scrotum with plenty of manhood
Okay.
when you go to your
All right,
next.
hold up, bro. Let him do his outro.
Yeah, I'll be at DebateCon. I'll make some videos from there. That should be cool. So go subscribe.
Word.
Yeah, thank you for the debate. That was fun. Lunch,
sir.
and thank you, Easy, for putting it
Dilly
together.
dilly, man.
Yep.
May your goat have lots of milk.
Good chat. Good chat.
My goat have lots of milk. All right, see you guys.
Take it
How do I-
easy,
I'm
bro.
just gonna
Ladies,
keep it
GS.
here.
All right, trying to figure out how to get out.
Just leave. No, yeah.
So I was telling wife number 3 earlier on tonight as she carved up my carcass for my meal tonight. And I say, wife number 3, why can't you treat me as good as wife number 2? I don't understand these. Why do they complain so much, these women? I really don't know. I have arranged
Feminism,
marriage.
bro. That's it. Feminism.
I
We've
have
moved
arranged
from
marriage
like
with a
Iran to
ginger-
Scotland now.
Have you ever heard of Ginger? They call a ginger woman.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Very feisty in the bedroom, I hear, my good Western ally. But to be honest, 5 wives, you think you have it easy. It is not very easy. I only
I
have
do not
3
think that at all.
I have 3 caves and 5 wives. You just have to do the maths. It's an absolute
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God, you making
Or
it hard
this.
for
In case he does
me.
any weird.
It's like Fat Bastard is on the panel. You know what I'm saying?
I am actually quite thin for my size, my friend. It's eating
5
goat.
wives.
I have to eat cabbage and goat.
Too sketchy.
Man, if you got 5 wives, remind me to write "He fought the good fight" on your tombstone.
Well, they tell me I have virgins
Ain't
written
that the
on me.
truth?
Why would I want virgins? I would want experienced women. Wouldn't that make sense? I mean, within 30 virgins, all be identical.
go.
Really. I mean,
Inshallah.
if
So
I have
you're of
30
the Islamic faith by the writing behind you, is that
If
correct?
I am
Maybe.
martyr and I get 30 virgins and I have to really teach 30 women how to have sex, and I really don't have the time for this.
Sure.
Well, I mean,
Cool,
have you
cool bro.
you
I
of
wish
the
I
Islamic
one
faith?
day could be as cool as you.
You can keep trying, my Western ally.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Anyway, anyone
back
else
to
have anything to
remember,
say
AJ,
about the
just-
topic,
Do
or
you have to remember Indian Jesus, okay? You can't
Can
you
Can I
can't you
please
can't
ask the
take his
host a
life.
question about
You
prostitution?
can't
I
take
can't hear
his
you,
freedom.
Chariak. Lambie over here is.
Can I ask a male? Can I ask? Do you agree with male prostitution?
Well, I like that.
Oh, that's a bit Spanish with the rolling of the oars, but yeah, go ahead.
The male prostitute.
That was an interesting R roll there,
I
man.
hear apparently
Yo.
this Western
That was
man.
a
He sells.
hard roll right there.
He sells.
You
his,
got balls,
bottom-
SpeakEazy. This would be gone on my channel. Yeah, done so.
I am only friendly here. I have no wisdom.
You have no wisdom.
Yes, my
That
friend.
that sounds about right.
Wait, you have 5 wives and you only have 3 kids? Those
I
are
have
rookie
5
numbers,
wives.
bro. You got
I have
you gotta get
5
those
I
numbers
have
up.
20
Gotta
I'm
pump
sorry,
those
my
up.
friend. They must,
The beard's
you must
impressive.
have heard me wrong. Your reporting isn't good. I have 23 kids.
Damn.
No, the
Oh,
fuck you
excuse
don't.
me.
What the fuck is happening?
Based.
You got a litter. You ain't got kids. You got a litter.
I have 2
Litter?
football
I
teams.
barely
I
even
actually
know
have 2
her.
football teams, my friend. So one time I was decapitating someone, and I said to my friend,
Oh
just
well,
jesting.
here we go. Here we go.
I
True
was just
colors,
jesting to
son.
him.
Oh,
I
and this
say-
one time,
I said to
StreamYard
him,
fixed my goddamn video so I can do that.
Oh no! Anyways, IJ, like the legal precedent argument that I was putting forward, do you have accounts for that, or like for realsies, you're like, oh fuck, that's actually a good counter?
Can you the slavery thing?
could you please dumb it down for
Yeah.
my Easter ears?
No.
please?
Yes. So
No
I
one fucking cares, all right? Literally, no one cares about you, okay? You're funny to laugh at sometimes, right? But your
Come on,
fucking
Larry.
absolute desperation for clout and attention is sickening. It's fucking sickening, and you fucking stink of it.
BB,
Thank goodness. That was sketching me out,
Yes.
dude. That was sketching me out. I was like, I'm waiting for that to drop. I'm waiting for that to drop.
But the yeah, so like that whole the aspect that like I kind of like done the whole kind of like slavery thing and so like selling your body and then you're kind of saying, well, where's the legal precedent? So then I pop up the whole slavery being illegal, and like the precedent is that it's like humans aren't property. This whole thing of like you quote unquote selling your pussy, it's like your pussy's not property. You're a human being. You know what I mean?
No, but you could sell your labor. It's not the
Labor. Come on. You don't get pleasure out of labor most of the time.
I mean, depends on what you're doing.
Well, if you're doing that, I guess you get paid for pleasure.
There you go. So I mean, I love streaming. I love streaming. I mean, I wish these
hell you
motherfuckers would pay me a
talking
little
about?
bit more. But you know, I love doing this.
Debate
Do it
out there,
even when
man.
they don't pay me because I like doing it. Even though I need payment for it, even if they don't pay me, I do it.
So they're
You know,
paying
like,
you now.
does that make
the
it
deal?
not work? Does that make it not
You're
labor?
free, but no, it's not free. No, they're not going to pay you. Come on.
Okay.
That's what
So
you're
the
telling me.
question
You
was.
just get pleasure.
So the question
No,
was,
in
is
terms
that work
of
or no?
legal precedent.
And I mean, even in my real job, I'm a dog trainer. I mean, I don't necessarily love driving to these people's houses, but I was just hanging out with a mini dachshund today. Things like 5 pounds. It's fucking adorable.
You train
And I
my
got paid
little
for
girl
it. And they gave me, it was the last lesson in the package, so they gave me a $100 tip. So I got paid for it, and I had a really good time.
But in terms of
Does that
legal
not work?
precedent, that would be legal precedent, correct?
That would be legal what?
Precedent. Predecessing legal, I guess law or whatever the fuck you want to say, that essentially like would exclude prostitution, because this whole concept of my body, my choice, selling my pussy, it's just a product. I'm making that bag.
I don't understand the question.
Humans
What are you
aren't
asking me?
property. Like
It
the
ain't
whole
hard
aspect
to
that humans aren't
understand.
property. Like even with like the whole like necrophilia thing that like JS is bringing up, it's the same concept where it's like humans are not property.
Right.
There's a greater sanctity for life.
Right. I'm not.
You know what I
I'm
mean?
not a client. That's
Mhm.
y'all's
And
claim
when-
that you're selling your body. I'm saying no. You
Yeah.
are selling a service where you do a thing for somebody else. The same way, if you buy a massage, you're not buying their
Yeah.
body.
Okay.
I mean, I guess technically you are, but then okay, are massages illegal now? Because you're just
Yeah,
selling
so,
your
like,
body.
with a happy
like
ending.
the
it probably
typical
is.
the typical like actually to try and make this try and steel man your counter here, like the typical thing that be thrown back on my face would be, oh well, the military, these motherfuckers are willing to lay down their lives. Yes, but that's to protect the homeland. Who is this bitch protecting? You know what I mean? And like I said, when we
maybe
when
the
we do the
incel's about to
stats-
end himself if he doesn't get. I don't think that.
Bro, we have
that is
AI,
enough
like,
to say,
even
you're
the
not saving
chicks
anybody's
nowadays.
life.
Yeah.
You're not saving
Yeah, but
anybody's
real
life,
quick,
so you're not allowed to do this thing.
Even the chick nowadays, so like the pathetic guy or whatever sent home, like we got AI now. Even the actual porn actresses, like they have to undergo
hit
plastic
me the
surgeries,
fuck
otherwise
up.
they will
What are
not
you
like, be
waiting
able
for?
to make it in the market. When we talk about like AI, all this kind of shit, it's like we don't need these women to be prostitutes just for porn. We can do that with AI now and all this kind of shit. Anyways, when we're talking about like this whole act of like prostitution, she's literally selling her, like this whole thing of like selling a service, like she's selling her body.
Okay,
You know what I mean?
so fine, but then
Yeah, you
what's
can
wrong
take
with that?
that-
Because
you
there are
can
many
take
other
AI
situations
Because
where you
one
sell your
sec,
body.
the reason why it's wrong is because the whole selling of your body is the same concept that comes from like selling yourself into slavery. And when we look at the fact that you're looking for legal precedent, the legal precedent
So
would
then
be
being a roofer
slavery
should
is
be
illegal.
illegal. Working on an oil rig should be illegal. Working on these underwater cables should be illegal because you're selling your body. You could die. There's harm. You're not making a consistent principle unless you are going to say, yes, I agree with you. Those things should be illegal because you are putting yourself in harm's way. Okay, I disagree, but at least it's consistent.
100%.
People are
Like I can list it like 71% lifetime PTSD, higher than combat veterans, 68% meet full criteria for clinical depressants, 63% report being raped in prostitution. So like over
I don't
half
care about any of these
prostitutes
numbers. That doesn't address.
These are
the
all
principle. It doesn't
negative.
address
These are
the
all
principle.
measurable.
It
Yeah,
doesn't
but
address
what I'm saying is like there's no construction workers that are like 12 times more likely for PTSD to someone who's not working in that field.
And
yeah, so like in terms of like negative impacts, so like this whole thing, if you're trying to make the case that this should be legalized, and I'm saying the legal precedent is slavery is forbidden. Slavery is currently forbidden because this whole principle of like selling your body.
Fair enough.
Then going back to the prostitution thing, you need to give some other reason. Then it's my body, my choice.
Fair enough. So let's say hypothetically that the incident rate, the accident rate of roofers was higher than instances of prostitutes being, any of these things outside of the actual act, because in both cases you're selling your body, you're putting yourself in harm's way. So if we compare the two, and we knew for a fact that you are more likely to get hurt being a roofer than you were being a prostitute, would you make roofing illegal?
Why would you do that?
No.
Like,
You're conflating the issue here. You're trying to say like accidents happen or physical harm happens. That's akin to this act is negatively, like objectively negatively impacting her will to live, like her mental state.
Jimbo.
We got we got a $2 super chat from the Cheap Chimp. Says Indian Jesus and Jim Bob should have a debate. I'd definitely be willing to set that up. Maybe I'll have to figure out a good topic for them to debate.
Does God exist?
He'd probably have that debate with you. So.
Yep.
I'll see if I can set that up. I'll try that. All right. That's a good idea. I like it. Also, just a reminder for you guys in the chat, that's 1 out of 20. We still got an hour and 22 minutes, but if we don't hit the 20 super chats by the end of that hour and 22 minutes, we're going to wrap up the stream. So just to let you know, if you want to keep it going past that, you got to hit that super chat goal. But we got Rev Russ and Are You Crazy up here. What have you guys thought about the debate and the topic, all of that?
I thought it was a pretty interesting debate. I did have a couple of questions for lunch, though. So I caught a couple things. You said that Christians should support legalizing prostitution. Could you elaborate on that for me and why?
I don't think I specifically said that Christians should support it. I was saying that Christian ethics should be such that the government doesn't require, or it doesn't require the secular government to say you can't do this, because you would already have your own Christian ethics and be like, well, I'm not going to do that.
That leads me to another question. Do you think the government was founded strictly on secular beliefs, or do you think there was something deeper there?
No, of course there's something deeper.
Cool. So, going to like something like the Declaration of Independence, we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among them are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. A lot of people quote that, but they leave out this next part, that to secure these rights, government are instituted among men, derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. So we vote for these laws and we vote for them to govern us. So really, we are governed by ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Is there a question?
Well, yeah, I'm just building up to something.
Okay, sorry, I thought you were done. My bad.
He likes to take his time, you know.
So, for example, the
But IJ's there rubbing his hands at this though. He's like, "Oh, beautiful." He's going down theological. I haven't.
I actually don't like being the atheist and talking like all these spaces. Everybody's more right wing, and that's the only thing that I could argue. But it is what it is. But
well, we got cookies. We'll make you welcome. Okay. Sorry, Rev. Sorry, interrupted.
Don't worry. I'll have lunch baptized by at least the beginning of next year.
I'm baptized, confirmed. I was born in the Catholic Church. I went all through all the sacraments. I was confirmed in the Methodist Church in 2006.
Don't worry, we'll bring you back to the faith. Jesus had a parable about that one sheep that got away.
Hey, I'm open to it. I genuinely like. Okay, when I say every day, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but very regularly do I genuinely call out and say, like, I don't believe that you are there. I'll say it right into the game. God, I don't believe that you are there. I was brought up to believe X, Y, and Z, but everything that I've seen based on the brain that you gave me brings me to the conclusion that I don't have a choice of being convinced of your existence. I am not convinced of your existence. If you do exist, I would love anything that you could show me so that the brain that you gave me can accept your existence. And just
if that's what you need, IJ,
any of us are
divine hiddenness. And
even
like,
as a quote unquote
secularist,
right? Even as a person that believes that like the state should be secular, like you're kind of saying you're looking for something. It's like, well, like when you look at reality, everything changes. Everything's either in motion or it's aging or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I mean? So then the question becomes like, there's some law or some structure to this chaos or this change that we're seeing. Like, what causes that law? What governs that law? And this is what like the whole aspect of like Heraclitus is talking about with the logos. And this is why in John 1:1, Reverend, in the beginning was the.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was God.
And the ancient Greek word used was logos, which is the same thing that like Heraclitus is talking about with logos. This whole thing of like the law that governs the universe, that governs the constant change. And it's like when you talk about like God, you need to be able to ground it in something that's universal, something that is infinite. And when you look at change is infinite, change is eternal. And if there wasn't something that undergoes change, then that thing would be eternal.
Everyday life, for everything that goes wrong, how many things go right that you don't even think about?
Probably a lot more.
Literally don't have to think about them.
Probably a lot more goes right than goes wrong. I do make a conscious effort to
the thousands of bodily functions that go through the night and make you wake up is like,
and that's an aspect, gratitude.
It could be every day your life could be just complete damn misery.
Yeah, and that's why I think the values that you find in Christianity, like gratitude, grace, so on and so forth, I like those values. I just don't believe in the truth claims, and so I don't see why there is the gatekeeping of the values that you have to believe in the thing. Why can't we just all agree that these are good values?
We do. That's what I keep telling you.
We do.
We're gonna welcome you in. We got cookies.
Oh,
sorry,
Hungry Dance.
Rev.
I'll give you a quick example here. So you say that the Christian morals are good and that we should all believe them, but you're here arguing for the legalization of prostitution, something that you would be very hard pressed to find a Christian to agree with you upon that.
Well, but again, I'm not asking for people to only do what is or do everything that is legal and not do anything that is illegal. There's plenty of things that are legal right now that you would agree with, that do not fall in line with Christianity, but you just don't do them because you have that Christian ethic, not because the government says so, not because you're going to get punished, but because you know what's right and wrong. No?
Yeah, but not
No, what
everybody
you need
does. So are you familiar with like the moral foundations of our laws in the United States?
You got to be a little bit more specific. What do you mean?
Yeah, get him, Rev.
Hello?
Sorry, my mic's weird. Anyway, so if you're not familiar with the moral foundations of the laws in the United States, then
Well, just I mean, I
really
don't like.
need to-
Yeah, I know that like there were Christians, and I'm just not exactly sure what you mean. What you're referring to?
Okay, so like for example, each state has its own constitution, and the framers of state constitutions overwhelmingly recognize the authority of the Christian God, and they did this because their constituents were Christians. Okay, so Christians voted for certain things in the 18th century, and you'll be hard pressed to find Christians today in the 21st century who would disagree with those moral standards. So you see, the same Christian moral standards and reasoning that that criminalized prostitution in the early days of the American law pretty much remains valid today, because truth doesn't evolve. Truth stays the same. Who is truth? Jesus Christ. And then we got to look at
That's a tautology. If you're just going to define truth as Jesus Christ, then of course that's what that means. But then what is truth? What do you mean when you say truth? Other than
that's my favorite question. Truth is what is.
Yep.
Okay, so because this vape exists, so this is Jesus.
Do you have any paper?
So if I pray to this, then God will talk to me because this is Jesus. This is His Son.
No, that would be
okay. But you just said everything. Anything that is truth, and truth is Jesus
I
Christ.
said that.
You just said this is
I said that, and I'm not
Okay,
Christian. I just want to point that out. I'm not Christian, but I said that. I was
okay.
I was
So
being
then
smart.
if I may, with the Christians, what is truth? If you're saying truth is Jesus Christ, then okay. What is that? That is Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ is the arbiter of good. So if we go
No. But I'm asking. I know who Jesus Christ is. I'm asking what truth is.
I'm getting to that. Hold on. So Isaiah warns us that in 5:20, woe unto them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness. So we get our moral standards from the teachings of Jesus Christ, from the teachings of the apostles, and also from traditions in certain denominations and doxies that pass down apostolic traditions. These are where we get our moral standards from, the teachings of Christ. He is the truth, and he tells us what is right and what is wrong. But also we have the indwelling of the Holy Spirit, which gives us a broader moral compass on things. For example, let's say cannibalism. You could ask any Christian, is cannibalism okay? Inherently, they will tell you, no, that's not okay. Under any circumstances, that's wrong. But then if you ask them, okay, well, where's that in your Bible? Because this is the law, right? This is your Christian law. You got to point out the Bible. Why do you need this Bible to not do that? And the answer is no, because most Christians wouldn't even be able to point you to the verse in Leviticus that tells you about cannibalism. And so that reflects on what Paul wrote in Romans 2 about the law being written on the heart of believers. And that's where we get our moral compass.
Real quick, we got $5 comes in from Box. Minnesota has abortion enshrined in our Constitution. Does that make it right? Where did that standard come from?
Anybody? I would say no, that's not right. Just because it's old doesn't mean it's right. Just because people have had some good ideas in the past and have passed down things that are beneficial doesn't mean that that is truth. That doesn't mean that because the system that we're working on is working doesn't mean that there can't be a better system that can exist.
Anybody else got something for that?
How long? No.
Like when you're talking about like right or wrong, particularly in morality, all this kind of stuff, and like this, the whole aspect of like what is truth, can get quite confusing because like truth in terms of the abstract, that's why I said truth is what is. But that's again, I'm a secularist, I'm not Christian, all this kind of shit, blamer, etc., etc.
Makes a lot more sense than anything they've said.
No,
But
okay, wait, because okay, let me see if the way I say it sounds easier for you. Because you're saying if we say truth is God and God is truth, like truth is God because God is truth. This would be a circular argument, right? That makes sense, but that's not what's being said, right? So like
Right.
truth is like reality as it actually is, all right? And then all reality derives from God, which is the ultimate ground of being. Therefore, truth's foundation is in the being of God. So it's not saying it's not circular this way because it's
I agree with you. It's not circular.
yeah,
But that's
so
why. That's why.
because it's giving the reason why it is rather than saying it is. You know
Right,
what I'm trying to say?
Yes, but if we're saying that truth is everything that is, or truth is everything that exists, then everything.
That's not what Easy's saying. That's what I'm saying.
I thought. No. We were just saying. I was saying it's not.
Yeah,
a
so
tautology.
reality as it actually is. Yes.
Right. So if that is truth, and then Reverend Russ is saying truth is Jesus Christ, then the logical conclusion of that is anything that exists is Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but what he means is like its foundation, truth's foundation is found in the being of God. That's what he's saying.
Okay, and how would one verify that?
Well, how would
because he's
verify?
The creator.
I know the claim. I'm asking how you verify.
So when he says
no,
God
if he created what is, then that's an aspect of God.
That's the if. That's
yeah,
the
when
if
he
is
says
what I'm asking.
God is truth, right? He's saying not like by definition of truth, but like because his being is the ground for all that is real. Everything that
I understand what's being said. I'm just asking for verification that what is being said is in fact truth.
What do you need as proof? You want him to stand up on Main Street and holler at you?
I mean that would be a good start. I certainly don't know, but don't you think that God would know?
Who?
No, proof is
Who would
reason,
know?
like
Did you say
logical
God would
kind of
know?
shit, or
wouldn't if there was a way that I could be convinced, if there was evidence that I could be presented that would convince me of the existence of God, would we expect God
In my opinion,
to know
God
that?
can touch you
Hold
in
on.
many good ways and many bad ways.
Hold on. Would we expect God to be able to know what evidence that would convince me?
Can I? And again, I know it sounds really fucked up because I'm like literally the non-Christian that's like technically fighting for Christianity. But like the main reason why God is so important is because you need to be able to ground the eternal. So the only reason why we're able to have this conversation is because we have meaning. We have predetermined or predefined words that have existed before we have, and they've always had this meaning, always will. They're metaphysical concepts that are eternal. And it's like, why would I believe in something eternal like that, where in reality nothing is eternal? That's why Plato argued you need to have,
just to be clear,
have this unchanging deity, aka God, and all this shit. But in terms of the aspect principle, I'd point to change and said that's why there's a conflict between me and the Christians currently in terms of like truth and that aspect and all that stuff. But do you understand what I'm saying? Because it's like I said, it's
no. As I say, God is very, 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 very bad at being a word, because the purpose of a word is to take the ideas and thoughts that are in your head and put them in my head. And I'm sure there's a bunch of people in the chat being like, "Oh, you're just playing dumb." No, dude, no. I genuinely don't know. When you say God is true, I don't understand what that means. Because as I was taught, God is
just real quick, and I'll shut up after this. Like what I genuinely think is, I think you're looking for like the deity, like what I would call Zeus, or you're like looking for like the BG looking motherfucker on clouds.
Yeah, whereas the church that I grew up in.
But what I'm saying is that there's a deeper layer, particularly to the likes of what Jay Dyer specifically would talk about in terms of Orthodox Christianity.
Okay, so what does Jay Dyer say that verifies what
you're
saying?
Okay, here, let me
asking for the verification. I'm not saying you're wrong.
Yeah,
just hit him with tag.
Yeah, let me see something here. Okay, so I could do that, but in like kind of like a shorter version of that, right? So like a verification that you could use here is, right, so like what you ask is if truth is that which corresponds to reality, then you ask what grounds reality itself, right? So like what makes truth possible, what makes anything true rather than arbitrary, right? Well, truth requires an unchanging foundation. It can't it can't be grounded in contingency. Right. Contingency. If we do this infinite contingency thing, you understand that's like mathematically impossible. Right. So it shows that there's an ultimate truth that can't exist apart from an absolute source. Right. So the absolute source we're talking about is God.
God. Okay, fair. So again, I'm accepting that in order to have truth, we need to have an unchanging foundation, and you're calling that foundation God. What I'm asking you is, how did you come to determine that that was in fact the truth? Because that's not. There's many other Christians who believe God is something very different. That God is, maybe not a man in the sky, a sky daddy thing, but like an entity that is up there that you can pray to, that can answer prayers, and that is not what truth means. So again, God is very bad at being a word. I'm not saying you guys are wrong. I'm just saying this is why I don't understand, because you guys know what you mean. But this is not an effective word. So
no, I get what you're trying to say. You're basically asking, like, how did we find out the foundation is God?
Yeah, because
trying to say?
Yeah, because I am an agnostic atheist. I do not have a belief in a God or gods, but maybe in my 20s when I first started, I was like, I know Christian's stupid, but that's not me anymore. I opened up my opening statement talking about how much respect I have for Christian ethics, Christian individuals, so on and so forth. And it's a genuine thing that I care about truth. I care about reality. Yeah. And so when people are presenting this, and it's too often, I'm not saying you guys, but too often I have these questions and people just get mad at, like, well, what do you mean? It is what it is.
No, I get it. It's cool. You're like, and that's a fair question when you say, how did we find out the foundation is God, right? So like what you would do is, like, so you agree there is a necessary foundation. So now you would ask, like, what is its nature, right? Like it would have to be.
Why would we assume that it has a nature? Why wouldn't it be something along the lines of like a physical law?
When they say nature, one sec. When they say nature, just think of it as a scientist making an observation. They're observing a phenomenon.
Who's the scientist?
That's a good way to think about it.
Who's the scientist in the analogy?
Us.
I can translate for both of you. Like I said,
us. That's a good way to think about it.
Yeah,
so just think of it like that, right? So like you would have to ask, like, what is the nature? What would its nature be, right? Because we agree there's a necessary foundation. Now we ask, what's the nature of this necessary foundation? Mm-hmm. Like, and we would say, one is personal, because if it was an impersonal force, it can't explain consciousness, morality, purpose. So that's why we would say it has to be personal, has to be rational, since creation operates by the logos, right? A rational order. It can't be irrational, right? Sure. And it would also have to be good, since being itself is good and life-giving, right?
Well, okay,
it's not a chaotic
and
self-destructive thing.
How do we verify that? Because again, a lot of moral philosophy is.
Do you think it's better to exist than not exist?
Not necessarily. Not really. I kind of
really.
I mean, if you really want to get there,
you could choose to not exist.
Wait, no. Yeah, bro.
I think you're jumping far. You're jumping far. You're jumping far with what I asked you. You right now, if you could choose to not exist, would you do that?
Yeah. Actually, no. Once Morty dies, then yes. Once Morty dies, then yes.
Wait, what?
Once Morty dies, then yes. If I could snap my fingers, no pain, no nothing, and I'm just out of here, peace.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I think this is a good way to get away from that part. All right. Okay, so you don't think so? You agree with the personal and rational, just don't agree with the good.
I'm not saying I don't agree. I'm just asking for the verification. You're making claims, and so I'm just trying to verify that what you're saying is not just what you think, but it is actually in line with this truth that we're talking about.
Well, do you think an impersonal? Let's go back then. Do you think an impersonal force could explain consciousness, morality, purpose?
Yes. I don't think purpose is a necessary aspect of existence. I'm a post-nihilist. I'm an absurdist, so I don't think that there is purpose to life.
So you don't think there is purpose?
I think the purpose is what we give it. So I've decided that the time that I spend here, because of the fact that I have the dog, I have my sister, I have my family, that I'm not going to end myself. But, if I had a magic thing that I just didn't exist, that would be preferable. When my best friend died in 2013, the sadness was not that he was he was gone. It was a sadness for all of us that we're missing him. He got to be in a whatever that realm is. I mean, he was a Jew, so take that for what you will. But he's in a different realm where he will never feel pain. He will never feel sadness. He will never feel any of those things. And part of going through this atheistic journey to find an actual moral structure outside of the church entails understanding, well, maybe not necessarily, but for me, I'll say, entails an understanding of what nihilism actually says, not just, oh, nothing matters, you do whatever. And then taking a step further,
get too far,
real quick, last sentence, that nihilism means that there is no inherent value. And so then in order to enjoy your life, you must inject your own value or your own purpose. And that purpose must be something that you find.
Easy, can I interject real quick? So I always want to ask someone.
No, hold up one sec. I just want to, because I find this happens a lot. When you say no purpose, I think what you're really saying is like the universe isn't aimed toward like a certain goal.
Correct.
And there's no like
there's
ultimate
no inherent
direction.
Yeah.
Okay, but do you trust logical reasoning?
Yeah.
Oh, do you rely on cause and effect?
Yep.
And do you expect your words to correspond to the truth?
Yes.
Well, then that already presupposes that reality is coherent and intelligible. It's not random chaos, right? You still presuppose the order
in general,
purpose.
Yes, but
that's purpose. That's purpose.
Well,
the order is purpose.
Right, but as you said in the beginning,
without a purpose, there's no truth.
Right. So I'm not saying that we can't have purpose. I'm saying there's no inherent purpose that is built. That's what I believe. I don't think there's any like I think we're just atoms spinning in space and all that stuff. And because of the fact that we have consciousness, then we can decide, okay, I'm here. I can do this, that, the other. And what is going to be best for me? And you can think of that on a very short-term level where you're a hedonist and just like, oh, I want to feel good right now, so I'm going to do this, which is unfortunately too many atheists. Or you can understand what actually is better for me is for doing what I can to help society.
This is what I'm saying. The self-undermining part of nihilism is like when you deny purpose, you have to use a purpose-driven framework, logic, reasoning, communication. These are purpose-driven frameworks that you have to use even to deny purpose itself. So
so that's when you move on from Nietzsche and nihilism and into Albert Camus and absurdism, and it is a more I guess positive, but more prescriptive. No, that's not the right word. But absurdism is like nihilism, philosophical nihilism. Political nihilism is just like being black pilled. But philosophical nihilism is just the acceptance of what we were saying, that I don't believe that there's any inherent purpose to why I'm here. And so, I could be sad about that or I could be happy about that. When you get past that, and you don't necessarily have to be an absurdist, but that is a natural next step. That it's amazing. What a freedom that I was born into this world, into this universe that has all these amazing things that I can or can do or not do or this and that and the other. And even there's no inherent purpose, but I have time here. I see, as far as I can understand, everybody around me is real people, and so I want to do what I can to create the best society. But that doesn't mean that we're all not.
Saying is that there's you already, like, just existence in itself. You already presuppose a lot of different purposes, right? So like that's what we mean when we say purpose, and there has to be a personal being that causes this, because or is the foundation to this, because how would an impersonal being
I'm the
be
personal
foundation
being
to this?
I'm the personal being. I have the feelings and preferences about what I want to do with my life.
Easy, can I ask you a question?
You're
but a
not
different
the
way?
foundation to sure.
Like just real quick, IJ, when you say the like either the statement or the belief, whatever way you want to define it, when you say life has no meaning, does that statement or sentence mean anything? Does that mean something?
Yeah, I think the and again, inherent meaning. Not that life has no purpose. No, life has no inherent purpose. You're not born with purpose, according to my beliefs. But yeah, I think those words have meanings based on the shared use of them. That's what language is. But again, I don't think that the utterance of truth has anything to do with what we are calling adherence to reality until that is an agreed upon thing. So language comes after the ideas. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, just real quick, because on the Nietzsche thing, because like I said, I tried to do it that way, but I don't think you're kind of clicking what like Easy's getting at. But just in terms of Nietzsche thing, Nietzsche's not a nihilist. It's like Nietzsche's a diabolical writer, which means he deliberately writes a contradiction in order to get you to think. So like in terms of this whole aspect, like Nietzsche's not saying that nihilism's the way. Nietzsche's saying, I don't know the fucking way, but in order to become the Ubermensch, the Overman, you need to develop a new framework. You need to be able to get there. You need to be able to explain meaning without God, because God is dead. Like that's what Nietzsche was fundamentally saying. That's the question he poses to the Ubermensch or the
Right.
yeah, the
And
reader,
so
essentially.
I mean, to be honest, I haven't spent too much time with Nietzsche because I already had that was when I was studying this stuff, and it was like, hey, don't get bogged down. This is how people get blackpilled in life, not just politics. But that's where the absurdism comes in and rejects that notion at all. And so it's just like, nuh-uh. It's essentially my argument is, nuh-uh, I could just be here.
Yeah, but when you look at the got what it was like one of like the DSM criteria is like this whole thing of like I think it was like severe depression, whatever. Like one of the things is like you lose meaning, and like what Easy's trying to say is like with this whole aspect of like life having meaning, or like him being able to tie it back to God, is like God is the reason why we have this meaning. Tie it back to what he was saying is like this whole aspect of like it needs to be some sort of like a cosmic mind at least. Because in terms of like our aspect, like the concepts that we develop, even the words that we're speaking right now, these are quote unquote social constructs. But the only reason why they're possible is if a mind exists.
Sure, but you see how far away from, and I know this wasn't you, but we see how far away we're getting from truth is Jesus and Jesus is truth.
Yes, Jesus is the meaning.
The what?
But again, like I say that, it's like when I say the truth is what is. Like some people just like they hear that, it's only until they actually see the sentence in front of them, then they start to kind of like look at it and they see the different perspective and like, oh shit, now it clicks. You know what I mean? That's what I think's happening. Because like when I said that, like, does the statement life has no meaning have meaning? You're like, yes, it has meaning. So how do you explain it having meaning?
It has meaning to me.
Life is
it may not
meaningless.
have meaning to somebody else, but it has meaning to me.
In order,
But if you understand what I am saying, then it does have meaning to you because the thoughts are in my head.
In order for you to
language.
Yeah, real quick, because I think I might have it now. In order for you to transfer that meaning across to like understanding what you're saying, there needs to be some universal concept or some underlying meaning that we both understand.
Does it have to be universal, or does it just have to be a thread between the two of us? So, like,
because I understand what you're saying when you're saying life has no meaning.
Well, exactly.
You're talking about nihilism, etc., etc., etc.
So if we, so how? I mean, we could say the panelverse.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people know what that means, and a lot of people don't know what that means. It doesn't need to be universal. Yeah. It just needs to have a shared experience of whatever that is. And so I
irrelevant.
That in order for you to understand what I'm saying, there has to be universal. I could tell you that I'm calling my hand.
Almost there.
I'm holding my hand. I'm calling my hand blue blah, and blue blah hurts. Now you understand what blue blah means because I've given you that. Yeah. That's not a universal thing, though.
Yeah, but in order for that to happen, for you to even be able to explain what meaning is, etc., like that phenomenon. For example, like for the like your hand, like what you called your hand, but you called it blue blah there. Mm-hmm. Like you can identify it or invent a new identity, and so long as we all agree that things then is able to, like, this is how the whole aspect of like a system can be. It can be like a socially constructed system, but it's an objective system. Like for example, mathematics would be an example of the things. But what it points towards, that phenomenon is pointing towards, is objective. This is where we get back to the whole demoralization, etc. So it's like that's what I'm saying in terms of like tying in this whole meaning. How to prove meaning? That's why they even like Plato argued that you need to have an unchanging God to tie this in, or some sort of like divine intellect or divine mind when he's saying God, not this kind of like I said, BGs floating on a cloud kind of deity. Like we're just talking like philosophy in terms of like being able to explain why are we able to understand each other? Why do we have meaning? Why do these phenomena or like conversation is a phenomenon? How is that able to interact? Because you have to have meaning, and this is why we tie it back to, or the Christians tie it back to God, but you tie it back to Nietzsche or any of these great philosophers. That's the main question they're saying. It's like we have this thing of we need to be able to find meaning in life, otherwise people get demoralized, they'll lose meaning, which means they'll lose the will to live.
Yeah, and
Which
fair
hence
enough. And
will
that's
to
why
power.
I'm not in the position, like I'm not some militant atheist just like, no, you're wrong. And if you've noticed, I've been I've been asking questions because I am, and there was a I used to shout out to Atheist for Liberty and Thomas Sheedy, appreciate you guys, but they're more like, if you're not familiar, basically it's a slightly more right leaning, or at least not left leaning atheist organization. The base theists, I call them. And the president, I was talking to the president about just rhetoric and stuff, and because of the fact that I talk a lot about politics, that even though my theology doesn't align, I can reach a lot more people if I kind of take my foot off when it comes to arguing about atheism and religion and stuff. And he was more of the opinion of like, no, we gotta, really shove it down their throats and blah, 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 blah. And I eventually just disagreed because when I saw, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Alex O'Connor. He's like probably the top public atheist. And he was talking to the actor Dwight Schrute on whatever podcast, Rainn Wilson. And Alex was saying, I used to call myself an atheist, but now, if specifically we're talking about Yahweh or Muhammad or Allah or whatever, then I can say, yes, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in that. But because I don't know what you mean when you say God, I can't say I don't believe in that. Maybe I do believe in that. I just don't know what you mean. And so again, if it's just truth, yes, I believe in truth. I believe that there is there are facts that are objectively
Hey, we
true.
got a. Sorry to interrupt. We got a raid from only Mr. Bill. Thank you for the raid,
Mr.
sir.
Bill!
Appreciate that. Sorry, go ahead.
Legend.
Yeah, that's the and so the notion of being agnostic and claiming agnosticism versus I'm an atheist, unless I know which God and what you mean by God, then I have to say I'm agnostic because maybe I believe in that thing, but I don't know what that thing is that you're saying. If it's truth, yes, I absolutely believe in truth. So if truth is God, then I am not an atheist. But I don't accept that when most people use the word God, they're talking about truth. I think they're more often talking about something akin to the God of the Bible.
Would you say that requires faith? More faith than facts?
What requires faith? What I say? What requires faith?
I said, would that require faith?
What's that?
Or some kind of fact to know the truth?
Some kind of fact.
Fact.
Yeah, something verifiable.
Rev, how can you verify the Bible?
What was that?
Sorry? Yeah, what?
How can you verify the Bible to make it
You
can,
You can.
Well, you can't disprove it either. It's not that easy.
You can't disprove that there's a leprechaun behind me, but what does that mean?
Oh, there is a leprechaun on screen.
How can I verify the Bible to assure that it's fact? Well, the sheer amount of fulfilled biblical prophecy just from the Old Testament alone is more than enough evidence for the rational mind to say, yeah, there's some truth here. But also you look at Genesis and you see the affirmation of the created order as affirmed by science happening in real time, written by a man in the desert wearing sandals without a telescope. Then also you have textual criticism. So you look at the New Testament Gospels, they get names right, they get locations right, they get everything down to the name of trees and herbology right. And this is script is 2,000 years old. So yeah, there's a lot of proof to validate our scriptures. In fact, when archaeologists go and dig in the Middle East, you know what they use as their guide? They use the Christian scriptures.
Yeah, and
because
so
it is that accurate. So we can look at the Bible and see actual truth in the Bible. So
Sure.
to you, what is truth from your perspective?
Again, I would agree with the Cherryak's definition that which reflects reality or that which actually exists. But all the things you're saying, again,
so
I would have to
hold on.
accept.
When I say that truth is God or truth is Jesus, that's not like a circular thing or mere poetry or me trying to come up with an excuse. It's actually an ontological statement. Truth is that which is, that which corresponds perfectly to reality, right? So truth is, so for example, if something fell on top of you and you got hurt, that's true. It happened. We all saw it. We watched it happen. You're hurt. It's
Yeah,
there.
that's the
So
verifiable aspect.
that's reality.
Sure.
Okay, so if God is
So
the
I'm looking for the
uncaused cause, the eternal self-existing being, as Exodus 3:14 puts it, I am that I am, then he is not subject to truth. He's the source of it. He's truth itself.
Okay, but again, that's just the claim. How do I verify that claim?
You're looking for a face when you should be looking for a mind.
So what kind of proof would
okay,
you what
sure.
kind of proof are you looking for
Again,
when you
I
say I
don't
need
know.
proof for
I
God?
don't know. Again, I am just a lowly human. I was brought up in the
Are
Catholic
you
Church. I
looking
went
for
through
philosophical
all the sacraments, and I'm just some guy trying to look for the truth. And from reading the Bible the first time, from understanding psychology when I was in school, reading moral philosophy, realizing that you don't need a God to be a good person, I lost the conviction that I had, and I'm still open to it. But I'm just a
What made
lowly
you
human.
lose it?
And so again, I
What
go
made
back to the fact that don't you think I don't have an answer to that question, but don't you think if that answer exists that God would know?
Well, he does know.
Okay, then why is he hiding from me? And why is it
He's
my
not
fault
hiding.
that he's
Maybe
hiding and
you're
I believe that he's
saying
hiding?
he's not real and he's not factual or whatever your definition is. Maybe
So
he might reach
so
out
that's
and touch
what
you sometime. You never
yeah,
know.
so like that's why I point towards like reality changing, like this whole kind of thing of like nothing in this realm or reality is eternal, and God exists outside this realm because God is unchanging, God is eternal. You know what I mean? So it's like God is a metaphysical concept. You know what I mean? So asking for like empirical evidence, that's out the window because you're not going to be able to even like
He's not even
see,
really close.
taste, smell, whatever. Like whatever empirical evidence, he's not going to think it has. It purely comes down to the logic, and the word, the ancient Greek word that we get logic from is literally logos.
They ain't gonna get
And
away
when
with
you
that.
tie it back to in John 1:1, the ancient Greek says in the beginning it was the logos. You know what I
And
mean?
when
So
we
it's
say,
like,
oh,
yeah, sorry, go ahead, easy. No, go ahead. I've talked enough, to be honest.
I was just gonna say when we say like, why is he hiding from us? This is a common thing I've heard. Like, why hasn't he spoke to me the way he spoke to you? And for all you know, right? Like, right now that I've like developed a stronger relationship with God, I've come to realize the fact that he lets me live every day. This in itself is speaking to me of his love for me. All right, like one thing, I have like a sleep apnea, and I have like really huge fucking tonsils. Right, so like I have breathing issues. I stop breathing in my sleep.
So wouldn't it be more of a sign of God that you didn't have those problems?
What? But I still live through it. Don't you
Okay,
see?
but I don't have those problems. And
right. Well, isn't that a good sign that
yes, and I am grateful that there are things like that I've never had to deal with. But I
right.
Again,
this is what I'm trying to explain
okay.
here. Right. We were just talking about like the thousands of bodily functions that happen through you sleeping and waking up the next day. This in itself is God talking to you.
Okay, again, I accept that is your claim. How do I know if you are right or wrong? I'm not saying that you don't believe that. I'm saying I don't know that what you're saying is true. I want to. So I'm not saying you're wrong. No. I'm saying, okay, I accept that what you're claiming may be true. I would just like to verify it.
Yeah, so I would say that you would do it in the same way that you would do it a scientific test. You put it to the test, right? You give your life to God and see if things change the way that you expect it to.
My guess is it would get better.
Right.
I mean,
that's the thing. We can't know. Like you're saying, how do I verify for myself? That's fair, right? Because I can tell you the millions of people who report. I can give you my anecdotal experience of how my life's gotten better since I've moved towards God. But you're asking, how can you verify this? Well, you would have to put it to the test, right?
Yep.
Okay. How do I put it to the test? Because again, I came from. It wasn't until I was about 20 or so years old that the notion of like, I mean, I knew what atheism was, but that wasn't like, I mean, that was as far off as being a Trumper. But that was not a thing that would be a realistic worldview. But I followed the evidence, and I didn't get evidence for the things that I told were true. And so that's why I remain agnostic. I'm not in the position of saying, nope, I know God does not exist. I'm not there. But
so can you tell me those things though? Because that's like a really crux right there. You said that you were looking for evidence for the questions that you had and you didn't get those answers. Can you ask those questions? Maybe we can help you out with that.
I mean, just why are you silent, God? Why can't I be a participant in what other people tell me is your will and is the truth? And
what are you testing yourself? Like when you're testing these things, what are you testing? Right? Like, so like you would test yourself by watching what controls your actions and outcomes, right? Like, so like, is it pride, fear, ego, even your
I was a much more
appetite,
prideful,
right?
fearful, egotistical person as a Christian. I can promise you that.
Yeah, but if those things have any determination on your view of what the truth is, right? You wouldn't be perceiving the truth. You would be reacting to what you think is the truth, right? So you have to perceive it, right? You test yourself by perceiving what's going on, and it's a self-honesty thing.
So I'm doing it wrong, is what you're claiming.
Yeah, it's a self-honesty thing. Yeah. What controls the things that I actually want to do?
Every single time. Every single time. So
this is coming from I'm giving you my experience here,
but I mean, I just want to let you know this is literally every single conversation like this comes out to nope, you're doing it wrong. Just keep your heart open. I mean, I'm not. You can not believe me, but I promise you. I promise you, I am very open to this. It's something I care very much about.
Wait. You shortened what I said into that.
I asked you, am I doing it wrong? And you said yes.
I said probably yes. Yeah, because the thing is, again, it's about the self-honesty thing. So like when you're talking about the other day, you were talking about like Cornhub, how you like that it's allowed. All right. What drives you to go to Cornhub? What is it that drives you there? And if you're letting that control your actions, you're not being honest with yourself. You're not going. You're not doing it because it's the truth. You're doing it because there's an outside force determining what you're doing.
Like why would that be for corn and not for an actual?
Well, I was using something that you like and you say.
Sure, yeah, I'm yeah, fair.
So I was saying,
okay,
like,
so I'm trying to.
What drives you to say Cornhub should be allowed? It's your lust for the chicks on the site.
Sure.
Right? It's an outside force determining your truth.
Okay, but I don't believe that there's any other way for things to occur. You asked me about cause and effect. I think everything is cause and effect.
You're waiting on him. Maybe he's waiting on you.
I mean, again, maybe I'm doing everything I know how to do. I was born into this life, so it's not like something I had to learn later. This is what I was born into. This is what I was indoctrinated to believe. I 1000% believed in all of this, but the facts don't verify the beliefs, and so they don't negate them. But I'm in an agnostic position.
Okay, when you when you see the Cornhub site and the corn,
I'm talking like once a week or so. Like, all right, I'm not a fucking gooner.
Okay, what the whole point is, when you see the corn sites, do you think those are good? Do you think those are bad, or do you just think it's neutral?
I think it can, like many other things. I think the way that I use it, every once in a while, you get the feeling like, I should do whatever.
Is it good or is it bad?
I think there's amoral. I don't think there's a moral aspect. I don't think I'm doing something good. I don't think I'm doing something bad. I'm just doing something.
Okay. Now, when I'm saying the self-honesty part, ask yourself, what makes you think it's amoral? Is it the fact that it's the truth? Or is it an outside force that's pushing you to that section because you do it or you use it? Is it a bias? Is it a lust? That's what I'm saying when you come down to the truth.
I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know how I wouldn't. So how would I determine? How would I determine
to
that?
like make you come to the
No,
fucking
and again, guys, I'm
light
genuinely,
right now.
I genuinely
I'm just trying to help you get there.
Yeah, I genuinely, I know a bunch of people don't believe me, but if you guys could show me a different way to think about this tonight, I would be and convince me, then I have no problems being going to sleep a Christian tonight. I'm not here to be right. I'm here to understand the truth.
Question real quick.
Sure.
You said that you're wanting God to speak to you, right?
Well, I mean, just have
I think that's what I picked up.
That's
what you're
some type
for.
of verification that there is something that I'm talking to.
Okay, so and you've said you've read the scriptures, correct? You've read through the Bible. How much of it have you read?
Start to finish. That's what started me down this whole road. I was like, Lot and his daughters, what?
Okay, so you understand that the scriptures affirm that Jesus Christ is God, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's start with him. Do you know that there's more textual evidence supporting the existence of Jesus Christ than Julius Caesar?
Yeah.
Than most of the philosophers.
Yeah, I believe that Jesus was a real person.
Debate ideas from.
I believe Jesus was a real person. I just don't have any reason to believe that he was anything.
And then all the text about him points to him being God. So
right,
if you believe he's a real person,
but why should I trust the text?
You just affirmed with me that Jesus is a real person.
Yeah.
And you have just affirmed that person, God, exists.
Yeah, but existing as the Son of God.
Brother. Hallelujah. We got you. So let me point something else out too.
Go ahead.
And you ask for God to speak to you. You say you've read through these scriptures. So how does God speak to us in these last days? Have you read the book of Hebrews?
I mean, it's been a while. I can't quote it to you right now.
Okay,
yes.
so I'll just give this to you real quick.
The dog in the background.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to sermonize, guys.
I love the little dog.
Every donation, guys, come on.
I was just maximizing. He's up and active right now. He's like, "What do you got for me?"
I'll give him a free one if somebody comes through.
Come on, someone go send a super chat. Come on.
That's it.
That's it. Like y'all talking theology? Mind if I
yeah, exactly.
My name, dog, is God spelled backwards. So
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Rev. I looked at the dog and he's like, he looks like he's listening to you right now, Rev. I was like, yeah, this is awesome.
Would you call him the Overlord?
See, every knee shall bow and
concede
every
things
tongue will confess
when they don't matter.
Christ is Lord and Savior. But anyways, back to Hebrews. So you say you're looking for God to speak to you, and you're probably thinking of this in like some sort of Old Testament way, like Moses on the mountain receiving the commandments, or Elijah talking to God, or any of those.
But not necessarily.
Right? You're looking for that thunderous voice.
No, not necessarily.
Okay, well,
you're like, yes, that would convince me. But
of course, that would convince me too, and I would need to change his shorts. But let me check. But check this out. You're trying to appeal to God in a way that He's not going to respond to you, because here's the thing.
Then he's a dick. Then, like, I don't know what else to tell. I'm doing my best, and maybe I'm a shitty human, but He's God. And if I'm not doing it right, and I genuinely in my heart am trying, then he's being a fucking dick.
I wish I was in the shaky right now. When you say I'm doing my best, wait 1 second. When you say I'm doing my best, this is what I would say.
You don't believe me, and I get it. Fine. Because
wait. When
I tried to find God, I found God. So if you can't find God, you must not be doing it right.
Just because I don't believe you're doing your best doesn't mean I don't believe you believe you're doing your best. There's a difference there. I hope you understand that.
Fair enough.
So
but if I believe
what I'm trying to say.
What's the difference in God's eyes?
Well, what I would say when you said, if you give me a different way to think about this, right? And when I said earlier to do it almost like a science test, what you would do is you would live as if God is real. You would practice humility, silence, prayer, repentance, these type of things. And then you observe what happens within your life.
Okay, so what happens when I do that and nothing changes? What happens when I do that?
I guarantee you it's going to change.
Okay, but you're wrong. That's what I'm telling you, dude.
You can say I'm wrong, but did you do it?
You can tell me that you don't believe me. But if I am doing maybe it's not my best, but I believe this is the best that I can do. I don't know how to do better. And God knows I'm doing what I believe is my best. Maybe I could be doing something better, but I didn't know to do that thing.
If you live as if God exists, you wouldn't do Corn Hub, right? Because you know that God would frown upon that.
Who
Yep, you
has
guys
more
know my
knowledge,
life
you or God?
so well.
Yeah,
It's crazy. that you can
I'm
read
not
my
saying I
mind.
know your life. I'm not saying I know
You're
your
telling me
life.
you're telling me I'm doing religion wrong. You're saying I'm not doing my best.
No, bro,
and,
no.
and the point is, this
Jesus.
is exactly the same conversation that it always drives down to. I'm doing something wrong. If I'm trying my best, even if that isn't as best as I could do, even if that isn't the right way, if I am genuinely screaming out to God, I genuinely would like anything so that I can believe. We do not choose what we are convinced of and what we are not convinced of. I did genuinely believe in God, and the facts of reality, the truth, convinced me the other way. So if God has anything to show me, then please, I'm desperate for an understanding. Because you guys all seem to be so sure about it.
Yeah, but Jesus, just clarify. Like, I'm not Christian. Like, I like fucking with Easy like all the time, even like Rev and Crazy as well. But it's like there are answers to these questions, or like counters to these questions. But like, to be honest, I am enjoying the baptism of fire. But like it usually happens, like the whole thing. But like in terms of the
That's
aspect
not
here,
even
like,
what it is. I'm just trying to, I want to bring everyone over to the right side. Okay. This is, I believe this is my mission in life. I believe that pastor when I was younger that said God told him that I was meant to bring a lot of people together. I went on to start a youth fucking church group after that, got away from God, came back to God, and then started bringing other people closer to God again. I do believe this is my purpose here in life. So that's, I'm not trying to like give him like shit.
I'm here for it. I'm
just fucking with him.
That's the point. I
like,
want this level of investigation.
Yeah,
I genuinely,
I got the answer.
If I am wrong, I will. That would be the most amazing. I don't think you guys understand. Do you know what it's like to think that there's a God, there's a plan that there's some. I did genuinely believe that for 20 years of my life, and then
it shatters and you're on a roller coaster and like, what the fuck? I was there, bro. I was there 100%. But like I'm saying, like you can there's a lot of common ground here that like you're kind of like missing out on. And like I said, it's the perspective you're coming at. Like, for example, if you're to look into Plato, what Plato talks about like with divine intellect, it matches up with a lot of the stuff that like especially Orthodox Christians, because it's like, remember, like the Greek Orthodox OGs, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So it's like the aspect here in terms of like what you're looking for in terms of like that aspect of like the Christian God. If you look into Plato's divine intellect, so I tried to do Heraclitus with the change on kind of stuff, but that's like so abstract. Like, we're at the river easy and all this kind of shit. But like that's why like Nietzsche was like Christianity was Platonism for the masses, because there's a lot of commonality in terms of like what Easy's trying to get at. What Jay Dyer hints at, where you kind of like the whole kind of like personal God aspect. That's where they differ, obviously, and all this kind of shit. But in terms of the main aspect, why he's trying to explain like why God is important, or why having that grounding in a divine intellect or a divine mind is so important, like that's the aspect that he's trying to get at. But like I said, it's the perspective. Do you know what I mean? But like, if you were to come at it from like divine intellect, like would you concede that there could possibly be, or even just conceptualize the idea of like this notion of like a divine intellect or a divine mind that's causing all these changes? That's got
could be,
do you know what I mean?
Can be.
How many people's on the planet?
Could
About
be.
8 billion or
It could
something
be.
like that, 8 or 9 billion. What percentage of those people
well, hold on.
believe in God or a higher power? Go ahead.
I'm saying what you, Tarek, what you just proposed. Yeah, it could be. Could also be that I'm just a brain in a vat and none of you guys exist. Can you disprove that?
Holy crap.
Well, okay, so
you guys are from? I'm sure you guys have heard.
Yeah, don't worry, I got you. Did you watch Inception? You ever watch Inception?
Yeah, if you like Inception, check out Pantheon.
Yeah,
but yes,
yeah, but do you remember the ending where it's like it's wobbling and stuff, and you don't know whether or not he's in the dream or not? It's like the whole point of the film, why it cuts there, is like it doesn't matter. He's with his kids. You know what I mean? Like this whole thing of like proving yourself in the vat and all stuff, like base reality is what you're experiencing. You know what I mean? As well with the logic and all this kind of shit, and you have the whole dynamic when the logic's flawed or when the experience is wrong or the perception is wrong. But like that's basically fundamentally like what we're just trying to point towards. I think like a lot of particularly atheists, where they say the spaghetti monster thing, like that's what the point to like the child's kind of or like that kind of like level of straw man. Like it's like a child's caricature of what God actually is when you listen to like J Dar or
Yeah,
Jim
And I
Bob
mean,
or like even Andrew Wilson, all that, you know.
Yeah, I definitely had a phase
And of
where
course,
I
Easy.
was like, "Oh, you're a sky daddy, so fucking stupid." But I realized that that's not helpful to anything. That's not benefiting me. That's not doing anything. And so I don't talk like that anymore. I do think that a lot of religious beliefs are silly, but I understand where they come from, their purpose in society, and so I don't treat it that way anymore. But that doesn't mean that that I believe. And someone in your chat speaks like it's not God's job to convince you. And like, okay, fair, but then if I'm doing everything I know how to do, and God's like, nope, that's not enough. Then
it isn't everything you know how to do, though. This is what
No,
I'm
it's
saying.
not.
How do you know that?
It's not about what you do.
Where do you? How can you say
I'm
that?
only
It's not
going
about
off
what
of
you
you saying the corn hub thing. So like,
So because
obviously I don't know your whole life.
So because
right?
because I use Cornhub, then God's like, oh, fuck you.
Well,
So there's no
yeah,
Christians who
he would definitely look at this as sinful. Yes.
Okay, so what if it was the case?
And I
What
would
if it was
say,
the
like, I know you don't believe this part, but like I would say, like, because it would be against God's nature to force you or to believe in him.
He's not forcing anything.
But that's not what exactly. But I do believe that there is interventions like this. What's happening right here? Like you were put into this conversation, and then you brought up, for some reason, you brought up the God part, and then we got to this part here. So like I do believe these types of things happen for a reason.
Okay.
It's all in the message. What was that?
Again, that's another claim, and I accept that maybe what you're claiming is true, but I cannot say that. Okay, I'm going to accept that just because you said it. That's not how my brain works. And if there is a God, God's the one who made my brain that way.
Yeah, so I would say he's going to reveal himself to you through the truth. When you live as if God exists, he reveals himself through truth.
So if I spent 10 years doing that and not going on Cornhub, not doing drugs, not doing any of those things, then
that doesn't mean bad things won't happen to you.
No. But you're saying that because of things like this, that's why God is as I say it, hiding from me.
Well, yeah. If you want to, I don't think he's hiding from you, but like
you're hiding from
I think
him.
you're hiding. Yeah, I would look
You're
at it
hiding
that
from
way.
him.
Yeah.
And I can show you how, because you're asking God to speak to you in a way
I was
that
a complete
he won't
degenerate,
speak to
bro.
you.
I was a complete degenerate. I talk about it all the time. Okay, having loads of sex and fucking. I sold every drug you can think of. I was a complete degenerate. All right. I take this when I'm telling you.
Did you sell IndianJesus
changed.
at oregano?
When things changed because I live as if God exists. I mean that shit. Everything changed. It didn't mean that bad shit stopped happening. It meant when the bad shit happened, I got through it a lot easier. I handled them a lot better.
Okay, so is it impossible that you're wrong and that these things are happening within your mind and you're feeding into a belief that's not actually true? Is that possible?
Like you're saying, like a placebo effect?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could say it's
but not
possible.
Okay, so if it's
I don't
possible,
think it's,
That's a very strong
but I don't think it's
placebo.
probable.
Yeah, that's
fair
You know
enough.
what I
But if
mean?
it's possible, and I believe that is the case, and you can agree that there's nothing showing that it's impossible, then as a true skeptic, as a true a true person who is desiring truth, then we must take the Cartesian approach and strip down everything that we don't know. That's where I think I am.
But we need to be one sec. We need to be consistent as well. So when you make the claims like, why should I believe what's written in your Bible? Why should you believe what's written in these science books?
Because they've been tested and verified.
So the scripture.
And I can test them again.
One sec.
Test them again and again and again and again and again and again and again.
Can you explain?
We do the same thing with scripture for like the last 2,000 years.
Yeah, but real quick, let me
what's the verifiable claim that has been tested?
He knows it's coming. Yeah, so okay, can you explain how science can give humanity hope despite all evidence pointing otherwise? Because religion can.
No. I don't believe that.
Yeah.
That's my issue. That's my issue with secular humanism, and why I don't
So
think that
in
is
terms of that
replacement for
regard,
Christianity.
in terms of that regard, and we all
That
know
doesn't mean
like,
that a
hope
replacement
is-
for
is
Christianity
more
doesn't
than us.
exist, which means we haven't discovered it yet. I said that.
No,
that-
but
yeah, that's why I don't think that secular humanism can replace Christianity, but that just because secular humanism can't do it doesn't mean that there is nothing that can do it that is based on truth and reality that is verifiable. And so, unless and
Well,
until,
in all fairness, people's
unless-
been trying to replace Christianity for like 2,000 years. We're still here. And we
Yep.
account for a third of the world's population and 66% of the United States population. So there's been a lot of
So
atheists throughout time who's
populism
tried to
fallacy.
refute-
So
tried to
can a lot of
refute,
so how many people in before Galileo believed that the Earth was flat?
Bro, like there's a whole bunch of Muslims that still believe the world is flat. Like the whole aspect.
A lot of
it is-
so the point being, just because a lot of people believe a thing doesn't mean it's true. This is what
Yeah, no,
skepticism. This is
I'm not-
this is the issue.
But what I'm saying is when you're
disrespect for the skepticism.
One sec. This whole thing of like when you're saying like I'm being the true skeptic or I'm being like taking skepticism to its maximum, so it's like you're not doing the same critique that you would have against science. Like science just proves it's right, but like how does science prove it's right
not
with the
true at
science? So
all.
the science proves itself.
That's why shout out to the fucking purebloods. Why I didn't trust any of the science, because the science is not a thing. Science is a process that yields results. Again, because I'm being shoved into
what I pointed.
That's not me, bro.
Yeah, but what I'm pointing towards is that like religion does have its value or it does have its like instrumental use. Like explained where it's like the situation is hopeless, but they still have hope and somehow they pull through. You know what I
If
mean?
you truly believed in God, what would it hurt? How would it hurt you, Indian?
If it was false, then I would.
Or divine intellect. Anytime they say God, just in your mind, just think about divine intellect, and that's how you're able to like basically, like, as Easy was saying, like keep yourself honest.
But I already, in terms of behavior and morality, I already do that. That's not the issue, unless you're claiming that it is.
I'm not claiming anything. I'm just.
And thank
giving
you,
my
Abby,
opinion on
for the $5 super chat.
Yeah, she said feed the dog. By the way.
That comes in on my channel. I'll do it because I love the dog. But that's not coming on my channel.
Oh my god.
Abby's own said
They
feed the
should
damn
say
dog.
cheap. They should say cheap. All right, we get
Let's
fucking high
go.
quality.
Feed that baby. Is it a male
What,
or
what,
female?
what are those?
Freeze dried beef liver.
Oh, okay.
Freeze dried beef.
And
easy,
thank
the
you,
king over
Abby,
there, eh?
coming in with 3 in a row. Let's go.
All right, we'll get one more. There we go.
He's like, oh, another one? Let's go.
He loves it. He loves it. Thank you, Abby. Thank you.
So I would really like
Oh,
to
shit,
get
and
back
a
to the
fourth
proof
one.
that you're
Let's
looking
go.
for. If
She said feed the damn doggy.
And we are at 8 out of 20. 12 more to go, chat. Oh, we're at 9 out of 20. Let's go.
See, they're over at
Thank
20.
you, Abby, for the
I only
support.
do 15 and any
Abby knows it.
amount. To be fair, we do hit the goal most often. I do
Coming in hot.
15 donos or $50, and each treat gets or each dono gets Morty a treat. And if we hit the goal, then every $2
Morty's gonna be
I have to do a
fat
push
soon.
up because I'm beauty.
Indian, I like you for some reason. I don't know if it's the hair.
Crazy.
Or what.
Even though I'm a dirty fucking heathen, it's got some.
Well, we can fix that. We can
That's
fix
what I'm
that.
saying.
Hang around.
I
man.
don't need
they're
no
not beyond
fixing.
reproach.
Yeah, I've been around plenty of those. So.
So getting back to the proof that you're looking for,
There you
want
go.
God to speak
Get
to
him, Reb.
you directly, right?
No, I'm looking for anything that would convince me. I don't know if that is God's speech. I don't know if that is seeing something. I don't know. I am a lowly human. God knows what would convince me and has chosen not to do that. So if you're claiming that I'm doing something wrong, that he's saying then okay. I mean, you would be just like everybody else if you could name that, and I will change that, because if there is a God, I do want to have that relationship. I do want to know the truth, if for no other reason than just because it is the truth.
So you say that God knows what will convince you, but you don't even know what will convince you.
Right? I'm not God. I'm a human.
It's a little weird.
Why is that weird? Why is that weird? Are we
Well,
do humans
because
know
if
everything,
there's-
or are
so
we not
let-
saying
so
that
let's
God
put
is
it- let's put it
omniscient, or
this way.
what's the weird part?
Let's take what you said to the extremist possibility. You don't know what will convince you. Therefore, there is a great possibility that nothing will convince you.
Sure.
So, if God already knows that nothing will convince you, then even though he has spirit-filled medicine on this
Okay,
panel,
then that's his fault. Why did he
working on
build
you-
my brain in a way that I couldn't accept him?
But you see what's going on here. Okay, so you're looking for proof of God, and you don't know what kind of proof you're looking for. You don't even know what kind of proof that would
But
be.
he does.
And you don't even know if you would accept that proof if it was given to you.
If it
And
was
you've left
proof, then I
yourself
would
with a
accept
great
it. Yes. There's no
possibility
proof that
you
is
wouldn't
that
accept
is proof that I
anything.
would not accept.
So you see, Jesus gave this one very fascinating parable about Lazarus and the rich man, and a lot of people will take this parable and look at it as like a parable
Same
about the
fucking
afterlife,
shit
Abraham's
every
bosom,
fucking
and
time.
stuff like that. But they miss what Jesus said at the very end of this parable. So while the rich man is in Sheol, he sees Lazarus, and he says, "Father Abraham, at least let
I'm actually gonna
Lazarus
bring that
reach forth and drip some water on my tongue." But Abraham says the chasm's too great. And then the rich man goes on to say, well, at least warn my brothers so they don't end up falling here like I have. Send Lazarus to them. And Abraham said, well, why should I send him? They had Moses to tell them. If they believe not on Moses, why would they believe on a man, even though he had risen from the dead? And that was the point of the parable, is that some people will not believe, even though Jesus Christ rose from the dead. So you've really got to open yourself up and look at yourself and reflect on yourself. Will I believe, even though a man raised from the dead? Or am I going to not accept anything at all?
What? That's
a personal
is a
question.
false dichotomy.
False bifurcation.
Again, so okay, what would convince you? What would convince you that I love a girl named Alex? What would convince you of that?
What would convince me that you love a girl named Alex?
Yeah, my claim is I love a girl named Alex.
Well, if you make the claim that you love a girl named Alex, then you have to show that love through your actions for anybody.
No, I'm asking you how you would verify whether I'm telling the truth or not.
I wouldn't force that recognition, just as God doesn't force recognition on us. That's the whole point, right? God doesn't violate your freedom, right? If God revealed himself in a way that compelled your belief, because that's what you're saying, you want him to compel
That is what belief
your
is. Belief is being convinced.
Well,
whether through faith or otherwise.
well, wait a minute.
Faith is not a
minute.
choice. So okay, choose not to believe in God.
Hold up. This is where you're kind of actually wrong. So like it's not a coerced acknowledgement. It's actually the free participation that is the knowledge of God.
Nope.
Right? Like the for love to even be a real thing, it requires the possibility of refusing it, right?
Sure.
So God hides, just enough to make love a possibility, but reveals himself enough to make faith a reasonable thing. Creation itself, conscience, and when you have the this longing for truth, this right here is a God showing himself. Christ coming down was God showing himself. If you sit in have you ever, I don't know if you've ever done this, but like if you sit in complete silence and actually pray, there's something there that can't be denied, right? But it's not something that you just are compelled to believe. You have to participate in it.
Can I stop you? Because I agree with you right there. I'm very familiar with meditation and all that stuff as I was studying psychology and moral philosophy as I was trying to figure out the truth. And so what you're talking about is exactly right. The question is, how do I know that that is the God that you're talking about? You're assuming that because the experience exists, that the experience is God. I'm not claiming the experience doesn't exist. I'm claiming that you cannot know that that experience came from God.
Well,
You
that's your
cannot
opinion.
know that. And again, absolutely, you do not have the choice to believe or not believe something. Either you are convinced or you are not convinced of something.
Yeah, okay, can I just ask a real question real quick? It might sound a bit goofy, but do you like do the whole like, you know, Secret Santa and all that kind of stuff? Like, do you give gifts around Christmas? I don't know in terms of beliefs or practice. Yeah. So,
Yeah, I
but
mean, my
like, do you
family's
believe
Christian.
in Santa Claus? Like,
No.
do you believe Santa Claus exists?
No.
But like, why do you do the practice if you don't believe it?
Just-
Like Santa Claus isn't
To
real.
spend time with my family.
You see that old fucker
Yeah,
right there? Santa Claus exists.
There you go. I'm Bruce proven wrong. Oh my
Hey,
God.
man,
You
my
did
man.
it.
I was hoping you did that.
Yeah.
But
did
yeah,
it.
Oh, no,
the,
this
like,
is a
There you
cultural.
go. See? Look at that old fucker. Look at that.
There you go.
There you go.
But so real quick,
My
somebody in my
man.
chat is saying you chose not to believe at 20. I didn't choose anything. I chose to read the Bible for the first time. I chose to read the DSM-4, the TR at the time. I just chose to read about different philosophies, and that information forced my brain to reject a claim. I will say, if you can choose not to believe in God for 5 minutes, then you'll prove me wrong. But you can't do
You know
that.
what?
You're
No,
not
that's
able
fine.
to do that.
This is all I can
That's
say
not
for
what
this.
belief
This
is.
is all I. That's fine. This is all. I'll try one more attempt here. Just try this tonight, okay? Try tonight speaking directly to God as if He is real, okay? On your own terms and completely honest, right? And ask for a way to be revealed that you can truly receive, and not what you're imagining right now that would convince you, because this is why you're going about it wrong. You're looking for a compelled thing here, which is against what the nature of God is. So literally ask for a way that you can truly receive, and watch over time for subtle shifts of clarity, of peace, of your changing in your consciousness, right? Not for these spectacular.
You're describing the
like
last 15 years of
something
my life, brother.
spectacular, right? Like, don't look for something like
you're
that's
literally
like,
describing the last 15 years of my life, brother. That is what I'm trying to tell you. I don't know how else. Like, I don't know how.
You're
like,
not,
fine. If
though.
you don't
Like,
believe me,
see,
if you don't, if you
just
guys
told
don't
me you
believe me,
wanna
then
be
you don't believe me.
compelled. You just told me you want to be compelled.
Yes,
And
that is
then,
what
like,
belief
see,
is.
right
That
here,
is what
this
belief
is
is.
denial right here. This is what I'm
Yes,
trying to say.
correct.
Right? So what I'm telling you,
That is how the
what-
brain works.
Yeah, well, but what I'm telling you to try something out, and you're telling me this is what I've been doing.
Yes,
So that
I'm telling you that I have. I started this off by saying the whole prayer
that you
thing. I
want to
do
be
that on a regular.
convinced.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not about you being convinced.
Okay, so
That's
what is
the
it
work
about
of
then?
the devil.
What
What
is
is
it-
That's
what
not
is it
the
about?
work of God. God
Is it-
doesn't.
you're saying it's about
convince you.
making my life better.
It's about bringing yourself closer to God so you can truly receive Him.
But how can I
Yes.
get closer to something that I don't know exists?
By living as if it does and seeing if it does.
Okay, and
That's
then
how
when
it
I
does.
do that and that doesn't happen, so what happens? What I am trying to accept everything you're saying. What happens if I do everything that you're saying, and it's truly in my heart, you're saying it is impossible that if I actually genuinely try to do what you're saying, that it's impossible that God won't really reveal Himself to me.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to
Because
tell you.
that God is the foundation of truth.
Right, and see.
So
Yeah, 'cause,
this
like,
is this is why I'm saying
Oh
try
my
it
God.
and see. Like I said, speak as if He is real. Don't just speak to Him with an imagination. Speak as if you're speaking to a real person on with complete honesty, and ask for a way to truly receive God, not ask for an imagination. Oh, like, there's a million things you could probably imagine that would convince you, but that's not what God's ever gonna do. That's not in the nature of God.
All right.
Right?
I think we're going around in circles. I
No,
do want to.
I get
I
it.
do want to put out there. I do want to put out there that I am slightly offended that anybody would think that when I'm coming up here and saying that, especially as someone who grew up in the church and didn't have any really understanding of what being an atheist was, that I would not know how to have a relationship with God. I had a relationship with God for a long time. And then
So what happened?
The facts didn't line up with the fact that God exists.
Like what facts? Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Because
Like,
now
maybe
we're
I can
talking
help you
about something
understand.
different.
I mean, like inconsistencies in the Bible, the way that the brain works, and understanding that belief doesn't, just because you believe something doesn't mean it's true. We know that in court, eyewitness testimony is the
so
worst
let's
thing. Just because we've seen it.
just jump to
Hold
the
on, I'm
first
going.
thing.
You asked the question. You asked the question. So, understanding how the brain works with belief, understanding that again, belief is not a choice, but it is it's a coercive aspect. The understanding that that free will does not exist. That the brain the brain decides what you're going to do before you are conscious of it, so it cannot exist because of the fact that you are not making these choices. They are made for you in your brain, but before your conscious mind is aware of it. Then we go into Descartes, the I think therefore I am guy. And this whole thing was, what if there's an evil demon that everything I know is a projection of something wrong? I need to strip down everything that I can't know for certain. And he stripped down his entire fucking life down to, well, I'm thinking about this. I'm doubting. So there must be someone who is doubting, aka I think, therefore I am. That is the foundational belief that we can verify, because you can't think, who am I? This can't be true if you do not exist. So you starting from there, then you build up. You guys are working backwards. And I'm jealous of you. I'm jealous of you that you can pick something and just walk towards it and it works out for your life. I am jealous of you. That is why I'm so desperate and genuine when I'm talking to you guys about this. And then it's like, oh, you're doing it wrong. You don't really care enough. You just want to be right. You just want to do all these things. Like,
I think that's how you're taking it. That's not what's being said, though.
Yeah, we're not.
Can I just ask real quick?
I'm just trying to understand where it's coming from, to where, because I hear you. You say that you started out as Christian, you walked with God, and then something happened. You started questioning a lot of things. One of the first things you brought up was inconsistencies in the Bible.
Very much.
Can you elaborate on those inconsistencies a little bit?
Shout out to Abby who sent that $20. Said, do what Speak told you. Just try. I will do so again. In terms of the inconsistencies, it has to do with things like the fact that there was decades between the resurrection and the first records, the inconsistencies between the scriptures, the fact that I don't remember who it is, but one of them doesn't mention the virgin birth, or again, it's been a while since I've actually gone through the actual specifics, but there's a lot of contradictions in the Bible. Then when you understand,
let's grab that first one though. Let's just go slow here. Okay, that first one that you said that the Gospels were written long after, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we've got P52. It's a papyri of the Gospel of John that dates back to the beginning of the 1st, 2nd century era. So I think they've put that within like 70 years of Christ's life. So that totally fits, especially when you look at old biographical. Yeah. Especially if you look at old biographical records from the ancient world, a lot of those aren't written until centuries later. In fact, the biographical account of Jesus Christ and the canonical Gospels are actually some of the oldest biological records that we have of somebody that dates as close to their life as possible. So there's nobody else who has a biological account or a biographical account about their life that dates so close to them actually living. The only person
and just real quick,
Christ, especially from that era. Sorry, I got words confused. It's getting late over
here. Just real quick, because I want to offer you a side option here, Jesus. Because I think we could actually have a very fruitful conversation in terms of like where you're coming from and all this shit. But like in terms of this aspect, like, would you agree that like you can get truth from fiction, you can get truth from essentially lies or these stories or all this kind of stuff?
Absolutely.
So like when you're saying like pointing out, well, there's contradictions in the Bible and all this stuff, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not truthful. It could be, for example, like an intentional contradiction put into the thing in order to get the reader to think. Correct?
Yep.
So like in terms of that aspect, like when they say the Bible is truth, like like at least in terms of the waxing poetic, like there's a lot of wisdom in terms of especially proverbs. You can pull up any proverbs right now, and I guarantee you would probably agree with it. King Solomon has had a lot. He was dropping a lot of dimes back in the day, tell you. But like I said, we can get into the whole 300 concubines, a lot of wives, etc., etc. I'm just saying, like in terms of like there's the whole like this factually happened, and then there's wisdom. You know what I mean?
It's the same fucking shit every fucking time! It's the same fucking shit every fucking time! They all say the same thing! You're just not trying hard enough! Maybe, you actually cared!
Hey, let's go. Thank you all for smashing that goal. Let's go. Let's go. Abby, especially over here, just coming in hot with it.
Yeah,
Thank you
sponsor
very
our live
much.
stream too, like putting y'all to shame.
Yeah, she's putting the rest of y'all to shame, just so you know. Just so you know.
We're dumb. So I mean, yeah, I look, I am in the position where everything that you're telling me to do, I genuinely have done to the best of my ability. So yes, I will continue to try exactly what you're saying, because I do believe that if there is this being, that this is the way to experience, trying to show truth within my heart and mind, that I'm not trying to get the right answer. I'm trying to understand the reality that I live in, so that I can appropriately act based on what reality is.
100%. And all I'm saying is like, and again, as a non-Christian, because like I said, wait till I whip out the book of Job with these boys, things get heated. You know what I'm saying? But like, as a non-Christian, I'd say there's a lot of unfair critique that's lobbied at Christianity, that even atheism or science or whatever you want to put against it itself would not hold up to. You know
Absolutely.
what I mean?
Yeah, I think there's a huge issue with the quote unquote atheist community that doesn't exist, but those that are typically calling themselves atheists are usually shitbag leftists and hedonists and don't give a shit about any of that. So I don't necessarily have an issue with, okay, you see that I'm an atheist and you assume X, Y, and Z. I don't necessarily expect that, especially with a name like the Indian Jesus, who's purposely to be like, hey, you know, if you're gonna cry over a name, then we can't get into it. And so filtering mechanism. But I mean, I can only give you guys the most genuine aspect of what I'm thinking here. And if somebody doesn't believe it, totally fair. But that is all I can do. And when I'm giving my testimony that the things that you're telling me are exactly what I've been trying to do. And so even if you're saying that I think I'm doing my best, but I'm not doing my best, and I listen to you and I still try to do my best, then, and I'm still not doing my best, logically, I don't see how that does anything. But I continue to do it. I have been doing it for years. I continue to do it because I want the truth. Because if there is a God, that safety blanket, that understanding, that love, all of those things that I absolutely experienced, I absolutely believed in for most of my life. Well, we're getting past the most part, but yeah, for the most of my life, that's who I was.
Yeah, no, 100%. And like I said, like I'm just kind of coming at it from like the things I've seen, because like a lot of it is like modern day atheists seem to have like grown up like with like the Hitchens clips and all this kind of shit, but like they didn't watch the actual full debate. And they, like I said, they were basically children standing on the shoulders of the Titans, not realizing. And then you get a character like Andrew Wilson, like Destiny was all this kind of shit, and Destiny turned around and said philosophy is bullshit. And it's like, okay, bro, you're basically saying you're full of shit then. And like I said, he's the whole political money. I'm just saying. But then you have Andrew Wilson that comes along, like with Jay Dyer, Jim Bob, the whole crew. They'll show up and they'll be like, okay, let's talk about philosophy. Let's talk about actual like logic. Like how are you able to explain logic? You know what I mean? So it's like in terms of the atheists themselves, like they like. I'd say the majority of them don't even know or won't even be able to quote you back the 3 laws of logic. But they'd use the word logical.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So
yeah,
it like, and And
this
that's
is
what I point towards in terms of like meaning. Like that's the core concept. Once you understand that, then like I said, you're able to kind of translate like I was between you and Easy earlier on.
Yeah, and I completely agree. It's frustrating that so many people who fall under that same umbrella of atheism are like that, because it's like there's so much within spirituality in general, but also specifically with Christianity. There's a lot there that, like, my whole thing is we don't need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Maybe there's no magical, again, being facetious, but maybe there's no magical sky daddy, but that doesn't mean that grace, gratitude, family, community, tradition, all these things aren't important to a society. And my whole thing is that why the fuck does it matter if I believe in the same things as you guys if I already have the values?
So, but in that light, would you then defend Christian ethics if you believe the same thing as the Christians?
I'll say yes. It would depend. I mean, if we're talking about, hey, well, it says in the Bible that we got to stone this, then okay, no. But in general, yes. I think Christianity is the best moral structure that is already in existence. My claim is that I am unconvinced that Christianity is the best we can do, whether it has to do with getting closer to God or being more moral beings. I am unconvinced, and maybe I'm wrong. I'm always willing to be wrong, but until I can verify that I am wrong and Christianity is the best that we can do, I will continue searching for the best and the truth.
I would say when you ask if I share all the same values, right? Like as a Christian, why do I need to believe in God? And like it comes down to, again, the foundation, right? Without God, you don't have the, like, morality. It just becomes like a contract and a personal preference. You know what I mean? Like you choose to value kindness because it just feels right? But that can still break down very easily because it has such a fragile foundation, right? Depending on a human's opinion rather than an objective truth. You know what I'm trying to say? So like it's more about the say you don't believe in God, but you live completely by like Christian values. You're still borrowing from a system that assumes there's an ultimate meaning and purpose for human life. So you're still taking away the main part of that system.
No, so this is again going back to the opening with JS. I was talking about objective morality versus absolute authority, absolute morality or absolute authority. And so, yes, Christianity is an objective standard if you're going to appeal to Christianity and everything that you do. But Aristotelian ethics, like Aristotle, virtue ethics, that stuff is also objective. Those rules are set what they are. You may not believe that they are absolute like your Christian values. Fair enough. But then if you are going to appeal to your absolute authority, then it is a burden of proof on you to prove that God does exist. You don't just get to say my God, but you don't get. I don't have to explain it.
Ethics tell you what to do. Faith reveals why it matters and who it's for.
Again, another claim. I'm open to all of these claims. I just want some verification. And now I'm not talking about God. I'm talking about you guys as humans.
Wait, when you come to ethics, right? You have the same, like, you can say what to do. You have the same ones. Why? Tell me why.
Because Aristotelian virtue ethics and Christianity are closely aligned, likely because they do lead to human flourishing and are the correct ways to treat other people.
And where did they come from?
Wait.
What do you mean?
You just said at the end. There's, I think, what I was asking. What I asked. You can tell people like murder bad. Why?
Right. So again, that's my issue with secular humanism, that it doesn't have that. But secular humanism, but Aristotelian virtue ethics do have the standard of human flourishing. And so, as we learn more,
why does human flourishing matter?
Because that's what we want. It's just we want that. That's it.
Because we want. It's admirable.
Mm-hmm.
So, again,
that doesn't mean it's not objective. That doesn't mean it's not objective.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. What if we all want to start fucking dead bodies? Does that make it ethically good?
No, but that doesn't align with the Aristotelian virtue ethics.
Human flourishing?
Yeah. How are humans flourishing by fucking dead bodies?
That's not subjective? Human flourishing isn't subjective?
No.
I'm sure if you were born conjoined with someone, that you would think this fucking sucks. Someone else might
individually,
think this
but I'm not
is
talking
rocks,
about individual
bro.
humans. I'm talking about humanity.
Now.
I'm not talking about individual humans. We're talking about an objective morality for all humans. So there is
no objective human flourishing.
What do you mean?
What's objective human flourishing? What is that?
Whatever is at the current time what we know how to best create the future society. If we're the spectrum between the greatest,
so having a bunch of slaves do everything for us would be great. Why don't we do that?
Not for the slaves.
Oh, but it would eventually.
No, it wouldn't. How would it be good to be a slave?
Yeah, because
you please explain to me how you think it would be a good thing to be a slave.
The slaves, right, would work for so long, and they'd be like the minimal compared to the society. So the slaves would work so much that they would eventually become not slaves because we wouldn't need them anymore. Would that be good?
No, because
why not?
Because
the end goal is human flourishing.
No, that's where the individual liberty comes in. Utilitarianism.
I thought the end goal is human flourishing.
Yeah, but according to utilitarianism, with individual liberty as the peak. So each individual person has to have their individual liberties. Then we do what is best for the growth and progress of humanity, whatever that may be. And that's what we use science, logic, etc., to understand what that actually means. I don't think we can if we take it away from humanity and to simplify it a little, maybe you can tell me why this is useful.
Why does the individual matter? Like, why does the individual have
meaning,
like, freedom and meaning? Like, what does it matter? Especially like you said, there's no purpose for anything.
Yeah, life has no meaning.
Yeah, because
all these things you're saying are meaningful,
right? But we all have individual feelings and preferences, and so we would all like to go by our feelings and preferences. And then we understand that sometimes people have feelings and preferences that aren't going to align with the utilitarian thing. So we measure the ability to exercise your individual liberty versus the utilitarian byproduct.
Should we stop like a brother and sister from starting a family?
Yes, because of the offspring. So if they
anybody can have an offspring with defects. Should we stop all people from having babies?
No,
not all.
Not all. If a woman runs too fast while she's pregnant. Wait, if a woman runs too fast while she's pregnant, she can.
Yeah, so you shouldn't be running too fast while you're pregnant.
Right, but that's the thing. It's a possibility.
Okay.
With a brother and sister, it's a stronger possibility, but it doesn't mean that's definitely what's going to happen.
If you were to ask me if they are sterile, sterile brother and sister having sex, I mean, again, personally, I would be grossed out by it, but legally and morally, I don't see any harm being done there. Can you tell me why that is wrong? Outside of appealing to a God that you haven't proven?
Well, I could tell you, like in a utilitarian sense, sure. If when you normalize behavior in society,
who's normal? Just because something happens doesn't mean it's normalized. I didn't say we're normalizing. You said if it happens.
Allowing it to happen takes away any stigma.
Well, I don't have any control over those people. You asked me if it happens, is it good or bad, or is it amoral, or should it be allowed?
Should we allow it? That's what I asked. Should we allow it?
Okay. Well, yeah. So if they're sterile, then yeah,
they're both consenting.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, but why do they got to be sterile?
Because of the empirical understanding of incestuous relationships and
it doesn't always happen though.
I know that, but that's why I said increased risk and not any other words.
Black women have an increased risk of death by giving birth. Should we not let them have babies?
That's not because of the birthing process.
What?
That's not because of the birthing process.
What is it because of? Tell us.
I mean, I don't know specifically. It has to do had a lot to do with the what do you call it? The studies done earlier in science where it was only certain groups, Black women weren't in included in these things, and so Black women operate differently than other races, and so we didn't know, and it was just like, oh, you're
doing so much work, so much need to just interject, like. You need to bite the bullet and say, yeah, it's gonna happen. Shit's gonna happen. People are gonna do fucked up thing. That's a genetic dead end. Fuck them. You know what I mean? We got more important shit to be worrying about, like China.
The whole thing I'm saying
I feel like that's what I'm saying.
There's an increased risk of birth defects. Like right now, we have a rise of autism. Should we tell all women stop having kids? We don't know what's going on here.
According to what I put out there, why would you think that I would say yes?
Because you said the birth defects.
Have you seen Jay Leno before?
Wait, isn't it birth defects that you had a problem with when it comes to a brother and sister?
Yeah.
Have you seen Jay Leno's chin?
Okay, so you're comparing the rate of comparing the rate of birth defects.
I have a neighbor. He was born with a lot of birth defects, bro.
So you're comparing the instances. You're comparing the instances of incestuous children having birth defects and all children and how much autism there's.
Yeah, because again, the analogous part is risk of birth defects.
Right. And so
right,
same level.
If that's your reason to stop it.
Okay, but then by your logic, then it would only make sense for me to say, oh, no babies ever because pregnancy could be risky.
Yeah, it would by your logic.
But that's not my logic, dude.
You said that your reason that you don't want a brother and sister to have a baby is because they have a risk of birth defects.
No.
Okay, so say it again. Why shouldn't they be allowed?
The empirical rate is different. This is a similar thing to why you need to wear a helmet when you're in most states when you're riding a motorcycle. You can still die on a motorcycle. Michigan. But
what Easy's point towards the base, you're saying that okay, if we're going to ban that, then like all kind of like bad, quote unquote, bad genes, which are like quote unquote deformities. I mean, like who would define these? That like I guess loosey-goosey.
But this is you want to stop people from smoking? Okay, hold up. This is easier.
Let me give you a lifeline real quick. Let me give you a lifeline. As a libertarian.
Wait. This is easier. Do you want to stop women from smoking when they're pregnant? Should we make that illegal? Because that increases birth defects. How about drinking alcohol while they're pregnant?
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Eating certain fish.
Well, I mean, we would have to look at the numbers, and we'll determine where, based on the numbers, based on reality, based on truth, what is something that rises to the level of risk that we should outlaw it, because risk is inherent.
Yeah, I get it, and the level. So women over 34, the risk goes way up of birth defects. We're gonna stop those women from having children, right? Nope. You with that one?
Nope.
But why stop the brother and sister?
Because it's a category. It's a different category. It's a completely different category. If you're saying family members, if you are related, that is a different category. The fact that you may have a child with birth defects in general is irrelevant to the point. What we're talking about.
I'm not saying in general. I'm not saying in general anymore. I'm saying when it comes to women smoking during pregnancy or drinking alcohol, this increases the chances of birth defects.
Right.
Alcohol fetal syndrome is a real thing. Should we put those women in jail for doing that?
I mean, I wouldn't say in jail, but yeah, if you get caught drinking and you're pregnant, I'm fine. I'm down with a fine or something. You just fucking that kid up.
How about smoking?
Yeah. But again, we have a category. It's a category difference. There's an inherent risk in getting pregnant. So we can't get rid of all of the risk. So then we have to go to different levels of maybe you would call it arbitrary, but different levels of where we are drawing the line.
Yeah, but it seems arbitrary because like on one hand, like
so why is the age of consent 18 then?
Yeah, just let me explain, right? Like what Easy's pointing out is you're saying you're going to...
Wait, Tarek, I'll let you go right after me. That's such an easy answer. That's because we've... in the consensus of science, it shows that your brain development from birth to 18 is a lot bigger compared to 18 to 25, right? Your full brain development is 25.
We use the
but
science.
the significance between 18 and 25 is so small compared to the birth to 18. And this is why we've come to the consensus that
why not
18 is an adult.
Why
it's
not
biological.
19 then?
I just said it. I just said it. I literally just gave you this answer. It's because 18 to 25 is that spot where it stops being so significant of a change. That's why.
That's not how brains work.
Society.
So it's not the day you turn 18. But fine, I'll give you that. Fine. I'm not familiar with that specific thing, but I'll take your word for it. The notion that then we have the legal drinking age at 21. I'm trying to nail down that sometimes in society we have to pick arbitrary rules. Secondly, I don't think that incest and two people who are not related is arbitrary. I think that is a clear distinction.
Like basically what you're doing too much work essentially. Like as a libertarian, you need to kind of think of.
Let me the fuck out then, man! Jesus Christ!
Yeah, no, I'm just saying as a critique, you know, but again, like take it with faith, because like I wouldn't be offering this if I didn't believe in it. Do you know what I mean? So it's like in terms of this aspect that like you need to think of yourself like Jordan Belfort. Easy needs to sell you this pen. Do you know what I mean? Rather than but you outright saying, jump at the gun and saying, no, I'm banning incest, but like a mother can smoke in the like it's kind of inconsistent in terms of the coherency.
I said she couldn't smoke.
But
I was down with the penalty for smoking, drinking, and incest.
Yeah, but as a libertarian, you need to understand like there's two words. It's basically.
I'm not a libertarian.
Syllables.
I took a libertarian position in this particular debate. I am not a libertarian. I've never defined myself as a libertarian. I am more libertarian minded, but I am not a libertarian.
What the hell are you?
I'll bring it to the dark side.
I'm the Indian Jesus,
we got
baby.
cookies.
Some of us spent years building up our worldview brick by brick by brick instead of just picking up a fucking book and be like, okay, this.
I thought what you said a minute ago.
I read the whole fucking book.
You took a theology classes and that kind of thing.
Well, if you read the book, then can I run a little Bible trivia by you real quick? Because I hear a lot of people saying, well, I've read the whole Bible cover to cover, and I've heard hundreds, thousands of people make this claim.
Ago, so I'm not claiming to remember every fucking thing.
Hold on. Now, I hear people make this claim all the time, but they can never back that claim. So you say you want God to speak to you. Let me ask you, why did God speak to Israel through the prophets instead of just showing up to them in a pillar of fire and smoke?
I don't remember.
This should be easy.
Is this where you brought Abraham?
No, this is where I just trying to get your understanding of scripture.
I've already conceded to you. I don't remember every fucking story. Like that's not a gotcha. I've read it 15 years ago. I understood what I read 15 years ago. I kept reading other stuff, and then I got my worldview, and I only started talking about this stuff and debating this a couple of years ago. So it's been, I mean, like.
So check it out. I don't like getting people with gotchas, but when you say you
don't know the Bible, therefore you didn't read it.
Yeah, that's pretty much like it is, man. If I asked you if you read Treasure Island, you don't know who Billy Bones is.
Okay, so on Treasure Island, page 32, what's the sixth word?
I don't know.
Oh, you didn't read it, loser, liar! You didn't read it. You didn't read it. Do you see how that?
The
Bible is a lot of stuff.
The thing though, because when you ask me what's on page 32 of Treasure Island, let me just grab that for you, dude. Hold on, 32.
Okay, but you don't know it. You didn't read it. If you read it, you would have known it. That's the standard you just put for me. That if I had read the Bible 15 years ago, then I remember exactly what you're saying.
You asked for an exact page. I'm not asking you for an exact page. I'm just asking you for a concept from Scripture. Why did God speak to Israel through the prophets instead of showing up to them in a pillar of fire and smoke?
So again, I don't remember if this is specific. Is this the story with bringing his son to the mount to kill him?
Like just to point out, like I'm a retard. Okay, so like anybody who's thinking like that someone's trying to get the thing, is like bear with me. My mom took Tylenol, so it's like just to kind of like just kind of in terms of that aspect. But what I'm pointing at is like the way this conversation should go down is this whole thing of like, oh, like should we outlaw incest?
This is what they do.
I'd say no.
This is what Christians do.
So you're okay with a brother and a sister fucking or whatever?
Conversation every single fucking time.
I couldn't really give a fuck. And to be honest, I don't really want to lock some. If they're going to be fucking each other, I'd rather than pay tax. I mean, because I want to cut this tax rate down, which means everyone's going to have to pay their fair share. None of this like shenanigan so everyone 10%. Like the more people we lock up, the less people are paying tax. I mean, and I'd rather like focus on the actual criminal shit than like in terms of like this shit, because fundamentally that's a genetic dead end. So it's because in terms of the formulas, all this kind of shit eventually plays its way out, and because you can't do it multiple generations in terms of like that direct or whatever. I mean, so in terms of that, like I really couldn't give a fuck. Like that's what I kind of say in terms of fuck them. But in terms of the like, I don't really understand your point of view. I mean, because like I don't understand why you're saying outlaw incest, but it's okay for a mother to smoke when she's pregnant. Like, is that your position, or did I mishear that?
No, I'm saying if you are for incest, if you are smoking while you're pregnant, if you're drinking while you're pregnant, I would be okay with there being some type of penalty. We'd be willing to lock these women up, but some type of misdemeanor where you pay a fine, I have no problem with that.
Because like where it changes like fundamentally is that like the child's not consenting to it, whereas like with the incest they're both consenting. Like that's the problem,
right?
Or the main problem. I mean, so it's like in terms of that, like that's like the state stepping in.
Right, but the consent isn't the issue with the incest. That's not the issue. It's the outcome, the utility of the increased risk, and because it is a separate category from any random people who potentially could have a defective or a child with a birth defect. Because there's a different category, I think it is fair to say that is a category that we can draw a line there. That if you fuck any random person and your kid has a birth defect, well, that's just the luck of the draw. But because we know empirically that the risk is so much higher with this category, there we go.
Okay. How would you enforce that?
Can anyone explain the issue with my logic there?
How are you going to enforce that? Like that's basically what it comes down to.
That's a different question. That's an entirely different question.
We're going to do bed checks each night.
That's an entirely different question. Does anybody have an issue with the logic that I laid out?
Well, only no if you also say that like people who have like a family history of birth defects, you would also stop them from having kids too.
Yeah, you would look into that further.
So, say that one more time, speaking.
Yeah, like somebody who has like a genetic predisposition, somebody who's like has like a family history of birth or birth defects.
Nope, because they're still an individual having relations with another individual. And so again, I'm specifically saying that because of the fact that there is a different category and it's incestuous, that even though there are on the other side of that, random people who are not related can also have birth defects, it is a different category.
I understand it's a different category. The analogous part is the increased risk of birth defects.
Okay, but that's like
not it doesn't matter if it's a different category. If you're only
I argue that it does matter if it's a different category. Your
only reasoning is the increased birth defect.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you should have that same reasoning when it comes to somebody who's genetically predisposed to have birth defects.
But they are not the individual who is going to be more likely is not necessarily going to be at a higher risk with another random person. That's not.
Yeah, they are. They are though. That's the whole point of them having a family history. That's what genetic predisposition is. That they have a higher chance.
Okay, fine. Then call it an arbitrary line. But if I'm weird for saying no incest, then I'll be weird. I think that is a reasonable line to draw. I think it is.
That's not what's saying you're weird. No one's saying you're weird because of that. Everyone here agrees there shouldn't be incest. What's weird is the reasoning behind it.
Right. So let's.
Are you saying it should be more of a moral choice of saying no incest, and it doesn't really matter about?
Well, he's right. Like even if there was no birth defects, like if there was no birth defects guaranteed with brothers and sisters, say it was just like brothers and sisters, they had an increased chance of no birth defects. Okay, I still would say no, we shouldn't allow that. But you wouldn't, it seems like, in this situation.
Correct.
Right, exactly. So that's the difference here. So you get what I'm saying now? That's all I was saying.
It's the difference of like the moral argument versus the medical argument.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Go ahead, CT.
I know I just hopped in here. Thanks for having me up, SpeakEazy. I was
welcome.
curious,
Loser.
what kind of started this whole conversation? Are we talking about abortion rights and abortion issues?
Well, no, the topic of the night was
if only it was in the title of my video.
Prostitution. Yeah, the title of the video should tell you.
Yeah, so I argued in favor of legalizing prostitution, and JS Urban argued against.
Yeah, we've talked about this in the past. Yeah. I think when it comes to prostitution specifically, I don't know what angle everyone else took, but I think
they all went against me.
Yeah, but that's
expected.
That happens in
Jesus Hugh Hefnered it up. I'm not gonna lie. Like there was a lot of impressive judo flips. To be fair.
When you talk about something like prostitution, it's I feel like it gets muddied because it's not a new concept. So what we're taught when the topic comes up of like making it legal and regulated, that brings up modern politics and modern laws into something that's as old as time. As long as there's been a vagina and as long as there's been men that have been willing to pay for that vagina. Not to make it too crude, but it is the oldest profession.
What if God commanded incest?
I don't think so,
would be
right?
good.
You would have had like
or
food gatherers, mercenaries. These kinds of jobs would have been jobs first.
But
I get what you're saying, though. It definitely is an old profession, but the whole like it's the first profession. I think that's clearly.
Well, that was debunked in How I Met Your Mother because Barney Stinson said it's the oldest profession, and then Marshall lawyered him and was like, "Oh, really? What do you think that he did for her? Well, probably brought her a fish. So fishing was the first profession." Lawyered.
Exactly. Yeah, it would have been like people who gathered food. Hunter and gatherers, farmers, tool makers,
shamans,
right?
He'll
The
bring you up.
shamans, they would have looked at these people as like a job. Storytellers, even priests, like all of this shit would have definitely came before prostitution.
Bro, imagine though, like being sitting in school going, "My dad's a shaman."
To use that argument, though, if we talk about fishing, there's illegal fishing and there's legal fishing. So if we draw that same, if we want to say that fishing is also one of the oldest professions, we've dealt with how to regulate fishing, and even though we've regulated fishing, there is still illegal fishing.
Yeah, but I think they would argue that you're not losing your soul or anything when you're fishing.
And I would argue there shouldn't be regulations for fishing. That's stupid.
Well,
I agree.
You should tell the ocean that, because the ocean. So about to have
maybe like factory, like big industry fishing where they go and catch the thousands of fish at a time. Maybe there could be some regulations on that, but just like an individual going to the lake and fishing, yeah, fuck you. I think it's the stupidest shit I've ever heard of. Like, I get it pays for all the like hunting shit that goes on. I get it, but fuck them. Like, it's fishing. Fuck you. I'll go to the fish and I'll just give the pole to my kid if anyone shows up. Fuck it. They can't do nothing.
I was not coming at that.
That's for real. They can't.
5-year-old out there.
Kids can't get in trouble for fishing without a license, so you just give the kid the pole.
Minor.
Right? Follow me for more tips and tricks. All right.
I completely agree. I was more talking about like international fishing and like when you get like the massive boats that are just like dredge net fishing for like tuna, and they like fuck up entire ecosystems. That's more what I was talking about. But like not obviously not just the father son at the lake. That's I agree. I'm not a bootlicker for game wardens.
So I have a question from my chat that might tie a bow on this whole incest thing. I know we've been going around with that, but if God commanded, I asked this to JS earlier, but similar. So if God commanded that you needed to sleep with somebody in your family, would it be moral or immoral? Or what do you do with that?
So All right, Rev. If you want to answer, that's fine. I just
Oh no, go
when I
ahead.
was listening to okay, so when I was listening to JS will bite certain bullets with this kind of
Yeah.
things that I don't agree.
He ain't
with.
your normal
So,
Christian.
What's a
so
normal
God,
Oh, let's have that.
God, I would say to the answer that person in the chat there, God can't command sin, and it's not. It's when you say, "Oh, I thought he's all powerful." It's not because he lacks the power. It's because it contradicts his very nature, right? So it would be like me asking you to shit out of your eyeballs, right? Like you can't. You can't do that, no matter how much you want to.
So
right?
God is
and it's even logically possible, but you can't shit out your eyeballs, right? So
I
like
can, but I'm not a
yeah,
god.
exactly,
A
because it's
god
not in the
could.
nature of a human being.
So then
and
are
the
you
nature
saying-
of God is good.
Okay,
So
but
God
then are you
can't
saying-
command sin.
Sure. So,
Alright,
but no, what he commands inherently is not sin. That's God's will.
God doesn't command goodness. Goodness is something that's within God's nature. So like
So
good
is it
doesn't come
possible-
from commands of God.
Is it possible that you're incorrect about God's nature when it comes to incest?
Yeah, I think
No, I'm not incorrect about the God that was revealed to us in scriptures of the nature like this. No,
Sure.
goodness is God. This is revealed to us in scripture. Yeah.
that's right. Can I push
Pretty
back
sure?
on that a little bit? Because and this is coming from a Christian. I've argued with Lutch multiple times about this topic, but talking to you, God's not always good. If you look back at the Old Testament, that's more of the vengeful, wrathful God.
But we don't pay attention to that anymore because it's not
Just
helpful
because
to our
so
arguments.
I can no, that's fine. That's fine. Justice comes in different forms. You agree?
Yeah, but I mean,
So you give different forms of justice to different persons. Someone steals something, you give them a certain amount of time. If someone murders someone, you give them a certain amount of time. Someone murders someone in self-defense, you give them even different time. So
when you say a
justice
certain amount of time, do you mean like time
in jail or whatever, right? Like our form of punishment and
okay.
justice that we
I
have
I
as
didn't know if you
human
meant,
beings,
like earthly
right?
punishment. Like,
So
yeah.
justice in itself comes in different forms, right?
Sure.
You'd agree with this?
It comes in play. Yeah, a lot of
Yeah.
different forms. I think.
Yeah. So just
not,
because
and even that, to even kind of agree with what you're saying, it doesn't even matter what the crime is. The justice is usually different depending on what state you're in, or even what like government you're in, or what country you're in. If you're in Russia, the justice might look different than the justice you might get in America. So just making that argument of like justice looks different. Yeah, that's human nature. But that's not comparative to the Bible necessarily.
yeah, no. I was just seeing if you agreed at least that
Yeah.
justice comes in different form. And the thing is, like, when you're talking about like when you're saying the God of the Old Testament is like wrathful, right? But like
I said vengeful, but yeah.
or vengeful. Sorry. The thing is like when we look at it as like again, if you killed someone to save someone's life, you wouldn't look at that as bad, right? Even though they still killed someone.
Correct.
Well, that's always a cliche of people say God said don't kill, and that's not what he said. God said don't murder.
Right. Right.
And
But
murder.
if you exactly, so you're saying you understand that doing something that is like immoral for a greater moral cause, lying. Here's another one: lying. Do you think the people that lied about the Jews being hidden in their attics was doing a immoral thing because they lied? No, because there was a greater moral cause. So when we go to the Old Testament God and we say, "Oh my gosh, he flooded the world. He destruction of the world. Oh my Lord." It was but this was a world that was fully consumed by corruption. It was a corrective measure to what was going on, right?
I think we agree. I don't disagree with you. Yeah, I think
I'm
we're on the
just
same page.
I'm explaining though that like when we talk about the Old Testament being
it gets phrased of saying like God is good all the time. Like not necessarily like God is.
well, no. Okay,
God
yes,
is-
necessary. Okay, we're not on the same page then. I don't know what you're saying. We're on the same page. We're not on the same page.
Well,
Clearly.
so I guess if
God is always the same, always good, always just, always merciful, always. The wrath in the Old Testament is a part of justice. It's a part of His love.
He can see the beginning and the end. I mean, that God can see the beginning and the end, the outcome of everything.
If we seen Him flood the world and there was no mercy upon nobody, you could probably call this a cruel thing.
Wait,
Yeah, but
do we believe? You guys believe in the
there
flood?
was mercy. There was,
Like Noah?
Well,
But-
yeah, of course I
but-
believe in the Bible.
There's seashells on Mount Everest. I believe.
See, you just said,
Bro.
The story
see,
of
you
Noah
just
is-
said earlier, how do you know I didn't give my full into this? Because you just choose to like. What makes you not
Again,
believe it?
sir,
What
the
makes you not
logic-
believe
So
it?
one sec.
How the fuck can you get every animal?
Lutch. Even science agrees there was a flood.
yeah.
What are you talking about?
Okay, but
That's
that's why I brought up
provable.
Noah. So, okay,
The flood
let me ask
story
more
by
specifically. Do
Noah,
you believe
though,
that Noah's
is
Ark, as
did
depicted in the Bible, happened as it says?
Yeah.
I was not there. I
So
assume.
how did all the animals know to go from all the different parts of the world to end up on the
God
ark at
told
the
them
same
to.
time? How did none of the animals eat or shit? How did none of the animals have to move or anything? None of that makes sense. They've already
Hold
tried.
on,
They've
wait,
already
wait.
tried
None
to
of it makes
recreate.
sense.
You're
You guys have heard of
assuming.
Ken
How big do
Burns?
you think the ark was? Hold on. Let me just ask you a question. How big do you think the ark was? How much floor space do you think was in the boat?
Like
All right,
big,
just
big.
to-
Like
just
all
to-
two
just-
animals and
just
two of
going
each
off
animal.
Just going off of memory, I think there was 3 decks, and each deck I think had nearly 1 to 4 million square feet. So
Exactly-
even if you
exactly
account for
mentioned.
all of the species, all of our modern species, and also the text never says if these were full grown mature animals. So for all you know, they could have been young. But then
They
also
still
you
need
got
to
to take into
eat.
consideration how many species on this planet are small,
It doesn't
because not
they
everything's the
still
size of an elephant.
need to eat. Animals eat other animals.
Yeah. And
So
like I
if
said,
you only
got
brought
3
two,
floors.
then they would all die because there would
Hold
not
on,
be enough
hold
food.
on. How many?
If you
How
brought
many?
if you brought 2 of each species.
No, nope, that's not what the Bible says.
Okay, correct me then.
So
The Bible says 7
I just did a quick
of
Google.
every clean animal and 2 of every unclean animal.
Okay, so you got 9 of each animal, and none of them are eating each other for 40 days.
Oh, now 9 of each animal. Listen closely. 7 of every clean animal and 2 of every unclean animal.
Okay, so 7 of every clean animal and 2 of every non-clean animal. And how does that change my question? How did they survive?
Why do you think?
How did they
Why do you
survive?
think? Hold on. Why do you think there is 7 of clean animals? What were they permitted to eat, bro? Clean animals. Why do you think they took 7 and not 2?
So they
Because they could eat the clean animals.
So, okay, then how did all
That was
the
their food
how did all the
source.
plant life survive 40 days underwater? How did all the
Same
water
way
go
as
back
sea
to?
does.
How did all the salt water go back to where all the salt water was, and all the fresh water went back to the fresh water was?
It
Hold on,
separates.
it never-
Haven't you ever seen that where the fresh water meets the salt water? Have you
Yeah,
ever seen
in
that?
reality, not when you're flooding the entire world. That's a different concept.
But it's going to
entirely.
be the same thing.
And it's
Wait, what? Why is it a different concept?
Because that's not how things work, man. That's not how biology works. You can't put a tree that is used to getting rain only under salt water for 40 days and expect it to be still a tree. That's not how it works.
Do you think
That's
the water
not how
was
you
always
think it
wormwood?
works, but
Do I think the water was
Bro,
wet?
what?
Do you think the water was always wormwood?
I still didn't catch it. The water was what? Wormwood?
Okay, so in Revelation it says that a star fell from heaven and landed upon the waters, and most of the species in the waters died, and then the water became undrinkable to man. Think about
Real
it.
quick,
That's salt water,
can-
bro.
Can
The
I
Bible
just
predicted
interrupt
it.
because it feels like
and
sorry, real quick,
3/4
because
of the earth is salt water.
it feels like Sheldon Cooper versus Leonard in terms of the comic book story, but like to lend the ancient Greek myth from our boy Plato, like depending on where you are on the planet, like Atlantis was swallowed up by the ocean. So it's like this whole thing of like the water kind of like for 40 days, 40 nights in terms of the different region, all this kind of stuff. So it's like make any assumptions based on like the particular water of a particular region, etc., is kind of like we're not getting like the like you're trying to interpret it as if it's like a science manual and like you're verbatim reading every single aspect or whatever, where it's like
Right, like it could have flooded, and to them it felt like the whole world flooded, but in a different area of the world it wasn't flooded.
Okay, fair. Let me address that point. That's
I can't even accept that though.
That's the case. Then how do I know how much is being hyperbolic, or how do I know that I should not be taking it as a scientific? What level of scientific reality should I?
Here's something from science.
What does that change exactly? I'm actually confused.
All right, so I live in a very rural area. Okay, there's trees all around me. I'm in the middle of nowhere. Now, if an animal dies out in these woods and it lays out there and exposed to nature, okay, you come back to it. Even 6 months later, there's going to be nothing left of it. The bones aren't even going to be in the same spot. It's going to be completely unrecognizable. So explain to me how all of these various species ended up getting imprinted into rock in perfect form. We've got fossils of fish. We've got fossils of fish to where the scales and the fins are still intact.
And it
How does that happen?
in a millisecond?
Yeah. That means you've got an immense flood. You've got an immense flood event.
Nope.
And then an immense recession and a mudslide to where everything gets trapped under that rock.
Why do we have like? Let's look at the Grand Canyon. Let's look at the Grand Canyon. Why is if we had if there was a worldwide flood, then why does the Grand Canyon and many other things? We're just using this as an example where every age of fossil is going to be in the right place. Every aspect of where the rock begins. Why is that all in perfect order? Just because God made it that way? We're going the Ken Burns route.
You want science? Look at Younger Dryas. Check that out.
Look at
Younger Dryas.
Yeah,
look it up.
There's been plenty of asteroid impacts and floods throughout the history of mankind. I feel like the story of Noah is written in a way that fits into the Bible nicely. And again,
he's one for one.
Christian, but I also recognize you have to blend the stories of the Bible into science, like what you all bring up is the fossil record. But there's been a lot of floods and a lot of asteroid impacts that create fossils. The fossil record itself is not evidence of Noah. It's evidence of other things that are similar to the flood story. But all that being said, the flood story of Noah is told in a lot of different cultures all at the same time.
That's because that's a shared cultural memory.
Yeah,
which makes it more close to being an actual event.
Exactly. That was going to be the point. It is something that actually happened. Now, whether or not there was a boat that held all the animals 2x2 or 7x2 for the clean animals, that might be up for a better debate. But there was a flood. There's a lot of evidence that there was a flood.
I'm not really questioning the flood part. I'm questioning the animal part.
Well,
also, Jesus, don't feel bad like for any of these questions, because like ironically, like you're like in a way like you are being good faith in terms of like searching for like the actual meaning behind like what we're saying, all this kind of stuff. But ironically, you are saying that life has no meaning while doing that. It's quite cute to see. But yeah, sorry. Let's get back to CT.
And I love these kind of conversations. I can literally have these all night long.
I personally love these conversations too. And I'd kind of finished my point, but just to talk about like the Old Testament stories, to me they were more of a kind of a guidebook of ancient history, and when you look back at some of the things that might have happened, you can fit a lot of them into the Old Testament. And then the New Testament, when you get to the coming of the birth of Jesus Christ and the crucifixion, the stories of Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, that's when it gets more into modern religion. The Old Testament is a lot of kind of ancient historical stories that have been spun into this.
That's not how the burden of proof works, homie. You're the one making a claim.
Truths out or put in some truths, but all this stuff happened.
Well, you see
There
with
were
the Old
councils that went
Testament
over
though,
every
what
single
affirms
word
the
of
Old
this.
Testament for me is that Jesus Christ constantly appealed to the Old Testament scriptures. For example,
Yeah.
he appealed multiple times to the story of Noah. He appealed to Jonah. He appealed to Moses, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. He appealed to all of these. And the fact that Jesus Christ, who I accept as God, appealed to these scriptures as authoritative and true, then I, by default, am going to accept them as authoritative and true.
Yeah. Well, and what a lot of people forget is the precursor to the story of Noah was the story of Sodom. And I think you can draw a lot of similarities to what's happening in today's day and age to what they talked about in the story of Sodom. There was this city that had no morals, and it was devolving into chaos, with a lot of prostitution, a lot of what they would early gambling. It was all the things that we've been talking about in this chapter last hour.
Yeah, exactly. And touching on Sodom and Gomorrah, and how you said, well, there's a lot of wrath, and in the Old Testament, that's a really wrathful God, not a good God. You know what I'm saying? So, in that story of Sodom and Gomorrah, did you know that Abraham reasoned with God? He sat there and reasoned with him. If you find 100 good men, would you spare Sodom? God says yes. Well, if you, God, forgive me for coming to you again, but if you find 90 good men in Sodom, will you spare it? God's like, yes. And then Abraham goes all the way down to one man. If you find one good man in Sodom, will you spare that city? God said yes. So the fact that God did not spare Sodom is because not one good man was found among that city. So God gave way for there to be grace and penance for Sodom, just like when he sent Jonah to Nineveh. He sent Jonah to Nineveh and said, because Nineveh's sins were great, and Jonah was like, dude, I'm not going to go there, because if I go there, they're going to kill me. So he ran, and then he got swallowed up by a whale, spat out. We all know that cool story. Okay, but when he got to Nineveh and he told the people of Nineveh and the king, hey, your sins have come before my God, and he's going to smite you guys. Their reaction, they repented. They put on sackcloth. They covered themselves with ashes. They even did it to their animals. Jonah was kind of butthurt about this because God didn't smite Nineveh like he said, but Nineveh repented. Jonah was a little butthurt about this. And the book of Jonah closes out with God saying, what would you have me? Smite these people who know not their left hand from their right hand, and all their cattle too. So we do see a just God in the Old Testament. It's just people don't read it.
Yeah, I will.
I would differ.
Even people will.
Like
I'll say there's not just with Christianity or Judaism, but with all religions, there's a lot of people that claim faith, and also don't.
Well, I didn't see it, so no, that didn't happen.
Scriptures.
Go watch it. Like I said,
I'll
go
be
watch
perfect.
it and then come back to me.
I haven't read the Bible front to back. There's some verses I like, and I think a lot of it is
Must
kind
be
of a
biased
choice
because it doesn't
of how
agree
you
with
carry
me.
yourself.
Sounds
It's
biased.
not saying that people that don't believe carry themselves badly. I think that's part of what makes this country so great, is that we've built ourselves on this moral high ground that was rooted in religion. And that's kind of Lech's whole thing, is he thinks we need to move towards rooting out of religion. I don't know if I agree with that, but that's the point, is just having a sense of morals. And that's kind of
why do we have in America to start with?
Well, the thing about Christian morals is everything else that's Christocentric. Like, for example, Halloween. Halloween is a Christian religion. Christmas is a Christian religion. But these religions over time, especially in the last 100 to 200 years, have become grossly secularized. So the secular world can get in on the celebration. Now check this out. Even though that they would say that they have the same, we're sharing the same festivities. But look what happened to the holidays. Christmas went from venerating the birth of Christ to now being a materialist thing. Now we've got to buy presents. Now we've got to exchange gifts. And it's not so much about who came into this world as much about who's coming to you with something to give you. And then Halloween, for example, it's the eve of All Saints Day. We're venerating the martyrs, because during the time of Roman persecution, there were so many martyrs, more than we could even name. So we came up with All Saints Day so we could venerate all of them at once. And then we have All Hallows Eve. But when the secular world got a hold of our holiday, they turned it into something that it's not. And even though they say, well, we're trying to get on our Christian festivities. Well, you're trying to get in on a Christian morals, but once you separate it from Christ, then it's no longer Christian morals. Just like the discussion just a little bit ago about the incest thing, it evolved from a moral point to where, yeah, that is a bad thing. God will not allow that to. Well, now it's a topic of eugenics, birth defects. Do we allow that to happen? And see, once we separate from the Christ from the morals, we end up with something that's familiar to what we saw in Germany a long time ago, that we don't want to happen again, because that's exactly what that guy did. He took the Christian morals and he pulled Christ out of it. Yeah, but and then bad things happen. And we see that also in the Spanish Inquisition as well, because these guys went in there under righteous indignation. You know, we're following Christian morals and Christian standards, but they pulled Christ out of it, and bad things happen.
Yeah, but first of all, just push back on the whole Christmas thing. It's like the critique that it's materialistic. It's like, yeah, like there's the whole consumer aspect and marketing that we see, but when you think of like the fundamental concept of Santa, if we're to look at that as a noble lie, why ought one believe in Santa? Because not only are you getting a material gift, but you're also getting the gift of seeing joy in someone else's eyes. You know what I mean? And that itself is not material. That's immaterial. You know
I think a lot of this stuff is encoded into nature. You
but that
cannot
has been
get around
forgotten.
nature. I think God encoded some of these rules that will just happen. You break them, you'll know it. That's my personal opinion.
I mean, I think we're especially in even in 2025, there's other countries that are still going after Christians or other religions. I don't know if the answer is, in my opinion, I'm for freedom of expression across the board. I don't take the point that I think I'm wrong and everyone else is right. That's not necessarily what faith is. Faith is believing what you don't know to be true. So,
yeah, faith is faith, right? It's not a science. It's faith.
It's a little harder for me being a preacher and stuff, because the scriptures does say, let God be true and every man a liar. And my great grandfather said that a man with God is always in the majority. So I mean, that makes me like, that's why I'm trying to learn how to debate and stuff, so I can do this stuff in good faith, because otherwise I just
guys, you realize we're $12 away from me having to do push-ups. Shout out to Abby, did most of the work here.
Being
$12
or being
what is it?
Debater is understanding that what you're saying is not what everyone believes.
And of course, the Morty Fund.
And you can still believe that with your whole heart, but you have to also give the other person
That's over half. That's over half on both accounts.
And you have to be able to address that
going on
in
6
like a fair
hours
manner, and not just start quoting scriptures at them, because you have to realize they also don't believe in those scriptures. So you're not making.
What he said, I believe. CT, I believe that's what he was saying.
Exactly. No, I think you said it perfectly. Yeah.
Yeah. He's learning how to debate so he can make a non-believer believe, maybe, or give him the menu anyway.
My natural place is a pulpit. So I'm used to sermonizing. So I will sit down, I'll write a sermon, a good 3-point sermon, and I'll bring it to the congregation, and I'll preach it with authority. And I preach it in a way that it gets across to the congregation. And also I can preach the gospel to unbelievers. But in recent times, it seems that preaching, it works and it's effective and it's great. But there's other methods of preaching that I'm discovering as well, and debate and apologetics is one of those. So I think apologetic debates is a good way to bring the gospel to circles to where it wasn't before, and that's what I'm trying to do.
Well, I mean, you have to think, even if you might lose a debate. On a channel like this, you've got 60 something people watching right now. I don't know the exact number. I don't have it in front of me. Like, yeah, you're in like the 60s to couple hundred people watching. And if your debate tactics allow a couple other people to kind of come to your side of the aisle, that's a win.
Yeah. He opens their eyes just a little bit.
Yeah.
It's a win, right?
It takes it's
just
win.
one. Just one.
You're trying to plan a force. And that's the same thing that the other side, in this case, there's only one. Seems like us five agree. There's Lutch is the opposition. He's like, but he also
he wants to be
respectful way.
That's his persona.
I don't want to be. That's the whole fucking thing.
Which is awesome. Don't worry, we'll get you baptized soon.
Yeah,
and we'll get you
baptized and confirmed.
Well, all right. Well, we'll get you back into a good church. Don't worry. We'll get you there, brother. We'll bring you back. See, the point I was trying to make about when God spoke through. So check this out, Lutch. I just want to point this out real quick. So when I was asking you, why did God speak through the prophets and just then appear in a pillar of fire and smoke? So in I think it's Exodus. So God appeared to Moses exactly how I just said. Fire, pillar of smoke. The Israelites literally needed to change the bridges, dude. So they're sitting there and they're seeing this. And the Israelites, they backed off and they yelled to Moses, hey, you can come and talk to us, but don't let God talk to us because we will die. Because they saw the great powerful glory of God. So now they have asked that Moses speaks to them. And then Moses pretty much said yes. And then more men like me will come after that to speak to you. And that's why God spoke to the prophets who spoke to Israel. And then if you go to Hebrews, check this out though. And I'm only going to sermonize for a second, guys, because this is really cool. So if you go to Hebrews, and this is why I ask if you read, because you're asking for God to speak to you. So in Hebrews 1:1-2, it says, God who at sundry times and in diverse matters spake in time past unto our fathers by the prophets. Remember what I told you. Israel requested that a prophet come to them. Okay. Spoke unto us by the prophets, hath in these last days spoken unto us by his Son, Jesus Christ. So you're asking for God to speak to you, but what you're asking to speak to you is Jesus Christ. And Jesus Christ spoke clearly in the Gospels. You've read his words. He has spoke to you. But then also you interact with Christians, okay, according to our beliefs. Now, I know this is objective to us or whatever. When we enter into this covenant with Christ, we are endowed with the Holy Spirit. And then the Spirit can sometimes speak through us and influence us to work toward others and to bring others in. Okay, that's why it's preaching. Preaching is foolishness. But God chose the foolish things
thank
to
you
confound the wisdom of the
very,
wise.
very much. I
Sorry
appreciate
to
you coming
sermonize.
through and very, very much.
But you're looking for God to speak to you. He will
You
speak to you
have a
through
great
Christ,
night.
and he'll also speak to you through his followers, as he's been doing here all night, trying to convince you that, hey, I'm here. Hello. You see what I'm saying? So
I do see what you're saying.
That's you said you're looking for God to talk to you, but you got to understand God's going to talk to you the way that he has ascribed that he will talk to you. And that's through his Son, Jesus Christ. And that's through his holy apostolic church.
Okay. I mean, I understand why you guys don't have an understanding or respect for the level of how seriously I take all this for most of my life.
I have a great respect for your level of due diligence.
Fair.
Don't get me wrong.
I'm not saying you think I'm lying. I'm not saying you think I'm lying. What I'm saying is I understand why we don't know each other. You didn't know me when I was, so I understand why you can only judge based on what I'm saying. And
we're not judging you, Indian.
Yeah, no judgment here.
I don't think anybody else is.
I honestly admire your due diligence.
Yeah.
At this point, he was like mid-sentence. Can we let him finish?
Go, Indian. We're waiting on you.
The judgments that you are making about what I'm saying are based on only what I'm saying tonight, not the experiences that I've had that I'm telling you about. And I understand why one would not believe that, I've done X, Y, and Z, and I've gone through this, and I've really tried, and da-da-da-da-da-da. But believe me or don't, But I can tell you everything that I've been told tonight is not new information. It's things that every single time somebody has told me, do this, try this, try that, open your mind, open your heart. I have done that. And okay, maybe I'm doing it wrong. But again, if I'm trying my best and God says that's not good enough, then I don't know what else to do. I'm listening to everybody. Nobody has said anything new that I haven't heard before. Nobody has brought up anything that I haven't tried before. But I understand if you think that, oh, well, you're just saying this because you don't want to be wrong. But I get it. But I'm laying my cards out there. And I respect that you guys have this willingness to engage in what I'm saying. But it's just, I've had this conversation 7 million times. And nothing's changed. And it's not because I don't want it. It's not because my mind is not open. It's not because my heart is not open. It's because these things are not effective for me personally.
What kind of change are you looking for, though? I'm seriously curious. What kind of change are you personally looking for?
Yeah.
An understanding. Just an understanding that there is such a thing as that which you all talk about and call God. That's all. Maybe that's too much to ask. Okay, fine. But again, I didn't choose my brain. I didn't choose to be the person who thinks this way. This is just how my brain works. And if God is going to create me in such a way that my brain cannot accept him, that cannot be my fault.
Do you literally want to hear his voice? Is that what you?
Again, I mean, that would help. I'm not saying that has to be the only thing. But even still, even if I heard a voice, how would I know that I'm not hallucinating? How would I know that I'm not schizophrenic? Let's see.
The 100% convincing thing is never going to be a thing, right? Because that's not a part of
And so I don't even think that faith is inherently a good thing. Yes, faith in some circumstances could be good, but when we talk about crossing the street, faith is not a good thing. And I think when it comes to determining the values by which you live your life, then faith should not be a factor.
Would you say the society in the United States is pretty good?
Pretty good. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it was founded on Christian morals.
Yep, never.
That might be why it is so good and so fair to everybody.
Okay, but that doesn't mean it's true.
It really might be.
It might be.
That's where the morals
that doesn't mean it's true.
I don't. Well, I've been living here all my life, and I'm pretty old. I think it's kind of true.
Fair enough.
That we were founded on.
And if you can prove that, then you can change my mind. But nobody ever in the history of my life has been able to prove.
Nobody's.
Can we all agree?
Anything. It's not China. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Not really. I don't know.
That should no. Okay. Society.
So, quick question: how do we define faith? What's everybody's definition?
Accepting a claim for which you do not have sufficient evidence.
That's what I was trying to give you, just a little bit. So many people can't be so wrong.
Okay, then prove.
So let's go back to Galileo. What percentage of the population?
Prove the moon landing's real. Do you know what I mean? Because definitely the footage they seen on TV was fake.
Yeah,
that shit was 100%. Fake as fuck, bro.
So
prove that shit was real.
So what's
again not even worth bringing up?
Faith we went to the moon, because I personally don't.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, Elon's gonna send Starship up there and take care of that problem. I heard you talking.
Elon, but this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. One sec. This is what I'm saying. IndianJesus, in terms of the burden of proof required. I mean, in terms of my mind hasn't changed, all this kind of shit. But I'm giving that aspect in terms of the burden of proof required is from both sides. It's this whole thing of the Big Bang and all this kind of shit. It's if we really want to kind of go like for like, the counter proposal here, you basically get to infinite regression. What caused the Big Bang? What caused the cause of the Big Bang? Etc. Etc. Whereas at least with God, it's a standard, unchanging, eternal concept. This is what Plato argued. It's what you need as a society to ground all the shit in.
I've had this conversation with my grandmother where she is herself a very, very devout Christian, and this would have been years ago when I was still kind of my angsty teen atheist days going to college, and I asked her directly. I was like, So when God said, "Let there be light," could that not be the Big Bang? And it in situations like that, it ends up being kind of a different definition of kind of the same thing of a singularity point exploding to all matter. Versus when you look at like the first books of Genesis, when there is God creating.
Yeah, but if I bring that up, they're gonna be like, "No, everything's Christian."
One explained more in a scientific way that isn't really proven either.
No, it's not.
And
DT,
so,
the fundamental. Okay.
yeah, but hold on.
Sorry to interrupt.
Let me just finish my sentence. Just one more sentence. But to me, yeah, it's the same thing. It's you either have the faith in science, or you have the faith in a intelligent creator.
Faith and trust are not the same thing. You can trust a process without any faith necessary.
Yeah, no, but just real quick, it's not the same thing. Like fundamentally, when you look at like what like the quote unquote science community is proposing, is like this thing of the Big Bang. But then what caused the Big Bang? They have this problem of infinite regression.
So do you.
Christians
created God.
Christians don't have this problem.
That's pretty easy.
Christians don't have this problem because they ground it in God. Nothing caused God. God simply is.
So then if God doesn't need a cause, then why would we expect that we need the Big Bang to have a cause? What's it?
Because the Big Bang is not eternal.
Okay, so prove God's eternal.
It's a singularity.
Again, we get back to these logical questions.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get away from what you like. So listen, when you say it's frustrating, like that, like for the last however long you've been trying to like have this understanding, and then you say this is like frustrating, and I'm saying I understand that because like. So one of the big things that like brought me closer to God is I had like a physical like sign. So like I was going through some real fucking dark times. An orthodoxy father told me this is a spiritual darkness. This is what it's called. And I asked, that's what I asked for something to show me that God is with me. I said, I don't need to know you're helping me. I don't need to know anything other than you're here. Right. That was my question. And then the very next day on the way with a bunch of our friends of mine, we were walking towards a store. The store is called Shortstop. It was like, oh, shit. Sorry, Elderline. It was like right across from where I used to live. And we're going through a parking lot towards the store. And I'm at the back of the group of friends. And I see a pendant on the ground. Everyone walks past this pendant, and I see this pendant on the ground, and it's got an angel on it. And then I pick it up, and I was like, oh, this is crazy. And then I turn it around, and on the pendant, it literally says, always with you. Like, I feel like that was a physical sign given to me for the exact thing I asked for.
That's a totally fair feeling.
Right. And I get the struggle of not having this, because before that I felt this same way a lot of times. I don't know if you've when Jesus is on the cross, Jesus literally says, God, why have you forsaken me? Showing that God even felt the same thing that humans feel.
Yeah, that's dick behavior. If I was God, I would not put anyone through that.
There was saints.
I'd be like, anybody who actually wants to have a relationship with me.
Wait a second. There was saints that even went through long periods of what they call spiritual darkness, where God is absent from your life, right? So what you are going through, this frustration actually matters. The longing, the questioning, the honesty, all of it is part of you getting closer to God. So I would say keep doing. If you're being honest with us and saying you've been trying, I would say keep doing it. That's the only thing I can say.
Fair enough, and I absolutely will. But that doesn't change my opinion.
Darkest days and darkest hour, he gave you a sign. Is that correct, Easy? After you just talked to Orthodox, yeah.
Right. So what would happen if you would
ask? When you really need him, he's going to be there for you. When the shit gets deep.
So I've just not been through. I've not been through any shit.
I don't know what you've been through. I'm just saying, in your darkest hour, if you need him, he'll be there. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. So
I don't
what
know
happened?
What you've been through, and it's probably none of my business. I'm just telling you what I've experienced.
And I appreciate
And
that
easily
you
just
guys
give you an example.
I appreciate that you guys are giving your opinions and your testimonies and you're engaging.
And that's
But it
kinda what it is.
it is frustrating because I like the again, I've had this conversation a million times. I know where I don't know exactly what you're going to say, but in terms of the logic that you guys are putting out, this is not new a conversation for me. And I'm trying. I want to hear you out. Maybe you will have something new to say, different to say. This notion of experiencing, the dark moments. I mean, easy. What would you think then, if in that moment when you asked for a sign, just let me know that you're here. If you didn't feel anything, what then?
Well, that's a hard one to answer for sure. But I was at a really, really dark spot. Like, things were bad. All right. And that's not to say that doesn't happen now. All right. If you've seen my recent post, I'm still going through a custody battle with one of my kids' moms. I go through mad shit every day. I have these retards coming in here making all these fucking slanderous videos about me. I go through all of this shit every day. But you know what I tell myself? God's got me. And because of that, every day that faith has made me stronger against all this garbage that gets thrown at me. The devil won't win this one. All right? It's just not how it's going to go. Because I know I keep my faith where it matters.
Fair enough. And I mean, again, I'm glad that you guys specifically and people in general have this structure to drive your life essentially.
I think you have it too. That's what I'm trying to explain it to you. This what you're doing, this frustration you're going for is because you care. You want it. You're not as nihilistic as you think you are.
You're probing, and maybe we like you just a little bit. I don't know.
So I do want to say
I love
something.
you.
Just a
I'm
word
about
of
to go.
encouragement for
About to go for a minute.
everybody on here.
Yeah, can we hear from Elder Lion?
Are you ready?
But ultimately,
Let Elderline give us.
But ultimately, if you want something to do, there's really only one thing that you can do, which is go to the church, the only church that is truly granted by the authority of the apostles that was given to them by Christ. You can go to the Orthodox Church. You can try to interact and be around for the liturgies and stuff like that, and your mind may change just by being in the presence of that. That's the only thing that anybody can really tell you to do.
So
everything else is personal. Everything else is personal experience. That's all it is.
So what if I already spent 6 months at an Orthodox church? Genuinely, let's just assume you believe me. What if I spent 6 months at an Orthodox church, trying to understand the differences between the Catholicism that I grew up with, the Methodist church that I changed to after when I was in middle school, and trying to learn the difference, and I wasn't convinced. What?
Go longer. Ask more questions. That's what I
Talk
would
to the
say.
Father.
Okay. So at what point is it reasonable for one to think I'm doing this thing and it is not working?
All right,
That's
that's a good question, and my question, I would have to. I know it's kind of shitty, but I'm gonna have to answer it with a question.
Fair enough.
What's more risky to you? Living your life in eternal greatness, and eternal goodness with God after your life here, or eternity of the absence of love? What would be worse?
Probably the latter.
You said yourself.
So why take the risk?
Well, this is what's called Pascal's wager.
You just exist.
Yeah,
you don't have any.
So
I understand. I understand what I'm doing right now. I know what I'm doing.
Pascal's
I'm
wager.
asking you because you said because you're asking about this where's
because
the
that's
line?
trying to trick God.
I don't think there is a line.
I'm not.
Keep going. My thing would be keep going.
Okay, fair enough. I'm not interested in tricking God by pretending that I believe. I'm interested in what
That's
the
right.
truth actually is. So if
Yeah.
God actually exists, then it should be that the mechanisms that of my brain, like any other person, I don't think you should need to be you know, an apologist, a scholar, or something. I think if you genuinely want a relationship with somebody, and they want a relationship with you, then that relationship should and would exist. If that relationship doesn't exist, that means one or two of the parties don't want to be in that relationship.
But there's only one party that really matters in the end.
Okay.
And it's not
Yeah,
yours.
but
Okay. Well,
that's
then
also
again,
not
fair enough.
fair.
Then he's chosen to hide from me. I don't know.
No,
what
he's
else
not
to do.
hiding from you. He's waiting on you.
To do
I
what?
think,
To do
in my
what?
opinion.
What can I do?
Go 6 months
Well,
more.
I'd
Go
like
a
to
year.
get to know you a little better and get to know
Don't
some of
roll
the
your
stuff
fucking
you've
eyes
been
at
through.
me.
So can
I
you
just
share
want
some of that with
to.
us?
I want to ask you a question real quick. How often did you talk to the Father?
Like I said, I mean, I say every day, but that's a little bit facetious. But you know, probably three or four times a week.
Okay, well, I don't know what else.
I mean, I
would
do
be
it.
Wait,
God.
Elderline, to be clear, are you talking about him praying to
Talk-
God or a church father?
Church Father.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah,
think
no.
he thought you were asking how often
Yeah.
he prays.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Yeah, he's asking how often do you talk to an Orthodox church father?
no, it's been like 10 years since I've stepped foot in a church.
Try it again. Maybe give it a year.
Talk to the Father.
Give it-
They'll have a better answer for your questions.
Yeah, way better than me, that's for sure.
100% better than us.
Way better than any of us, to be honest.
None of us are theologians.
I don't know. Rez pretty up on the.
Yeah, Rev knows his stuff too.
No,
Yeah.
but none of us are theologians, and we're just giving. And I feel like I'll ask this to the other 5 people on the panel. Do you believe that God made every person in His image, and that their belief systems are because they're entitled to free will, they're entitled to their own belief systems?
Wait,
What does he
sorry,
ask
say
you
that
about?
again.
That's a
I
good
don't
question.
think I
Yeah,
understand
there's
your
a lot of
question.
concepts.
That's like the root concept. It's not
No, but could you just ask it again? I don't know if I understood your question.
all 7 of us here on this panel were created in the image of God. That's
Yes,
it.
I believe that. Yes.
And God also imposed the ability to have free will on all of His children, because that is the nature of the human meaning, is that we're not entitled to this rigid set of rules. We have the choices to go yes or no on anything.
What's the one thing He wants you to do?
Yeah, love is not possible without the refusal.
Yeah,
Right?
but let he who is without sin cast the first stone.
No, I'm
Y'all
not
are
ca- I mean,
passing-
what does the Bible
That's-
tell us?
There's my
I don't
son.
think
Glad
that
you
means
cared
what you
for
think
saying
it
that to me,
does.
buddy.
That you don't have any means to judge him by.
Nope, that's not what that means.
No,
No.
no, definitely.
It's about
definitely not.
it's about righteous judging. It's not about you can't judge someone.
Do you think that's sinful, or do you think that's moral?
I think you have
To
to.
judge
Dilly you, dog,
righteously,
man.
yeah, I think it's a moral
I know what
thing.
that 15
No,
years is like.
I mean for you to judge other people. Do you think
Yes,
God would do that
as
right?
long as it's
Hanging
done
over my
righteously,
head
yes.
every
Define sin, though.
single
Like if
day.
I'm sitting here and saying like you're horrible for say you cheated on your wife, you're horrible, but I was doing the same thing. That's what he's talking about. Righteous judging, right?
And if we didn't
Me
have free
saying
will, everybody would
saying
believe in the
don't
same
cheat
God.
on your wife while I'm not doing, that's righteous judgment. I'm not doing the thing I'm judging you for. Yes.
All right, guys,
So-
I gotta get Morty outside before he explodes. I could
All the
stay
treats.
yeah, all right. I can stay
Tell
for a couple
everybody where
minutes.
they find you.
Thank you for that. Again, if you are new to this is Morty the Overlord, and I am Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and like right now, sometimes whenever I feel like it. So come on over, subscribe, and you know how YouTube is with those notifications. So hit the bell. The whole thing here is talking to people that you disagree with. So if you're into that, then follow along, and if not, then you're stupid.
I gotta tell you something. Me being who I am, I like the dog much better than you.
Most people do. Most people do.
Everyone go sub up, and thank you for coming. You did a great job tonight.
Thank you. I will see you guys around.
Yes,
so much.
sir.
See you later. See you later.
God bless.
Fucking leave button. Right. Ah! Can you guys understand? Do you have a little bit of a better understanding as to why I will get triggered or any of those things? Can you see how it's the same conversation over and over and over and over and over and over? And I'm genuinely trying to say, okay, well, you guys aren't having to go through XYZ, ABC, all of this shit. But I would argue that I'm more pious than a lot of people who have that understanding. And so if you expect me to someone call me John Redcorn, if you expect me to not react to that and not have emotions to that, well, then I don't know. I don't know who is expecting what. Like I'm only who I can be. And again, oh well, that's much better. I and yes, it is frustrating when everyone's like, no, you're doing it wrong. It's like if everybody was driving a car, right? And all their cars worked perfectly fine. And I didn't know that my brake pedal was fucked up. And so we're all out on the road trying to drive. And I'm like, yo, this is extremely difficult to slow this car down. And you're like, you just hit the brakes. You're not pressing hard enough. Just press the brakes. That's it. I did that. It doesn't work. At some point you hit the wall. I think you know more about that stuff than the people talking to you.
Bingo.
Yep. And I'm still gonna keep trying. I'm still gonna keep trying because I care about truth. If God is the truth, then I want to know that. If God is not the truth, I want to know that too. Whatever is the truth, I want to know that. I am fucking exhausted and hungry and withdrawing right now. I need some fucking kratom. So I'm going to dip out. But first, we got to give a big thank you to all of the donations. We have Cat and Planet. And of course, our sponsor, Abby. Thank you so very, very much. Guys, remember, if you guys like the panels, debates, and guests and all that stuff, we gotta hit the goal. But everybody else, thank you so very, very much. Even if you did not donate, I know that you could be spending your time doing anything else in the world. And yet, you are here hanging out with me and the Overlord. We got to get him outside. He's going to explode. Yep. That's, ironically, the cross that I bear. And I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to do it for all of the other secular-based people. I'm exhausted. Guys, thank you so very, very much for hanging out. If you are new, please do hit that subscribe. If you haven't hit the like button, what are you doing? But yes, I am, again, live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. So tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern. And like right now, sometimes whenever I feel like. So hit that subscribe. Ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus party ever again. Once again, we've got Morty here. I feel bad because I did that like 3 times. There you go. I am so exhausted. I don't think I've been this exhausted on stream in a long time. But again, thank you guys so very, very much. I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.